Right, well, so I got to, anyway, the point is that if you say that the cardinal directions wouldn't imply a circle, then flat Earth would not be true, right? The only thing it implies when you say consistent easterly or westerly direction around a point, that's a circle, right? So the known Earth, if cardinal directions are coherent, would be a circle.
So incorrect. Incorrect.
And necessarily follows, but yeah.
Yeah, the geometry of the surface is independent of cardinal directions.
You'll be traveling along the surface, right? They're not independent because you're moving along.
Look, yeah, let me give you an example, dude. Right, let's say you just have a football field, right? It's a rectangle. Okay, this is just a hypothetical, right? You pop a powerful magnet somewhere, anywhere in that field, right? And you want to start doing east and west circles around the magnet. Does that mean that the field has to be a circle?
Well, I'll tell you what it would mean. All right. So here's an illustration of what you just said. A rectangle. I will do a bit.
Right. So is this what you're going to say? You're going to say if you keep making larger and larger circles, eventually you're going to run into something, and it's going to be inconsistent.
Not exactly. Right.
Well, what are you going to say?
I'm going to paste this. We're going to do it over time, right? We're going to do it live, as they say. All right. So this is the football. Can't post in the chat, can I? Oh, okay. This is going to be hard to demonstrate. Just picture in your mind. Picture in your mind, right?
Hold on a second. 1 second. I'll let you post in the chat. 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. Here we go. Oh, excellent. Thank you. So that's the circle you're referring to, not in the center, obviously, because that would make things problematic. So we do one circle. The red one will be the first one. The orange one will be the third one. We're going around that center point in a consistent easterly or westerly direction. You probably know where it's going.
I just see a black square with a little red dot.
I'm gonna show you the outcome. 1 sec. Right, okay, so we were going to go in a consistent easterly or westerly direction at that point. It would look something like that, right? Now there's a problem here, right? Which is like, oh well, the whole football pitch isn't obviously a circle, but I'm not talking about the whole football pitch, right? Or that being the whole Earth. I'm talking about the known Earth, right? And if you can do this anywhere on the known Earth, then everyone on the known Earth would be at least taking the shape of within that circle, right? Now, if you cut off a bit, then you know that it's not possible to do it consistently anywhere on the Earth, right? But because we know that we can do that, the contradiction would be that we can do that in flat Earth, we can't, therefore flat Earth isn't true, right? So we need to be able to say that we can do this. But
who did this? That's what I was going to get at, right? That's what this is exactly what I said, right? You can plot that north point down anywhere on this field, right? It doesn't make the field a circle, right? And in reality, who actually tested this, right? So exactly what I said before was if someone kept doing larger and larger circles, right, they could test your theory. No one's ever done that in reality.
Let's say, do you think you can do that in the Northern Hemisphere?
No one's done it. No one's done these perfect circles that you're talking about.
No one's done a perfect circle, but it doesn't have to be perfect.
Well, no one's done anywhere close to that whatsoever.
Maybe we just stay around something we can navigate, so we don't, so we can make sure we can get back to our house someday. Maybe that's why we stay within a certain place.
We didn't think is that quite close to that, like when people go around Antarctica, which is almost a perfect circle, or people have done around the.
You can't just say Antarctica is almost a perfect circle.
No, I didn't say that. I said that people
when you do that.
The racing thing.
Nobody goes in a circle like that.
Nobody goes in a perfect circle. Yeah, we agree. But around Antarctica, they go in a pretty close to a circle, right? Shape, right? When they go in that racing thing around the Antarctica. So it doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be circular-ish, right? And if the problem here is that if you're going to say it can't happen on our flat Earth, then you can say I'm agnostic on what the shape of the Earth is. But as far as I can tell, flat earthers usually agree that you can go in a consistent easterly or westerly direction. Cardinal directions work on the flat Earth. As far as I can tell, that's what I've been told, right? And if you guys are saying, well, no, actually, cardinal directions don't work on a flat Earth, we just say sometimes you can go in a circle just to be, I don't know, whatever.
Look, it can just be on any surface or a globe. It's just east and west being circles around a magnetic north point.
Have you played like these video games like Call of Duty and whatnot? The character has like a compass on their wrist. You can look out. You can have the character look at their wrist, and then set a compass direction, and then travel. Yeah. Is that a globe Earth or a flat Earth? That game?
It's a globe Earth. One second.
No, it's a flat Earth, dude.
Yeah. I know.
No, these games are mapped out on flat planes. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing is all mapped on a flat maps. So you could walk in any cardinal direction based on the direction your character is facing with a compass that's like on your character's wrist. Look at it, read it, throw a map out.
I was charging my phone.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Okay, I think you're trolling at this point. This is the second time your phone's died.
No, I went to go charge it because when I came back, I just threw it on the bed, you know?
Oh, okay, I got you. I accept that. It seems like you forgot like maybe those excuses where you stopped listening and tried to reuse one.
I told you just before I said, give me a second, I just need to put my phone on charge.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay. All right, so anyway, you guys have this concept where you're not understanding land navigation, then using this lack of understanding to apply it to a flat Earth, which you don't understand either. It's like a double whammy. You got two concepts you're not grasping, and then misapplying both of them. So we got to start over. We got to start over with which direction is which is why earlier I asked you, when you're facing north, is west clockwise or counterclockwise, and you had trouble visualizing it.
Yeah, I have trouble with it, yeah.
So if I'm facing the 12 o'clock position and I go west, what direction is that?
You doing the clockwise and anti-clockwise thing again?
Yeah.
Like
I'm facing the 12 o'clock position right now. I'm looking 12 o'clock. This is very important because this is when you navigate with a compass, you're going to turn the dial so the red line lines up with your heading, and then the black line will line up where you want to keep north at.
Yeah.
So which way do you turn that dial?
You go anti-clockwise.
Okay, for fuck's sake, dude. Why is it so hard to grasp that?
I said that, didn't I?
No, you went back and forth. You tried to...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, so now you got it.
I settled on anti-clockwise, yeah.
Okay, so now you got it. If you're going to navigate to the west, which direction do you turn your compass? Facing north.
Which direction?
Yeah.
If you're going west, which way do you turn your compass?
Yeah. The dial. The dial on top of the compass. Which way do you turn it?
Maybe I just can't imagine what kind of compass you're using at this point.
Holy shit, dude.
Maybe I'm
compass. The compass.
Yeah.
I'm at a loss for words. I normally you out stubborned me right now. I swear to God, dude. You just got me. Like
no, genuinely, maybe I'm just having a hard time visualizing what you're talking about.
He doesn't know how a compass works, so it's pointless trying to use that example until he goes and buys one and knows how they work. It's pointless.
I actually used to, when I was a kid, I used to have a compass on my coat, right? Like
listen, the shit you get in the bubblegum machine or for $1 at the store, that's not going to work for you.
And I remember when I was a kid, like this is how bad I didn't know how a compass worked. I thought you'd have to follow the dial, right? So I was just going in circles the whole time. So that sounds like what Crit's saying. If you're it sounds like you're asking the same question, but maybe I'm just misremembering. It's anti-clockwise. You go anti-clockwise. If you're trying to turn towards west and you're facing north, it's anti-clockwise. Was the question slightly nuanced to that, or was there anything else to add to it? Maybe I wasn't paying attention too hard.
You'd hang out down in the globe room instead.
No, I don't debate flat Earth anymore. Just came in to have fun.
Go down in the globe room. They're having fun down there. They have fun in the globe room. Go down there. It's Globe Earth 24/7. 0 people in there.
What are we talking about? In this server? Oh, I see it. Yeah. I don't care though. Like I don't want to hear Globers tell me how the Earth's a sphere. I want to hear flat Earthers try to tell me how the Earth's flat.
I'm pretty sure they want to hear you argue with them too. It'd be very boring otherwise.
What do you mean?
Yeah, so we've established a couple things that all distance measurements are linear distance measurements. The cardinal directions are flat Earth designations on a flat plane. That's how you replicate your travel along the horizontal plane of the ocean. I was almost done. You're traveling on the horizontal plane of the ocean using flat tools, compass roses on the flat chart, parallel rules that designate your cardinal direction on the flat map you're using. If the Earth was actually curved, all the tools you're using are flat Earth designations. You're going to be off location, run into the fucking rocks.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, like I said, like it would be a reductio. You can't have both at the same time, so flat Earth can't be true.
The other part is what Crit was saying. There's no circles on a sphere.
Sporadic, are you there? Is sporadic here in the?
Yeah, but that's not what we use. Like when you're navigating, you take elevation angles from the horizontal plane to luminaries, the bodies, the celestial bodies in the sky. Elevation angles are measured from the horizontal. Then you get 3 fixes on stars or the moon or sun. It's basically the stars. And you use those GPs where the star is at zenith. And you draw 3 circles of equal elevation, altitude.
Yeah.
All these circles cannot be different altitudes. Or else you have like what would be akin to a floppy pancake as a circle. And then you have to cross the lines of these equal altitude circles to find your location where they cross. That's where you're located. That is actually completely impossible to do on a sphere. You would need such complex calculations to find out where you actually are in a sphere.
And again,
it's not for one. From the very beginning, you can't get an elevation angle from the very start from a curved surface.
I've just been banned again because I said to Amish, "You're new here, right?" I don't know who it is, right? It's freaking out again. Ugh.
Maybe if you want a shit stain,
he said something like,
"You might learn." Don't care.
It's just complaining about me though.
No, it's you having a talk. You're being a smart ass. You got called out. You picked the wrong person. You got shut down. It's very simple.
Well,
3 holes in the ground. Yippee-doo.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I know you're confused.
About. You're a
because
slime,
I'm talking about sorry, go ahead, Matrix.
No, you're good, Sonny. Britnat knows he's a fucking weasel. He always has been.
Yeah,
when he gets fucking hammered, he cries about it. He's been dropped. That's his problem, not ours.
Yep.
So
okay, I will say one thing about this is that Amish used to DM Globers saying something like, "I know where you live. I know where your family is." That he did that to Gamma. So just
yeah, whatever. You're
just
talking
to be
about,
absolutely clear of who this guy
just
is.
hearsay.
Yeah, you're talking about people now. I'm talking about
the DMs.
I'm talking about celestial navigation. That's why you're stumped, because you're out of your league. I've actually navigated myself on the oceans in open ocean.
I'll send them to Crit later on. We'll see.
Yeah, so it's obvious that you've never done this.
Yeah. Look, I don't know. I'm kind of like losing my focus right now to talk to you, Sonny, because I've got this dude who's complaining about me. In the
Yeah, because like just admit when you don't know what you're talking about. It's okay. We all had to do that in here.
Yeah.
See, the thing you might be missing is I used to believe the same exact thing you believe.
Dude, I've heard that story before. I don't need to hear it again. I know you have the whole backstory, right?
Well, I know you're getting
I used to be a
spiraled by
clover
that.
just like you. I've heard it before.
Go
Everyone
ahead and spiral. Go ahead.
spiraling. You're just going to tell me that's something everyone else.
Yeah, yeah. You got really excited when I said that because you guys don't seem to want to understand or admit that we came from the same belief that you have now, a blind religious belief in the globe with no proof or evidence. But the difference between you and I is once I found the information, the metrics of how big the globe was supposed to be, and I got this idea from others, yes, go out and check it in reality. Now, they weren't telling me what to believe. They were saying, don't believe us. We checked it ourselves in nature, out in reality, over the water, long distance observations, or however, other ways. And I went and did it myself. And I live right on the coast. Water's all around here. Every day I go out, I see horizontal planes of water on the ocean. So I can check this very easily. So I did that myself. Literally in the last 8 years, hundreds of times. Hundreds. I've checked the metrics over and over and over, multiple dozens of times. So after all of that and 8 years of doing it, there's no other way. The water lies flat. That's it. Good job, T-Dub. I heard T-Dub and Matrix and DJ. All our Aussie friends are up. I'm not usually up this early, but I happened to be up kind of early and thought I would take a peek, and you guys were already quite active. Crit's awake. What are you doing awake so early, man?
Actually, big thanks to, T-Dub. Dropped in at the right.
It's late for you. It's late. It's late for you, right?
What do we got? Only up past 10.
10 p.m. Yeah, you're like the next day or something.
My issue is I've been out tonight and I've had a couple of come back and straight into that, and my finger's natural reaction hit the button and say my piece as an absolute moron. And then he decided to have a go at me because he realised I had a couple. And you just happened to drop in at the right time. So
yeah, I know. I know. I got the red mic. I'm like, holy shit, I didn't even say anything. I just turned the mic on. And like, okay. I was trying to get a feel for what was going on. I'm like, okay, you guys got a serious like one-on-one and no one else is allowed. But yeah, I could see I was right next to that guy. So
nah, cool. Cheers, man.
Yeah, no big deal, man. I mean, I think the ability to like say like, actually, I don't know about a subject, especially when someone like QE comes on and it's talking about all these different things. Like, I only have a vague idea of like some of the things. Some of the other things I have a really good handle on, and I can understand things pretty easily because a lot of the things are just pure logic, right? And if there's any math involved, it's usually not very difficult. And the things that are more difficult usually can be like physically demonstrated through through graphics or images or whatever, drawings, charts, things like that. But what's really important is, how do those things match up to reality itself? So I think that's kind of what I stick with, and it serves me very well, especially when talking about navigation, because I've done a lot of sailing. And I've seen things that, just like I now know 20, 30, 40 years later, I now know the things I was seeing while out at sea are quite impossible on the globe. I mean, literally, like very long distances with binoculars, not even zoom camera, just a binocular. Anyway, go ahead, T-Dub. I saw you lighting up.
Yeah, it's all right. No, you're good. I just want to know how, I'm begging the question, if I use a level to raise or lower the leg of a pool table. I don't know how I'm begging the question.
Begging the question, your observation
That's
would be that the balls aren't falling, or the balls are falling to pocket more consistent. So, step of the game, maybe the table level, therefore you would grab on, realign.
Is it it's just me, or you cutting
that?
in and out?
Roll the balls around.
I think I like catching, like losing the last bit of your sentences. I think.
Probably because I'm too far. So what's your observation? So this is not natural science, obviously. Your observation: balls are rolling towards one corner, opposed to evenly across the board. Table. So out of that, our assumption would be, the table is not level. It is running downhill to a particular point. So let's adjust. So we adjust the table, matching oh my God, do we use one level? We adjust it to that level. Fancy that. Oh dear. We adjust the table to be level, as indicated by the level. And then we retest. So let's go back. Let's roll the balls again. Do they fall to the same spot? No, they don't. Ooh, interesting. Do they fall evenly towards all pockets? Yes, they do. Wow. So, yes, scientific method used numerous ways. No, it's not. I will do that 100%. But anyway, sorry. Pool table should be explained.
Yeah. Yes. It's, anyway, I don't want to pay. Yeah, I don't want to say anything because he's on mute, and don't worry about it. It's all good.
I'm more worried about my sound. I'm not worried about Numpty on mute.
Yeah, no, you were still cutting in and out.
Still jumping in and out.
Like, yeah.
Is it doing it now? So
No, it seems to have stopped.
Right. I bloody hate Discord. Anyways. What do we got here? Why do whales die on dry land if the earth is flat? What the shit does whales beaching themselves have to do with the shape of the ground? Who did that? Het Haru. Het Haru, you're in here. Please unlock your... Yeah.
Right above you.
It was another server saying that same question before. I don't remember the name they were.
I can't talk. So you can't talk, but you can post stupid shit up in our site.
Because density and buoyancy, that's why.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the shape of the ground? Is it curved or is it flat? Oh my god, a whale just beached itself. It must be curved. Whales breathe air. Oh my god, whales breathe air. It must be curved. Try again.
Oh, didn't they used to say something about the dolphins and whales getting false signals, like because they use the sonar, right?
Yeah, they're using sonar or radar or some bloody thing, and they used to land in alcoves and whatnot, and that's why they're all messed up because of us using Wi-Fi and GPS and all other messed up shit, and it was messing with the whales. What's this? Hold up. On a flat Earth, they can stay on land till they... I'm assuming that says starve or sunburn. Slow down with your typing. It's 24/7 flat Earth, not 24-second flat Earth.
I'm not saying why like a flat or globe would be responsible necessarily for what's going on, man. I don't get it.
Yep, that went a bit quick for me. Scroll back down. On a flat Earth, they can stay on land till they starve or burn.
But gravity kills them?
Kills them. Duh.
What?
Okay.
Gravity kills
What the hell is wrong with these people? This is what happened when they stayed home for 2 years. They became insane or something's wrong with them.
Broken. Space affects us all and connects us all. Wow. Hey, Het Haru. Here's a little observation for you. I was going to say experiment, but I thought, I can't do it. Hold your left hand out in front of you. Hold your right hand out in front of you. That little piece between your hands is called space. Or is a space. Either way.
That's wild. Gravity kills the whales. Is that what?
Oh yeah, it's up there. It's up there.
And then is that the same nutter? Yeah. Then the same nutter puts space affects us all and connects us all. Really? How does that happen? Are we all holding hands, singing Kumbaya?
Obi-Wan Kenobi say that in Star Wars?
I mean, where exactly what Radwin was saying. What is wrong with these people, man? The whales aren't malfunctioning. The fucking humans are.
You mean whales can't make mistakes, only humans?
That's not really what I mean, but I mean, I could see how possibly if the whales have some problem with their vestibular system, or whatever sonar they're using, I mean, but okay, all we have to do is check the top surface of the water. We'll check that and see if that's curved. Well, oh, guess what? No, the top surface of the water is level. Wow, how about that? Simple.
Good morning, gents.
Mr. Barrington.
Good morning.
Yeah, as I was loading up here in the PNR server, I saw a room, 24/7 Globe Reality. That's what it called it. When did that horse crap start?
Yeah, guess what? The permaband Rich Evans must have been listening. They all they do is sit there. They listen to us on YouTube, and then they make comments like Rich Evans messaged me. He goes, "What you said about the vestibular system is fallacious." Okay, so the gelatinous cupola in your inner ear in the liquid doesn't have site-specific nerves on it? Is that what you're trying to say? What a retard. What's fallacious about the actual physicality of your inner ear? What's fallacious about that?
Well, don't forget that when you're globe-tarded, the things that you don't know about mean that the other person is wrong. So,
yeah.
Remember, they're not really globe earthers, they're behavior earthers. So they're not just behavior earthering. So the reason the earth is a globe is because of their behavior.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason they're globers, a lot of them are because flat earthers are wrong.
Exactly. It's just because they're right because they have the right behavior, and we're wrong because we have the wrong behavior.
Right.
So no matter what we do, we don't have the right behavior, so we're wrong.
Yeah, I know.
And that's really into that for them.
We're stupid and incorrect, and absolutely insane for not saying, hey, see that horizontal horizon out there? That's the curve.
See, our behavior, first off, is that we're not trusting the experts. And the modern scientific definition of expert is one who agrees with their opinion.
Exactly. And the peer review that rely on consensus is all the peers agree with the same opinion.
Yes, because see, the definition of science in the modern world now means, submission to consensus. And so peer review is enforcement of the scientific consensus. Yeah. And of course, scientist is one who submits to the consensus.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like a rehashed version of Islam, which Islam, of course, means to submit.
Yeah.
Yeah, now was Rich talking about that yesterday afternoon when I brought that up to that girl who was going on and on and on? She'd probably say 100 words and maybe have 3 words of meaning in 100 words, and then she was trying to allege that you can't hear you can't feel an airplane moving.
Yeah, I remember hearing that, but it was the discussion I was talking about the vestibular system a little bit before that. And Crack Villain was on here. Several others were on here.
Yeah, because see, I cut in as she was droning on about fake Professor Dave and this and that, and Oh, I don't really want to make an argument of my own, but fake Professor Dave says this, but I'm not really good at arguing.
Yeah. That's the one that CB was just railing against, right? Like he was, I think it might have been another one. There was a couple of women that came in. I don't even know if you want to call them women. They were just like children.
Yeah. I was guessing this one was probably late high school, early college.
Right.
Maybe.
You could tell if they're in college or not by how liberal they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like even one of my sons is like that. And you know, like I've talked to both of my sons about the earth being flat. Now, the one that went to college, he's not having it. Now he doesn't go against what I'm saying because I'm his father, but you know, he tries to have explanations and so forth. All these complex things about like scientism, basically. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah. My other son is a little bit more grounded.
Yeah, and I forgot about that. That girl that I'm talking about, she kept referring to fake Professor Dave and some others as science communicators. And, you know, really, they're either scientismist communicators or they are just pseudoscientist communicators.
Yeah, and that goes right down from top to bottom. I mean, all the top ones that are on the media, Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse Tyson, any of the other ones, they're all scientism, pseudoscience. And like some of them are willing to admit that, like Michio Kaku. He made that statement. I mean, that's amazing they would even let him make that statement. But see, the astrophysicists and or whatever you want to call them, or the cosmologist people, they seem to be more willing to say, look, we've like looked at things, complex things about how light travels and, you know, going into quantum physics, and we get to a point where we don't know what's happening. They're willing, like they're kind of willing to admit it. Like Michio Kaku said, you know, in my field, no one uses the scientific method. We fly by the seat of our pants. We're just guessing at shit. He came out and said it. I mean,
yep, leaps of logic, leaps of illa.
That was pretty honest, man. Like you don't get that a lot.
Yeah, until I came out with all my food allergies, I was in the path to go to pharmacy school. And one of the things in one of the preparatory trainings I was that I'd taken was where they were talking about is medicine art or is medicine science? And they say, okay, well, it's part science because you do experiments and you do, when you're manufacturing, you have to control things as precisely as possible, and that's all rooted in science. But when it comes to the actual day-to-day practice, that's absolutely art and not science. That you don't know if one patient should have 5 milligrams of something or have 10 milligrams of something until you try it. If somebody has a faster metabolism, maybe they need 15. Maybe if they have a normal, maybe they get 10. And if they've got a slow, maybe they get 5.
Exactly.
And so, yes, so you know that you can communicate, we want exactly this much. Okay, well, maybe you need 7.5. Okay, we'll have him cut one tablet in half and then he takes 1.5 a day. And that's the thing I think that the modern world forgets, that art, whether we necessarily like it or not, art is more important than science to nearly every human endeavor. And any attempt to kind of cloud that up with science is just a lie. It's just a lie. I remember from my college days, they were very specific that this is our best understanding. This is the way we perceive it. And they would go through and this is how such and such saw this, and this somebody else saw that. And I remember them being very clear in where they were making leaps of logic and saying things like, okay, well, we made this leap of logic, but then we tested it, so we continued with it. Someday down the road, hopefully somebody will come up with something better. And I don't know what's changed in the 25 years since I've been out of college, but it's entirely changed that now it's sacrosanct. You're not allowed to question that because some political person somewhere said, this is how it is.
Over the past century or two, credentialism has taken over. At one point, being a philosopher of nature, like a natural philosopher, or just applying the scientific method. Anybody could just be a scientist. You just have to use the scientific method, apply it to something. That was the entire point. Now it's being gate-kept. There's a lot of gatekeeping going on due to credentialism. If you don't have the right credentials, you're not qualified. And that doesn't make any fucking sense. Qualification and credentials are not the same. They have nothing to do with one another. People can get a piece of paper that says that they should know something, but that doesn't mean they're actually qualified to do the job.
Yeah, and having said that, I know Nathan Oakley on one of his episodes explored talking about the experiment to tell us how far Venus was away from us, and that if you read the report of it, that they talk about the difficulties of ascertaining when they were actually getting the bounce back. And so whoever was leading the project just ham-fisted his way and said, okay, well, you saw this here. We know that this is when this is supposed to come back. So here's your... Well, we don't really know. Yes, we do, because we know that we calculated this, and you actually got something there. But, well, we got the same identical things every second or so. Well, okay, well, we got to throw those out. Those are outliers. And so now, so much of this quote-unquote astronomy, which is really astrology, is based upon that. And it's entirely wrong. And so good luck getting anybody to go back to say this was wrong, because now everybody who's ever built upon that wrong assumption now, by definition, is wrong.
Yeah, and here's the big problem with any of that stuff, and I'll just talk about it briefly because it is off topic, but you mentioned kind of the same thing. So when these people with white coats give you something, okay, let's just keep it simple. Generally, they give you something. The way I figured it after many, many years is they're not taking any levels in your system as to how much your system has in it. So I kind of started figuring, okay, well, if they don't take a level of this, then it must not be necessary, because if they're asking me what my opinion is of myself, who's in charge there? Who's in charge? They give me something, then they say, well, how are you sleeping? Like, really? Is that is that how you're doing the business? As you're asking me? You're the ones that are supposed to know. Where's the objectivity in this testing? They don't, like, I don't trust them. I think that whole thing is a gimmick to categorize people into groups of supposed illnesses or whatever, and I'll leave it at that.
You know, and since you went down the path, I can't hold myself back. Here's what I've learned from my days of, because that's been a long time ago, mind you, in the scheme of a human life. In the scheme of world history, it's not been long ago. But when I was going down that path, I asked those questions like, okay, well, how do you test and know? And so in some cases, like, I'll give you a good example is vitamin D. Just saying that they actually have tests for that. So you know if it's actually effective or too effective. And ultimately, at the end of it, a lot of these things they do have tests for, but people won't take them. And so if you say, okay, well, we need to test for X, Y, and Z, and whatever, most people would say, well, no, well, let me just try it, and I don't want this or that. And so though I'm not trying to apologize for a whole industry of people who have done some interesting things over the years, I'm just trying to offer the feedback that it is possible to test for those things in a lot, not every, but a lot of cases. And what I think you end up with is a twofold problem. One is the practitioners have a long line of people to get to. And second, I think you've got a long line of patients who just want a magic pill. And so I think it does. I think your observation's correct. And so how I say it to my doctors when I go is I tell them, I tell them exactly how I feel. And, I take charge of that encounter and value the advice of the good ones. And I'll tell them, okay, well, if they say, well, I really think you should do 2 of this, and I'll say, okay, well, what would happen if I just took 1? And typically they'll say, well, 2 was what we know. And then they'll say, like, okay, well, but you know what? Why don't you try 1? I'm going to give you the whatever for 2. You just try 1. If it's not enough, then go ahead and switch to 2. Let me know if you need you need me to change it anyway, but why don't we try that?
Yeah, and a lot of them, like at the VA, they're actually, I find them trying to reduce that amount, which is kind of refreshing, that they're not all about the substance. They're all about, like, I don't know.
Well, and I'll say this, that I do think that the pendulum is swinging to an extent. What I think we can't forget is that at the end of the day, the doctor is the salesman for, your general practitioner is the salesman for the entire medical industry. And I do believe that most of them do their best. And I think what happens a lot of times is they get so many different things in so many different directions, and they're hearing all kinds of different contradictory things. And I think they're just as confused as any of the rest of us.
To err is human, to forgive is divine.
Amen, brother. I'll be back here on shortly, gents. Keep the conversation alive, please.
All right, man. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
I don't worry about zombies. It's the NPCs I worry about.
The zombies should be worried about you. The NPCs are the zombies. Credentialism is detrimental to society. Welcome.
Anybody home?
How's it going, Neil?
Or the server? Who is
How have
this?
you been? This is AG.
Is that Robert? Robert v. Utah?
Who?
That was Neil speaking. He's been around.
That's not Robert, though.
Yeah, no, that's Neil.
Neil Spirits.
Welcome, Neil. We haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, good to see old folks coming back.
Clear out the trolls. Make room for the old vets, the old friends.
So, Neil Spirits.
Yeah, he's a Glober. He's been around here before.
The Neil Spirits. Yeah, never heard
The
of him.
one, the only. Who's that guy?
Oh shit! I'm sorry, guys. I got a flat network. The signal is not good.
He thinks signals go around balls.
Around balls.
Yeah, like a cup.
And he's gone.
Well,
Oh, dang.
You guys scared him away, man.
I was friendly? I don't know what you mean.
you can't please everybody.
Well, if you're a Glober, you've got to believe that at some point, at some scale, right, a ball can be a cup. Like the exterior of it can contain water or liquid. Yeah.
If you convince somebody of that, what else can you convince them of?
That they're a potato.
If they're a fish monkey.
Right, yeah. That's fish monkey. An amphibious mammalian insectoid.
Right. And isn't it just terrible luck that as these creatures evolve, that their fossil records erase themselves, leaving no trace of the pattern of change? Man, that sucks.
that sucks. Just coincidence that there's vital, like, there's important errors where to connect the dots. Something cataclysmic happened.
Yeah. Volcanoes. No, wait. Meteors. Yeah, space meteors. Those are hard to falsify too. Shit.
And even when you talk about the missing link, there is many missing links there. So it's not just the missing link for that shows the evolution in animal kingdom, but where is the link between animals and plants?
Unlimited missing links.
Well, you see, the link is there. They just haven't found it yet.
Well, they've got the connection between like animals and fungi, don't they? Yeah, you don't hear much talk about the connection between animals and plants, do you? Like
they don't like to talk about that either.
No, don't. You never hear about that. You always hear about that fish that grows some feet and hands and feet and could crawl to the dry land and grow some lungs there and could breathe. But okay, and where is that branch that created? When was that branch that created the plants?
So they probably talk about like a cell or a spore or something. Okay, so from there it branched off. So we got plants on one side, then fungi and animals and whatever. Like,
Yeah.
so sort of split off like a tree, and so that doesn't reconnect. That branch doesn't reconnect with any other those other branches. But you can get more plants out of more plants. But no, you won't get another. You won't get an animal.
Like it came from bacteria. Well, some of those evotards are saying that the human brain, that it all started from bacteria.
Right. Yeah. So that's why they said it is the common ancestor. But yeah.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking considered it like like being something that did rot with time because of that water and air that could gather around that rock. So like a tomato, and you have those funguses and rot that grows around that tomato. So it's like Earth. So we are those bacteria around the tomato, but we are in bigger scale.
Aha. You just discovered the missing link. Tomato fungus humans.
Yeah. Did you just liken me to a tomato?
Talk about a leap of logic. I bet if you wrote a thesis, you could get funding for something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Sporadic. I started reading your paper. I'm going to get there. I'm going to read the rest of it. I'm going to try to. I like what I've read so far. Like, read a couple of pages, and it's really well worded, man. And I'm not struggling to understand much of it. Maybe a couple of words in there I have to look up, but.
Thanks. I have to rework the coordinate reference system a bit, because I'm trying to see if I can. I had an agenda with presenting it, and I didn't make a good case with that. But as far as regarding like the philosophy of mathematics and this discussion's relevance to the field of semiotics, I think that's probably the main thrust of the paper, and I'm going to focus on that next. So, yeah, it's still in draft. Thank you for giving it a read. Still collecting comments, and I'll probably take it in a slightly different direction after this.
What paper is that?
Just writing a position paper, a white paper on this topic.
Yeah, need to know basis. So I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we got Captain Kirk in here. Hello.
Captain Kirk.
So it's like the Earth flat?
Globe.
Do you observe the Earth to be something else? First-hand experience outside?
I'm just curious.
Well, I'm trying to check if your senses are working. What do you experience when you go outside? Do you know?
What do you mean? How do you mean?
I mean, do you experience the Earth's to
So
be
when I go
a
outside,
horizontal
what do
plane,
I see?
or flat, level, horizontally? Your own observation.
Yeah.
How do you experience Earth?
Well, I guess you could say that. I guess you could say it's flat.
All right, good. You passed the first check mark. Does someone else want to cover their other parts?
It's flat, I guess. Yeah, it's flat. Okay.
All right, cool. Yeah.
That was an easy conversion.
Well, I mean, like, this type of question is
Quits, man. What the heck? Come on, like.
What do you mean?
It's so quick, man. Like we want to play with our food a bit.
What, is it like
I did say someone else can take over. I just wanted to check the first one,
Give me a second.
You're gonna have to give us lessons.
Oh, well, I was about to go do some errands, actually. Just want to do a quickie here. First check. Then someone else to take over.
Coming like sleep. Is it just me, or is what's his name again?
He said, "Give me a second," and he hasn't come back yet.
Kirk, right? Yeah. Was his mic a bit choppy?
No, he said, "Give me a second," and he hasn't come back yet.
Oh, okay. Because it just sounded to me like he was cutting in and out, like Matrix was earlier, but it might be me. I don't know.
Well, when it comes back, maybe someone can go through maybe the Black Swan or something with him to give a better understanding of how it's measured flat.
Hello?
Hey, welcome back. I gotta do some errands. I'll be back shortly. Maybe someone else can cover the rest of the tracks with you.
All right, Quetzal. See you soon.
Thank you. See you soon.
I just got here, so what was the topic? Specific.
Thanks for coming, man. Yeah, we needed you to run Kirk here through the Black Swan.
Oh, okay. All right, give me a second. I'll just pull something up and I'll post it in the side chat.
Oh, sorry, I was just kidding, but like I was just volunteering you.
Oh. That's okay.
He already agreed the Earth was flat. I'm not sure what we're showing him.
Oh, Oh,
Right? Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, I don't
No
really
need.
believe in that, science nonsense. For the most
All
part.
right, Kirk. Is that who we're talking to, Kirk?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, Kirk. Can you see the side chat, my friend?
Yeah.
All right. Right, so this is one of many long distance observations that destroys the globe. Okay, so if the Earth's a globe, it has to have certain characteristics that go along with it, right? Such as obviously Earth curvature, right? And you would also have to have a horizon at a specific distance away from you, depending on the height that you're observing the horizon from. Right, so when I was at school, they taught me that the horizon's 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot tall, you're standing at the beach and you're looking out, they say the horizon has to be at 3 miles if the Earth's a globe. Right, so we can actually go out and perform different types of observations and tests, right, to try to confirm what they tell us about the globe, right, and the size that the globe is. Okay, so this is a good test, right, to test for that horizon. Because in this observation, we have some distance markers, right? If those oil platforms weren't there, we wouldn't know how far away that horizon was, right? But because we have the oil platforms, we can look up the oil platforms and confirm how far they are out into the ocean. And this second oil platform happens to be 10.1 miles out. Okay, so we can confirm that the horizon is beyond that oil platform, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so now we can do a little bit of math, a little bit of basic math, right? So we got the observer height from the beach, 8 foot above the surface of the water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We do a calculation to check how far away would the horizon be from that observer height, and it would be at 3.46 miles. Right, but it isn't there. It is not present.
Yeah.
Okay, the horizon's magnitude's further than it would be if the Earth was a globe. You following along so far?
Yes.
All right, so you don't think the Earth's a globe, or you do think the Earth's a globe?
At first, I came on here. I was more on the side of the Earth's a globe.
Mm-hmm.
But you brought up some good points here.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
we have these observations are impossible on a globe, right? Like some of these we can see 20, 30 times further than what you would be able to see if the Earth was a globe. So these have been done over and over again in this same location and in many different locations all over the world. So it leaves us wondering. What's that?
Yeah, I wanted to say, wouldn't that render all of our scientific knowledge obsolete? Wouldn't it be obsolete? As in, it's based on falsehoods?
Well, definitely not all of scientific knowledge, right? Just the globe claim.
Yeah,
just the globe.
Just that.
So, right, it's the globe model, right? If you want to call it that, it's just a theoretical, mathematical construct that we're all taught from a young age.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And to get degrees in college, right, you just have to be very good at regurgitating the information that's presented to you, right? You probably won't get your degree if you go out and challenge the core fundamentals, like the Earth actually being a globe and the radius value and all that sort of stuff, right? To get the degrees, you have to just parrot the information. And it's not like those people are lying, right? The people that are teaching the globe model, they're not lying. The people learning
What they know. It's what they know.
It's what they
What
know.
they know.
Exactly. Right. So what we do have is this empirical evidence that goes directly against the Earth being a globe. And so it leaves us wondering, like, who throughout all of history from the globe side has counter evidence to this? And it turns out that there actually isn't any, right? There's no validation of Earth curvature, and there's no validation of the geometric horizon throughout all of history, right? Because it doesn't exist. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. I mean, there's a lot more to it, obviously, but that's the that's a killer, right?
Basically, just the basic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
We don't claim to know the entirety of the shape. We don't try to replace every single claim that the globe side makes regarding stars and planets and things like that. Tides is another good example, right? We don't claim to know exactly how everything works, right? There's a lot more to be discovered. What we're doing is falsifying the globe radius, right? If it doesn't have those specific characteristics that you must have for the Earth to be a globe, right, then we're back to the drawing board about what this place is.
So that's your primary objective, not rendering all of science useless and then replacing it with your new science.
Well, no, because, I mean, what we're talking about when it comes to science is natural science, right, in relation to the Earth and nature. And it would just be testing cause and effect relationships within nature, you know. So, I mean, it's not like science is wrong. Science is just a method. I would say scientists, right, specific scientists are wrong. Not lying, right? But just taking presuppositions and including that in their understanding of this place that we live in, and not actually testing the core variables that their whole worldview lies upon.
Guys aren't really represented well in the media.
Yeah. I mean, you search. I think that's by design as well, right? So, I mean, yeah, if you search up flat Earth on Google or YouTube or something, right, you're gonna get a whole bunch of propaganda. You know, a bunch of like discs floating in space with all the water pouring off the edges and just crazy stuff, right? And hit piece videos where they'll say, flat earthers claim this, flat earthers claim that, right? And it's crazy claims like Australia doesn't exist or something, you know. Once someone actually digs into this honestly and understands where we're coming from, right, it makes a lot of sense. It's hard not to, right? Because we're just basing our claims on empirical evidence that anyone can go and reproduce themselves, well, in most cases. So yeah, most people think flat Earth is stupid because they have a misunderstanding of it.
Yeah, but you know, for someone to propagate this agenda, they would have to. Why would they do it? I mean,
yeah, I mean that's when we start to get into speculation territory, unfortunately, because this was introduced a long time ago into the mainstream system. Right, so what we can do is we can test the claims and see if they match reality, which they don't, right? But trying to prove why someone would lie initially is not something that's possible. We could speculate. We could give, like everyone here could probably speak for half an hour straight about a whole bunch of different speculations, right? It might not just be for one reason. It might be for multiple reasons. Power control, to replace God with themselves, in a sense, to remove all sorts of reasons. I mean, self-preservation. I mean, people already don't trust the government as it is. I mean, even just self-preservation. If they came out tomorrow, right, and said, we've been lying to everyone about space travel and the globe, and we're going to have to rewrite the entire education system, blah, 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 right? People already don't trust the government, right? You ask 95% of people, do you trust the government? And they'll say, hell no, I don't trust them, right? If they came out with more lies on this magnitude, right, it wouldn't be good for them. I think that they would crumble instantly, personally, but it would be very much in their interest to keep propagating this. And I also, when I say the word government, right, it's a compartmentalized organization with different divisions of people and groups of people that have jobs to do on a need-to-know basis, right? Most people would have absolutely no idea. It's not like you get a government job and then you get taken into a room and they're like, oh, well, this is what we're doing, guys. We're lying to everyone about.
They don't know. They don't know.
They don't know. Yeah. Even trying to pinpoint who's lying, right, and then proving that they're lying, that's quite difficult. It would be a very short list of names that someone could come up with.
Well, if they didn't fake the moon landing in the first place, they wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah.
It's true. They wouldn't have to keep it up.
So yeah, if you want to look more into it, I mean, we have a home server with tons of information. You can look in the channel categories under long distance observations and laser tests, gas pressure. There's like a whole lifetime worth of research to be done on this topic. And the more you look into it, the more it makes sense, and the less the globe side makes sense. Most people don't know anything really about the globe. Like, nearly everyone that comes in here, they don't know the basics, right? Where all the flat earthers have done their research, right? They know how the globe model is claimed to work. But yeah, most of. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I often find flat earthers to be more knowledgeable on these topics.
Yeah, because many people, even educated people, they take all of those like core variables, like the speeds and rotation, right, size, and all at distances to things, and they take all of that as true without questioning it, right? Because they were taught all of that from a young age, so they bypass that whole learning section of, if you know what I mean, right? They go straight into memorizing books about relativity and things like that, rather than actually learning the basics, the fundamentals. And then they get good at parroting what I would call like the books of bullshit. And then they think that that's smart, right? Because they've got a good memory and they've managed to memorize and regurgitate some information that they've never really actually questioned, right? They're just repeating what they were taught at school, and they'll come in here very arrogant and think that just having that memory of the books of bullshit means that they're smarter than us. Right, but that's definitely not the case, and they find out that once they come into these channels and start having conversations, because we hold their feet to the fire about, okay, if all of these things that you're saying are true, then X has to be true, right? The radius has to be true. The Earth has to be a globe. There has to be drop over distance. Has to be a horizon. You have to be able to demonstrate these things to have the other things that they're talking about. So they don't have that.
The better you are at memorizing the things, so the higher you will be able to have degrees, so PhDs and degrees, higher degrees. And they made a comedy show about that. So, like, if you remember that comedy show called The Big Bang, something with that
Big Bang
guy.
Theory?
Yeah, The Big Bang Theory. So the guy has just a photographic memory. So he's well, I don't want to say disabled, but he's autistic and he has that much memory, photographic memory. So you can memorize the things, the courses, the books, and you will be able to just regurgitate that every time you have a question. So that doesn't make you intelligent, but yeah, your memory is just strong enough.
But we have AI to do that for them now, so they don't have to go to school anymore.
Would you guys rather homeschool your children or send them to academia?
Homeschool. They'll be smarter.
Personally, I'm not against sending the kid to the school, being submitted to the same exact things that I was submitted to. So I'm not an alien, and he can do the same thing. Even if he study those things in school, doesn't matter. He can distinguish. He will just have to try to distinguish between false things and correct things.
But aren't you worried about your kid becoming more like them?
Becoming them. What I will do. So if I just school him, homeschool the kid, will I just prevent him from contacting the rest of the world where those people just or watching TV or making research in internet and finding that there is some ideas that say that there is a globe?
You don't shelter them from it. You just have the internet. You don't have to shelter them from stuff. If anything, you teach them the globe arguments because the school is not doing it properly. How many people come in here, they don't even know their own lore? We have to teach them. The teachers in these indoctrination centers are not qualified.
Every glober except anti-flat earthers that comes in here doesn't know anything about the globe they think they live on.
I'm not saying that you will send your kids to school and you will play dead like you don't exist. No. You are the father. You are the one who will just show them the way. And yeah, you let them distinguish between false and correct things. Because you won't be there every time. Even if you prevent them to go to school, if you homeschool them, like I told you, you won't stop them from being in contact with the rest of the world. At some point, he will die, and they will just have to be in contact with the rest of the world, have those ideas, process those ideas. So for me, it's just let them live the life like it is, like everyone else, but help the kid to just realize how it goes.
I'd say I vehemently disagree. Sending them to the indoctrination centers is sheltering them from the world, because at no point in your life will you ever be stuck in the same room as a bunch of people your own age. That's not how reality works. And I refuse to shelter my children that way.
The thing is with this is they're going to want to fit in, so they'll just go along with what the other kids believe in, and that's it. And if they go against the other kids, that's how it goes. So that's why it's not a good idea to send them with a group of globers to learn math.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, in the real world, when I'm in the office all day, we don't talk about globes ever. It's not even a factor where I work. Neither is gravity. Neither is anything like that. Just air pressure, really. Fluid dynamics. Shit like that. That's what we worry about.
Correct. This what I did. I assessed it for myself. So I was submitted to that indoctrination, and I consider it a positive point. So for me, my personal experience, I consider it a positive point because I got a taste of that side. I felt what they feel. I just got their ideas. I used their ideas, and I just realized the reality after that when I just turned to Flat Earth and tried to understand the reality. Yeah, some people are still stuck in that side, but not everyone. And you can take the example of yourself.
What's your Invader?
Welcome.
and still we hold to a position with absolute certainty, right? You probably a different one than mine, but still, we should be open-minded, and we definitely should not think that we're so perfect that we can't make an error, right? Make a mistake. I made an error. Everybody saw that. I'm not perfect. Yeah.
Is that your question? Do you know that was a statement?
It's just interesting to me that there's such an imbalance in like the flat Earth community where you guys are not dumb. I'm not saying you're dumb, but I'm just saying, like, by your own admission, you're not top 10% or top 5% in the world. And in the top 10 and 5% in the world, they're not flat earthers, right? So you should think about that.
Are you saying we shouldn't strive for excellence?
No, I'm saying you shouldn't take a position before you're excellent, right?
Wait a second, hold on. This has deeper. Hold on, Roto, hold on.
I'm excellent.
Roto, hold on. This goes really deep. What he's saying is, just from his point of view, flat earthers are super smart because we know some secret that we think we know, and that's why we think we're smarter than them. He actually thinks that we're smarter than him because he can't figure out what we know. And it's just go outside. That's the answer.
Yeah, but listen, I appreciate the straw man, but going outside is something everybody does. So if you're not
exactly, it's not hidden. It's right there in front of you.
You couldn't wait. You had to interrupt again. Okay. So, with that in mind, the smartest people do also walk outside, and they're not like blinded by some illusion. Like, they're aware that something appears one way, perhaps, to some people, but there is something else going on when you zoom out.
Like what?
Yeah, we haven't found that yet.
Why did you
like
think that way?
You talking about like phantom stuff? What are you talking about?
More so about perspective, I would say.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Doesn't have to be
accurate, man. Be accurate. Call a straight line a straight line. You did it before. Come on. So what you got with it all? What's perplexing you? Wait a minute. Is it geometry? Look, work harder, man. I don't know why you don't like geometry. Why you find it in no utility, as you put it. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You ought to give it a shot.
Well, it's also a lot of issues. I'm not denying that. But I'm saying in my life, it doesn't help me solve my issues, right? Like, I'm not one to utilize triangular geometry in what I do, right?
I see. Are you about to apply that to perspective in any way?
Well, what do you mean exactly?
Just a yes or no.
I'm asking for you to elaborate, right?
Are you about to apply triangles?
No, I'll repeat it, dude. Yeah, I'm saying, like, I heard your words, but it didn't really make sense in a coherent way in my head, right? So I might be retarded, but if you could say it in a different way, that would be appreciated.
Well,
right?
look, I know. Sometimes the way I say things sounds real top 35. Let me see if I can rearrange it. Are you about to use a triangle in your example of perspective?
No.
You're not?
No.
Okay. Are you going to use anything geometric?
Well, for perspective, you need straight lines. He's going to use a straight line in case he can't answer.
Angles? Anything? Degrees? You know.
I was more so invoking the colloquial usage of like how perception works, right? I'm not going into the mathematics. I'm not going to try to like prove your little like drop over distance thing. That's not what I'm interested in, right? Like, I don't care for that.
Are you interested in maybe subjective reality?
Let's not go there that again. Let's not go there.
Are you talking about your imagination?
That stuff is flat.
No, I'm saying I don't want to discuss like ontology and epistemology and how we derive truth.
Top 33.
Right? I don't. Huh?
There's your boy right there, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He just said that stuff is flat.
That stuff is flat.
There he is again. He's saying that to you, man. Why'd he say that?
That's about the Earth, too, by the way.
You're tough to have a conversation with, and I don't know why.
What did he just say?
Conversation
what Neil deGrasse Tyson just say?
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
He did like
flat.
Oh, reality, man. There are people that you should be humble. Find a little humility. That's your man telling you stuff like that. There's people smarter than you, right? And
well, I actually did some deep dive on the geometry while we were talking, and actually you could make a case for curved triangles absolutely being a thing. Therefore, I was correct.
Dude, what's the definition of a triangle?
Well, you have spherical triangles on the surface. Yeah, you do. You do. Look up. Google it right up.
There's no such thing. It's an oxymoron.
Like 5
it's
seconds.
An oxymoron. A curved
I mean,
triangle.
again, you're taking an absolute stance after I told you I just read about it. I have
you're
the
just
source.
trying to
Like,
make up shit. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and post what you just said. Go ahead and answer this fucking question, Mr. Curved Triangles. Here you go. What is the sum of the internal angles of this triangle?
He's just now stepping into
the one from Radwin, or
Hey, I'm the test giver.
I'm asking, are you Radwin? I'm not seeing your name light up.
Yeah, Radwin, the test giver. I'll change my name.
Okay. No, that's fine. I was just asking. This is what it looks like. It's spherical trigonometry, and you can Google it right now. No, it doesn't have. It doesn't. You can Google it, dude. You can Google it right.
It's made up shit, dude. It's not in reality.
The symmetrical relationships between sides and angles of spherical triangles. So yeah.
Not 90 degrees. You see that? Not 90 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, do you disagree with like this article from Wikipedia and the mathematics behind it?
I disagree with the article from Wikipedia because we're not talking about spherical angles.
Okay, that was a yes, and now the why, right? Like,
no, I don't agree.
Yep,
spherical triangles
triangles. I don't.
It even has a Wolfram site. Dude, like you should.
No such thing. You can't get those angles. You have to draw it to the center of a ball, and you don't have a center of a ball to draw to. Do you get that part?
Well, I get that you're uneducated on the matter.
You get the part that you don't have a ball to draw a line to the center of.
I mean, so was I, right? I thought you were right. I even got it wrong, but then I researched it, and it looks like I actually got it right, and you're uneducated.
You have to draw lines to the center.
Yeah.
I don't know why you talk like you have an impediment in your head going on, like impeding your thoughts from flowing consistently. It's like you are talking like this for some reason.
Take away
right?
all the lines on the surface and the invisible ones
Just
going.
talk normally, dude.
Try to do it.
That's how he talks, bro.
All right, so Google your next question.
All right, I'm ready.
Go ahead and ask what your next question should be.
Not sure I'm tracking.
Show me what you got.
Bounce go over the curve.
Huh? Oh, man.
How come the eclipse isn't flat?
This is also something that's pretty profound, right? But
You're pretty profound.
I think, yeah, I am. I think like a lot of
This is where you're spiraling. This is where you're spiraling when Radwin says a line to the center of the earth, and all you can repeat is, "This is how you sound. Let's talk about something else." So repeat what Radwin
You're
said.
about like 3 minutes late, Neil. I don't know if you have a brain lag.
See, all you want to do is talk about people, right? You don't want to talk about the actual.
You talked about me, and I talked about you back, and now you're a bitch. I don't know why you're spiraling. You're crying. Why are you crying?
Stay on topic.
I ruined it.
Why are you crying, dude?
He's talking about people. That's all he's got
Yeah,
left.
go on mute, bitch boy.
It's just a spiral.
You're spiraling.
All right. What else you got, Newbie?
Well, I mean, I think I kind of got my questions answered. It sounds like you've made up your mind, but you acknowledge it. You're not in a position where it really is rational, and then you were corrected on some geometry.
When did that happen? That didn't happen.
Well, that
That's
is
how
what
you
happened.
interpreted it, huh?
I didn't hear that.
First of all, you exalted me in my intelligence, and I thank you for that. You also claimed that scientists are people that should be respected, and we should have some humility. So we gave you one, and we hope that you're going to be humble to what you just heard from your guru, a top 33. You admitted that you're not interested in geometry. You didn't know what a triangle was. So you actually got the lesson on geometry. Then when you start Googling things, you think that your newfound answer has some weight or bearing. But you, sir, are actually very fundamental. Nothing has been verified here because you didn't have any valid or weighty questions. So unless you do, this is really just kind of a waste of time or entertainment.
Facts. W content. We should just
Like
change
and
the title of the stream to Globetard Gets Cooked Live.
And he said, wow, he's in space.
I don't know. It's just funny to me that you guys are so
Yeah, talk about you guys. Talk about people. Nice spiral.
Yeah,
Nope.
I mean, I'm having a conversation with people. Yeah.
Ooh,
It's funny to me that you've made up your mind, but you have no proof really, and the best debunk that you had to like what I had to say was
That's a lie.
Well, give me a proof.
You have no proof. You're projecting. You're projecting.
Give me a
far,
proof
too,
of
and
flat Earth.
everybody can see it. It's kind of stupid.
Can I see a proof?
We can show you plenty, but you're just going to hand wave it away, and the Earth itself measures to be.
You can't predict the future, right? So I'm asking.
You haven't paid attention to the podcast since you came here, asshole. I'm going to show you something, and you're going to hand wave it away, and then you will prove me correct right now. Give me a second. Shut the fuck up.
Oh shit! Cooking now, boys.
Oh no!
Center of a ball. You don't have that. Now I got my final words out.
Shit's about to go down.
You act like we haven't been showing you shit like this all fucking week. Since you came in here, we were showing you stuff. You got nothing. You got nothing. You got nothing. Nate, you're
Gas
full of
goes
shit.
down, go boom boom. What? What am I looking at? Tell me. What am I looking at?
It's the fucking horizon.
What?
Do you know what a horizon is?
Yeah, but this is not the horizon. This is like
What
a
is it?
physics room or some shit. I don't know.
What is a horizon?
Well, it's either a mathematical term in geometry or it's like a colloquial term that you use for Earth, right?
Go ahead. Give us the colloquial. Yeah, define the colloquial versions.
That's just where the apparent sky meets the apparent sea, yeah, or land. It's the end of your vision, you could say.
Yeah, it's actually the definition, the actual definition. There's nothing colloquial about it. There's nothing else but that one. Yeah,
the thing
that's the only horizon.
Well, the reason
There's
why
only
it's
one.
colloquial is because in geometry, it's a fixed position, right? And it's not really an everyday language. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Oh, make sure you don't go appealing to anything which uses the colloquial version for geometry purposes.
Yeah.
Not appealing to it. He asked me a question. I just said there are two
I'm just
different
saying,
meanings
just
to that word.
just bear in mind. I'm giving a preamble.
So when you say the geometric position, are you referring to the curvature of the Earth?
Ooh, that's going to sting.
It curves everywhere all the time, so that's why I said it's two different things. Because in mathematics, a horizon or a horizontal plane, right? You can point to that, and it has one position in a 3D space. But when it comes to the horizon, like the horizon, the noun, it's everywhere at once. But the way we use it is where.
What the fuck? It's everywhere at all times. Is this?
I mean,
is it
I'm
in the
sure
room
you
with
would
right
even.
now?
It's colloquial. It's geometric. It's everywhere. It's nowhere. All at once.
Is it in the room with you right now?
Well,
it's right beside you. It's right.
It would be beneath me. It would be beneath me technically, but
sounds like you have an imaginary friend, dude.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're not really tracking, right? Well, that's not my
We're cooking you right now. We're literally cooking you right now.
So let me ask you this: do you think that the horizon changes if I go up in altitude?
Yeah, it does. That's why it's not a geometric position.
So it's not in one position; it's relative to the observer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem for you.
The horizon doesn't change. You see
So if everybody, all 8 billion people, stand on different places and they look for the horizon, what you'll see is that they all have their own little horizon, right? Depends on where they are.
That's a big problem.
That is
for
right,
you.
which is why I said it's everywhere at once, and you got cooked and you didn't track. So now that I have
got
it simplified for you, I hope you got
buddy.
You're saying the geometry.
you can ask follow-up questions.
Changes.
I would love to teach you.
Yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing is everybody's going to view it with their eyes. So yes, it's very individual to everyone. But nevertheless, the definition of it is what? Where the sky apparently, that'll be where every individual's eyes meets the ground. Yeah, and when you rise in altitude, you see farther, but you still see the horizon, where the sky meets the ground, the surface of Earth. Yeah. Yeah, so what else?
Was there a question in that?
No, it's a statement. Just to brush you up and get you straight.
Finish you off and want to know what else you got.
You think about finishing other men off? That's kind of weird.
There you go. Glovers think about it all day long. Glovers think about that shit.
There, y'all be some Skittle guzzlers, bro. It's on some weird shit.
Look, man,
I
I'm not
haven't really heard an argument.
I'm old enough to take your mom out for a nice seafood dinner and never call her again.
Oh shit, that's a good one.
A mom joke in 2025? Okay.
Well, the horizon, dude. You need the horizon to be a physical.
So where's
where the
where's
Earth
the argument?
Can you hear me? Because I'm giving it to you right now.
Yeah, I haven't heard the argument.
Giving you the argument while you're Yappuccino through the sentence. So.
Oh, go ahead.
You need the horizon to be a physical location, aka the curvature of the Earth. If it's an optical phenomenon that does change, which you admitted, that's a big problem for you. You want to address that?
Address what? You've stated something that I don't agree with.
How do you Okay, great. So you don't agree that the horizon is optical. You're saying it's geometric. The physical location.
I'm happy that you repeated what I said, right? But I'm unhappy that you mischaracterized that I need the horizon to be fixed and geometric.
Oh, you do. Otherwise, there's not a globe.
He needs it to be colloquial.
You said it's curving everywhere, didn't you? Underneath your feet for everyone.
That means it's not
that would be the physical curvature of the Earth, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, but it's not.
Which is what you need. That's what you need.
Everywhere.
Yeah, that would be the physical geometry.
That's why I said I'm unhappy with your mischaracterization of my argument. Right? You didn't track. It's okay.
Now, when we're standing at a beach per se. We're looking out at the ocean. We're seeing a horizon. Correct?
Well, that depends. You're seeing like an optical thing. Yeah, sure.
So it's optical. Where's the geometry in this scenario? Where's the curvature of the Earth?
I said that already. It's everywhere. You're standing on it. It's
this is where we're dipping into. Now you have imaginary friends, basically. This is
like where you don't have a proper rebuttal, so you make up like weird arguments.
Not actually making an argument.
Okay.
When you say it's everywhere, always, all the time, go ahead and prove it. Because it sounds like imaginary friends. Because if it's in the room with you right now, like you're not able to prove this. You're just saying it's everywhere. Trust me, I believe it's everywhere. Go ahead and prove it.
I'm going to invoke spherical geometry, right? And I'm going to take a basketball. And with that comes like an absolute proof of what I say is conceptually the case. Always.
No, we're not asking that's not asking you to prove it conceptually.
We can use a basketball.
Prove it in reality.
So here's the thing, right? You're bad with words, and that's okay. I can help you out.
We're good with how
basketball.
Well, I don't need a basketball because you're saying the Earth itself is like the basketball. So saying, well, here's a basketball, therefore it's like the Earth. You need to prove the Earth is like that. Using a basketball isn't the proof. We understand how basketball works. Thank you very much. But now, how does the Earth? How can you prove the Earth is doing this? Well, wait.
No, that's a different question entirely, which is why I tried to correct you.
And purpose. That's the whole purpose of the question. We don't need conceptual ideas of how basketball works. I think everyone's up to speed on that. But if you're saying the Earth is like that, go ahead and prove it. We'll wait. We got time.
All right. I'll post some pictures from space.
Alrighty. Now, this would be. We would also need the verification that the ground is curving, dude.
How do you verify it then?
Yeah, that's up to you. That's your claim. Good luck figuring that out.
I verified with pictures from space and videos.
That's not verification, dude.
You said that I get. You said that I get to verify. That's how I verified. So
that's not a verification.
So do you have? So what is your measuring stick?
Don't worry about me. This is your claim. It's your job. Your burden.
Wait. If I'm saying this is the lens that I use to look at this issue, and you're saying, well, it doesn't hold, you can't use that, then I'm asking you, well, okay, provide an alternative.
You're going to get
then you have
no, I don't have one. This is like the peak flat Earth community, bro.
Listen. You have the standards of a
grown man not making a single point.
Hold on. Listen, you have the standards of a Bigfoot believer. Let me put myself in your shoes. I have pictures of Bigfoot. Is that verification? Didn't think so. I didn't think so. You have the standards of a Bigfoot believer. I'll say it again. You have the standards of a Bigfoot believer. If they just present pictures of Bigfoot, which certainly are out there, as claimed, like the space pictures, is that verification of Bigfoot? Yes or no?
I mean, this is how I would say it, right?
We just need a yes or no. We just need a yes or no. Is pictures of Bigfoot verification of Bigfoot?
If they're real pictures and they're not,
we just need a yes or no, dude.
Yeah, if they're real pictures, not edited. Yeah,
there are pictures of Bigfoot out there. Chat, can we?
They're unedited.
No. You're saying you trust just pictures alone. You sound like you have the standards of someone who believes in Bigfoot.
I'm saying like
they have pictures also. What we're pointing out to you is that's not verification that Bigfoot's real. I think pictures that can most certainly be edited, like you said, is not verification.
It's just like a script you're running. I feel like I'm hitting the same wall, and I'm probably going to get muted in a while because this is like where your script ends. You don't have good rebuttal. You keep restating weird shit about like Santa Claus and Bigfoot.
Of a Bigfoot believer, and you're mad at me because your standards are so low.
No, like, so here's the thing. You're not educated, and that's not your fault. That's not your fault, right? But in science, we don't deal... We don't... Okay,
we have plenty of time. We'll wait. Because the first example was, well, look, here's a basketball. Trash. Oh, wait, look, pictures. Yeah, you sound like a Bigfoot believer. What else do you got? Because these are not verifying they're like a basketball.
So he says we're uneducated when he says science is geometry. What a dumbass.
Those?
Is this a competition to sound the most retarded? Because I don't know which one of you is winning.
You're definitely winning. You're definitely winning because you're not addressing this verifying the Earth as a basketball thing. You've moved pretty swiftly on to talking about flat earthers again.
This kid can only ad hom. All he can do is talk shit. He's got nothing. He can't prove his globe religion. Oh, I'm muting him so he doesn't talk over CB, and then I let him speak again because he doesn't know how to control himself.
All right, I'm unmuted. I hope I won't get interrupted, yeah? I'm not saying that a sphere is the proof that we need to determine whether or not Earth is a globe. I'm saying on a sphere it follows that what we consider the horizon... Now I'm getting interrupted.
We know how. Yes, we know how a sphere follows.
I don't know. I'm getting interrupted now.
Part. Yes, you are. Because we need the proof part where you're proving that the Earth is a sphere. We don't need to conceptualize how a ball would work. We know that part. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but that's what I was asked. And I was not asked.
Sorry, you weren't asked that. You weren't asked that. If you're saying the Earth is like a basketball, prove it. That's all we need. In reality.
that came later, and that's what I'm answering now.
That's what we're on right now. That's what we're on right now.
Yeah. Listen to the words that I'm conveying, okay?
We hear you trying to conceptualize what a basketball would be like, and we're well aware of that.
Thanks, with this basketball real fast. Get your basketball and do this without measuring your basketball. Just use the surface of the ball, and I want you to get me an angle to the light in your room.
What is wrong with you guys? I asked not to get interrupted. Now 3 people have hopped on and interrupted me.
Come to realize that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Go get a basketball and get me an angle to the light in your room from it. You can't do it.
I don't think you're tracking, respectfully, sir.
The end.
We hear you just fine. You're not speaking Chinese. We hear you.
So when I say
it
that
would logically follow that on a ball, it would be like this. Yeah, we know that. Now you need to go to the part where the Earth is like that.
And I'm doing that. I'm saying, look at pictures. The meta was like this, right? I say, look at pictures. You say you can't trust pictures because of Bigfoot. I say pictures are up.
I'm just saying you have the standards of someone who also believes in Bigfoot because they have pictures too, and we all know ain't no Bigfoot, even though there are.
But how do you know that? How do you know that?
Even you yourself said it.
No, but how do you know? I'm trying. This is what I'm trying to get at, right? How do you know something is fake, right?
Well, you don't just take pictures and then stop and go home and say, "Oh, well, picture, that's it, verified." That's what you're doing.
So what do you do?
How that's faulty.
I'm asking you a positive question, not a negative, weird one. Like not what you not do. What do you do? What do you do? You don't have an answer, right? Because you haven't.
Don't just take pictures and go home.
Yeah, you said that already. What do you do? No, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. I don't care about you. I'm talking to this guy.
You compare the photos with reality.
I don't care about you, weird British person. You're
because you're too dumb to understand comprehend reality.
Yeah, well, I'll just say what he's saying. You just compare the pictures to reality, and the pictures from space don't match reality, so you're cooked.
All right, so you draw a comparison to reality.
No, you got cooked. You compare the photographs to reality. That's how you know the difference, dumbass.
Okay, so if you have. Okay, angry British person, control yourself, right? You're talking to one calm guy and you have 4 people on your team. I think you can manage.
It's all right, bro. Stop talking about people in here.
So your answer is you compare to reality, yeah?
Yeah, why would you not do
that? Is there anything else I need to consider in your paradigm?
I mean, that'd be a good start. We shouldn't just take the picture.
Is there anything else?
Which is what you would do.
Is there anything else?
That's a good start, See if the picture matches reality. If it doesn't match reality, you throw it out.
That's all you need.
What do you mean a good start? Is there more?
Yeah, maybe measuring the Earth. That'd be nice.
So if you compare it to reality,
that'd be good too.
It turns out to not correspond with.
Oh shit! Now Jedi's jumping in too. You guys can't contain yourself.
Am I not coming through? Am I not coming through?
We hear you just fine.
Oh, it's T-Dub. Never mind. T-Dub can't control himself.
Yeah. So, if you compare it to reality and it doesn't work out to correspond with reality, you can stop there. You don't need to do anything else, do you?
Yes, you do.
Well, you could just throw out reality and go with pictures.
That's it. You just stop there. You've shown that it is not corresponding to reality. You can.
Well, how have you shown that?
By going into reality.
Yeah, what does that mean? That you can't see the whole Earth, therefore it can't be? Is that what you're saying?
No one said that.
So what are you saying is what I'm asking. I'm asking specifically.
You're not just looking at a computer screen.
I'll tell you. If someone shows you an image and says, if a circle with some coloration on it and a black background and says that's Earth, you get them to describe what is this image exactly. We'll see the blue parts, that's ocean, that's water. See this brown and green part, that's land and vegetation. And this is what you live on. It's a circle, it's a sphere, it's embedded in a larger space. All that blackness is around it is outer space surrounding it. Okay, so we've got some claims on the table, right? So we can go from our vantage point in reality, because that's not reality, that's just an image of someone claiming it represents reality. We can actually go into reality ourselves and say, is the surface of liquid curving? because that's what's depicted in the image. Okay, no, it's not. All right. So we can rule that part out as being authentic. And then this black background outer space vacuum that they claim. All right, so they're claiming that surrounds the gaseous pressurized system that we breathe. All right. All right, let's see if we can replicate that. No, we can't replicate that. The claims on the table that, that would be a violation of entropy in the second law of thermodynamics.
Actually, wouldn't.
Cannot be demonstrated. That is an unsubstantiated claim.
Okay, so where's the container, T-Dub?
I don't need to provide one. I don't provide.
So you don't know. So it's it's an unsubstantiated claim again. Nice.
Focus.
No.
You've completely forgot what we were just talking about.
So where's the container? What is it made of?
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
No, one sec. You brought up.
Is this where your script ends, buddy?
No, we're not doing that.
Hey, bro. Hey, excuse me. You brought up the container. I brought up the claim that there is a gaseous pressurized system adjacent to an ever-expanding vacuum within which the gases are not expanding as dictated by entropy in the second law of thermodynamics. You brought up container, not me.
No, you invoked that when you said the second law of thermodynamics.
I don't care.
Hold on, retard.
So you're wrong.
The claim that a gaseous pressurized system exists adjacent to an ever-expanding vacuum, a void, without physical barrier between.
There it is.
Contain the gas.
There it is.
Yeah. Because that would be the only thing that would prevent the gases from going any further.
There it is.
If he can what we were just talking about. You don't even remember.
Dude, you have to claim.
So where is it? What is it made of? Is there a picture of the barrier?
I don't need one.
You have to prove outer space is there in order for there to be a container. You can't just put that on us. We didn't say anything. We said we have gas pressure. How do you like that? Prove the rest.
Yeah, I don't know. I get muted because this is the end of your script, right?
Yeah, no, you're not muted for that reason. You're muted because you've lost the plot, dummy. We were just talking about how you have pictures from space and maybe you just cooked them. And now you want to talk about flat earthers again.
In reality, right?
No,
not
I'm on
in
topic.
The picture. No, in reality. Not in the picture. In reality, you cannot demonstrate preventing the expansion of gas into an available space without physical containment. But you claim, right, that there is this point beyond which Earth's gases don't continue to expand without that it's adjacent to a vacuum in which entropy would dictate it expands into. Right? That's an unsubstantiated claim. We can substantiate the claim of being able to contain gas with physical containment.
I don't know why you're repeating yourself. I don't agree with the premise.
You're not going to listen to it anyway.
You have a burden of proof if you want to invoke that argument.
Do you agree?
No, he doesn't.
Do you agree that you can't substantiate that claim?
What do you mean? Which claim?
The claim that there is an area of gas surrounding Earth and it's not expanding into an available space.
That's your claim, by the way.
No, I can. But I'm just saying gravity is at play. It's not a container.
Can you substantiate the claim?
Well, can I prove gravity, or what do you mean?
Of course you can.
No, can you substantiate that the Earth's gases are not expanding into an area which is directly adjacent to it, which would be an area available to it for it to expand into without
I can do this.
Barrier.
We could do some if P then Q, right? So put it like this. If there is gas pressure in the system, and it's a closed system, the gas pressure remains consistent.
No.
No. I'm thinking out loud. There are probably going to be errors.
You're not
you can
thinking
correct
correctly.
me.
You're wrong.
Well, correct me. Feel free.
At certain levels, yep. All levels, you'll have basically a consistent pressure. Yep.
Yeah, so I was right, and the guy that interrupted was wrong. Thank you.
Shout out the gradients, though. There's a gradient also.
There's a pressure gradient. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a gradient close to the edge, but that's
Is that consistent?
still consistent.
Is that pressure?
Yeah, it is. It is consistent. Yes.
All right, we'll hold you to that. We'll hold you to that. Like when you bring up gradient, we're gonna hold you to that.
You don't even know what a gradient is, bro. It's not.
You brought it up. What do you mean? I literally brought it up. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you claiming there's an outer space that we need to have a container around?
This fucking guy.
I would say like this. The easiest way I could say it is like this. There is no container. There is no container around Earth. There is gas pressure. Therefore, the claim that gas pressure can only exist with a container is false. Right?
That's
the way I would argue.
You haven't verified any of that.
Get cooked. Get cooked. 1 versus 5 again. Is a W.
Exists.
You just cooked yourself.
Then where is the container?
The violation.
You're claiming outer space vacuums exist with that, and that you're wrong. You haven't proven that.
I mean, I can literally look at it, dude. What are you saying? You're saying there's no space? You're saying no planets, no sun?
Vacuum?
What am I looking at, dude?
Not outer space. The fuck?
Then what am I looking at?
Vacuum?
Not outer space, dummy.
I'm not asking these double like negatives. I'm asking what am I, not what am I
You're
not.
not looking at the thing you think you're looking
And then
at.
you
That's
repeat
the
yourself.
only thing that matters. That's the only thing that matters. The thing you think exists, you're not looking at. That's the only thing that matters.
Stop.
Holy shit, you're break, bro.
You think you're looking at a sky vacuum.
Well, when you say sky vacuum, do you mean like there is no pressure, or what do you mean?
The sky. It's just the sky. That's what you're looking at.
I'm asking for clarification, so I don't answer something that I.
Look up, you see a vacuum, right? We can rewind the tape.
I'm asking you to clarify what
you got your answer.
The sky. I told you. You're looking at the sky.
He wants us to use his preferred pronouns. What do you want us to call it? Outer space, the universe, solar system, whatever. What do you want us to call it?
So here's how it is, right? There is like.
It's not like that.
Yeah, but the sky is atmospheric, right? That's on Earth, but the space is outside.
There is no outside of Earth. There is no outside of Earth.
Well, can you prove that? That's a positive claim.
Yeah. The second left thermodynamics, the gas pressure presented to you is the proof. Yeah.
Yeah, and when I say then you have to prove the container, and you say, oh, no, I don't. Then we're back at square one. Yeah?
We did prove it.
No, you didn't. Where is it?
Yeah, we did. What do you mean, where is it?
14.7.
What's with this? Hold on.
Dude, your argument is that
hold on a second.
somewhere.
What's with this
No,
new
you're saying,
standard
I'm
all
not
of a
going to
sudden
hold
that
on.
you have that you need to see something to believe it?
So you're saying
You believe
that
in
around
gravity?
Hold
Hold on a
around
second.
the whole globe,
You believe
right,
it now?
or flat Earth, whatever you think it is, there is a container.
I'm
But you can't photograph it. You can't see it. You don't know anything about it, but you just know it's there. Okay.
All right, we're just going to pop you on mute for a second. Nate, we're not going to sit here and pretend that you have a standard where you need to see something to believe it. We know how you operate. You believe in curvature, core belief. You believe in gravity, core belief. Never seen these, never will, don't even care to see it, yet you believe it wholeheartedly. We're not going to sit here and pretend along with you that you need to see container to believe container.
He's claiming that the outer space has to be a vacuum and that we need to prove there's a container, when he's proving that by looking up at the sky and saying, that's a sky vacuum. That's his proof.
Right. I told him we can substantiate that the way gas pressure is achieved using physical containment. Demonstrate it all day long. And I asked you, can you substantiate your claim through way of creating a pressurized gaseous system without a physical barrier? Because that's what you claim. You claim gas pressure can be achieved without the necessity of a physical barrier for the gases to press upon.
Yeah, and I made that argument.
Yeah, so demonstrate that for us.
Well, you can't demonstrate a non-existent, right? That's like a weird way of phrasing it. Like the way you would argue it is
you can't substantiate the claim.
No, this is like understand this, right? If there were a container, you would be able to figure out where it is, and you would photograph it. Right? You would. No. But since you haven't done that,
you're
it is to be
I don't agree with
assumed.
that. I don't agree with
You're
that. Claiming there's a space.
Well, then you're just guessing. Then you're having this like weird
We're
mind
not
game.
guessing. Is that what you're
where
doing with
guessing.
curvature? Is that what you do with curvature? You have pictures of curvature?
Container again.
You've never seen this curvature.
That we need to prove there's a container because you have a space vacuum. Again, we said we have 14.7 psi at sea level. That proves a container. That all that proves is that you don't have a space vacuum. How do you like that?
Oh, I'm unmuted.
Oh.
Not only can we demonstrate the achieving gas pressure through the
You haven't done that.
physical containment.
We did.
Yes. We can.
So where's the container?
You don't need to see it.
Bro, we can substantiate that you can achieve gas pressure by way of physical containment. Not only that, we can demonstrate that when we expose that system to a vacuum, right, the air expels from that system. And any liquid remaining inside that system evaporates into gas and also evacuates that system. That's entropy. The second law of thermodynamics dictates that that's what gas would do and will do. And you can demonstrate that. You claim that doesn't happen at some point or on some scale. So fucking demonstrate it.
Oh shit. Oh shit, dude.
Hey, this man's got a point. This happens all the time. You say it doesn't, so show it not happening then. Go on.
I mean, I've said what I've said, and you haven't responded to it, so I don't really know. Like, you want to play this game of repetition where I ask my question again, and you mute me, and then you overtalk, and then you think you have a point?
What does the container smell like? Yeah, we have a claim that the cause of pressure is a container, as expressed with the experiments that have validated the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT. Now, this is because entropy increases, gas fills spaces, and we're dealing with the amount of volume and the gas and the pressure of the gas inside that volume and the temperature. We understand that according to Boyle's law, if you increase the size of the volume, the gas is still going to fill the volume and still going to press on the exterior of that volume, and it's still going to cause pressure. See, the thing is, every time you remove the container, the gas continues to expand. That's the law that always happens. Can you show the law that always happens not happening, please? Would that be okay?
Yeah, on Earth, no container shown, demonstrated.
That's not been demonstrated. You're just saying
Well,
it.
I mean, you have people that go through rockets and they travel to a space where
You've
there
only
would have
seen
to
that
be a
on
container.
YouTube, bro.
And
You
we've
saw that on
never
TV.
seen.
No one's ever flown in a rocket.
Okay. This was like an invitation to all of you to just lose it, huh? All of you need
We're not
your
losing
opinion
it.
out.
You're
At the same
basing
time.
reality off of
6
shit you
people
saw on
just yell
YouTube.
at me.
Still
Okay.
fucking talking.
Yeah.
So I've cited this law of nature that applies to nature. That's the earth where the nature is. It's a law of nature. It always happens without exception in open and closed systems. So this law of nature that happens here on earth, you're saying doesn't happen here on earth where all the nature is.
That's fucking crazy.
Actually, it's different, right? And what you're not realizing is that you're making an error in the proposition, right? Because you're saying, well, here on Earth, the only place we've tested this, right, in experiments.
There is no other place.
Unless you say that we have tested it elsewhere, but I don't think you are.
There is no elsewhere.
Okay, so that's a no.
Earlier, it's a
So you're saying saying all the experiments that you made on Earth makes you believe that something is at play always also outside of Earth, and your
There is no outside of Earth. How many times did I tell you?
You have nothing. But we have video footage, we have astronauts, we have witnesses, we have people, multiple companies, multiple nations. You're not excused because I'm talking, right? They're all disagreeing with you.
Yappuccino right now. We've already addressed everything you're saying.
I'm a chef.
So
you're literally not.
Where does nature stop? Is that a mile above the Earth? Is that 2 miles above the Earth before the fantasy magic starts taking place? When does that start then?
Got him. It's a good question, Jedi. He probably won't answer it, though.
What's the fucking point? I just want to know when the fantasy begins. The not natural law take place.
Yeah, give us an exact number.
Yeah, exactly. Where does the magic begin?
Here's the confusion. I think because it's named natural law, you think that somehow is like, oh yeah, it's perfect. It cannot be altered, and it has all the
That's not what he said. Why don't you just address what he said exactly? You're saying there's nature here and then not nature over there. Where does that line exactly start? Why don't you give us a number in miles, say, above the Earth? How about that? You can't do it. I don't even know why we're asking you. It's too high IQ.
No, I'm saying like I'm on the wiki.
So what's the number?
The number is Wikipedia.
I'm not going to be pigeonholed into like weird.
This is your claim. What do you mean pigeon? you're being pigeonholed into something that you said? How crazy is that? How crazy is that? You make a claim, we ask you to stand on it. You're like, you're pigeonholing me. Maybe you shouldn't say things that you can't back up. Pro tip for you.
Write the number in the side chat if you want to get unmuted. Until then, you can stay on mute.
I agree with that. You should put the number in the chat. And we can go from there. We don't want to hear any more Yappuccino. See, the thing is, Wikipedia.
42, he says 42.
42 what? 42
Just out
what?
of curiosity, how do flat earthers contend with like all of the pictures of Earth from space and all of the astronauts who claim
They're denying reality. They're denying reality, dude. You're seeing it live. You're coping.
You're supposed to be getting a number for us, sir.
I got
the other guy. Why don't you post one in the chat and we'll come back to that shortly. If there's so many pictures, grab one and put it in the chat.
All right.
Hey, we don't deny that those pictures exist.
Space. Sorry, dude. How do we deal with pictures from space? Yes. How do we deal with pictures from space, the second law of thermodynamics, and then watch them cry? That's how we deal with pictures from space.
Bro, it's happening live in 4K.
Bro, what would happen is the astronauts would hit the freaking barrier, is what you're not realizing. They would die. They would explode. They would hit the container, yeah? That does not happen.
You're gullible. You believe that
your little idea that this like natural law, right, is the end all be all, but you don't have to prove shit. It's
you
your
didn't make up
downfall,
the
right?
law, dude. What's wrong with you?
Also, if Earth is flat, where is the end of the Earth? And why is it capable?
It's your turn. Space pictures for the chat, right? And Nate's just made a positive claim that we were asking for 100 kilometers, right? So maybe do we want to get him to back that up or something?
Yeah, we're gonna go with the number first, and we'll come back to the pictures.
100 kilometers and 101 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. Laws of nature do not apply. Yeah, I want citation and demonstration that the laws of nature no longer apply above 100 kilometers above the Earth.
I know, but nobody said that they wouldn't apply.
You said that.
Hold on.
You said that.
You said that, dumb fuck.
You
Here's what
literally said that.
Because you're misconstruing reality, and this is a common theme. This is a common theme for you guys, right? Hear one thing, believe another.
We're live on YouTube.
You charged us with applying the laws of nature to everywhere where nature is. You said no. Laws of nature cannot be applied everywhere. I asked you where.
We told you to give us an exact number of where. You gave it to us, and you're like, well, no, you can't address the fact that I said that. Holy shit, dude. No one's saying the laws of nature don't apply. That's exactly what you said verbatim, word for word. It's a good thing we're live on YouTube, bro. Holy.
Yeah, with like 10 viewers. Yeah, awesome. Big crowd.
Also, just lie because it's only 10 people.
Oh, great.
Wait, is this Newt? Is this Newt or is this the other?
No, dude, people have called me weird shit all the time, and I've been clear
Yeah,
that.
it's NPC 3445. That's all it is.
Cool.
It's AT. Remember him?
Yeah, they just sound similar and have a similar name. So
Apparently so. Apparently, it sound like
You
a
got
lot of
cooked,
people.
bro.
Alan
You
as
said
well.
there's a place at this distance that's not nature. Then we addressed it. And you're like, well, that's not exactly not nature.
No, so here's what happened,
this is
right?
too funny.
I am saying that.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that you have a problem with your law of nature, right?
This is
Because
what
you have not demonstrated any container on the globe, and because you haven't done that,
yes,
I'm
we
saying
have.
I don't buy that argument, right? So
Wait, you're
until
saying
you
you
do
need to
that,
see it?
you have a burden of proof.
Do you need to see it?
Well, I need to know something about it: distance, thickness, density, matter, all that.
You don't
right?
know, you don't know anything about those things. Like when it comes to gravity or curvature, you don't know anything about those, but you believe them. I don't believe you when you say you need to see or detect or smell the container to believe it. When you don't apply those same standards to gravity or curvature.
You're deploying like double standards, right? Because if you were to say, well, because they're back at me, huh?
It is you.
Okay, no, you.
You guys always do this. When we present a container, you're like, I need to see it, smell it, taste it, touch it. It's like that. You've never done that with curvature or gravity, but you believe those as core beliefs.
Or the rotation of Earth as claimed.
Or rotation, exactly.
Right.
You have
so double standards.
Yeah. Some weird double standards, bro.
But I can tell him something about one part of it, because like the surface of liquid where the gas meets, right, and is essential for the existence of liquid, right, that part's flat. I can tell you something about that part of it.
I'm unmuted now. Great,
bro.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So you're saying I'm a little confused actually, because you're saying, well,
I believe
because nature, right, or natural law, it rests on two systems. But you've already said that, well, there is no other system. There's nothing else outside of Earth. So
what is the other system it relies on?
Well, like a pressure, right? Pressure exists next to a different pressure environment, right? That is entropy. It only exists like that due to a container. And you're saying, well, there is a container. This is why we have gas pressure. Otherwise, we wouldn't, or it would be different, right? It would disperse. Well, that rests on the notion that there is a different system outside of the barrier, yeah? And you morons don't even realize that is embedded in your argument. So, yeah.
I don't think you know what you're saying. I don't think you even know what you're saying.
I don't think you're understanding how cooked
You're
you are.
saying that there has to be a container because there's a vacuum outside of it? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you've denied
Then you're not,
that there
that's
is...
what you are saying.
Okay, you can interrupt, I mean. Or you can just say what you think I'm saying, and then you can argue that. You've been doing that all night.
High pressure moves to low pressure, and you need a container to stop that from happening. You're saying, well, just you have to have two systems, so it can only be contained if there's another vacuum outside of that container. No, you don't have to have a vacuum outside of it, and you would need a container for that vacuum also.
Exactly. We could ask you what's your ever expanding vacuum in? What's that inside of? What's that contained within?
So here's the problem, right? You're trying to switch this on me again. So you're saying that now I have to argue it.
Yeah,
you're saying, no, you're saying that. I mean, you can interrupt again. You have no problem doing that. It seems.
What's the universe expanding into? What's the universe expanding into?
I'm not making a claim of expansion. You're embedding that
you
now.
don't have to. It's been made for you. Yeah, you don't even realize that you're invoking another different system.
All right, so I guess if we're gonna play that game, where's the edge of the Earth? Huh? Where's it at?
The same place as the edge of the universe. Exactly.
The same place? Okay, so the Earth is infinite.
Different day.
Wait, you said you weren't making a claim of expansion.
No, I'm asking you.
How can you have an infinite edge, you retard?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
You don't even know what you're saying right now.
No, I'm asking you a
question. You just flip-flopped in under 30 seconds. That was hilarious.
Infinite edge Earther now.
No.
You literally flip-flopped in under 30 seconds.
No, you said it was expanding.
You said, I'm not making a claim to expansion.
And I said, I'm not making that claim.
All right, bro.
And then I said, if we're going to play that game where you're saying it's expanding and you're also simultaneously saying that. Yes, you were. And you simultaneously said that the edge is at the edge of the universe. Okay, so it's finite then, right?
Is the universe finite?
I'm asking you, it should be a yes or no. Is Earth finite?
You have constant air pressure, so you have a fixed volume.
I don't need 6 adult men to act like kids, right? I need 1 adult man to answer my question. Yeah?
Volume of air pressure.
Can I have an adult man answer my question?
Oh my god. Do you understand that you have a fixed volume of air pressure?
Do I understand that? Can you prove that? I don't know. Like
14.7 psi at sea level.
I know. I didn't say stated. I said prove it.
Debunked you. So it's not ever expanding. It doesn't go on forever.
So it's finite. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, right?
Air pressure proves it.
Cool. Now, where is it at? Where's the edge, right? Because it's finite.
The same place as the edge of the universe.
So where's that? You don't know. Right?
You tell me.
You don't know. I mean, there's this funny thing. There's this funny thing going on, right?
There's another double standard for you there, right there.
To me,
you have a universe where you don't know where the edge is, but you need to know where our edge is. Isn't that weird?
You have the exact same worldview where you have this reality where you don't know where the edge is,
but you want us to tell you where it is.
The fuck is that?
Where's the edge of the universe? Well, I don't know. Why would I know that? Okay, well, why would we know where the edge of reality is for ourselves?
Because we were talking about Earth, not the universe.
It's the same thing, dude.
It's the same
so you're saying, wait, so looking at when I'm looking at the sun.
Yeah, you don't know what that is.
No, I'm asking you, what am I looking at?
You don't know.
Moving over your head.
I'm asking you specifically, what am I seeing? What am I looking at?
No one in human history will ever know what
no one will ever know.
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Let's make an absolute claim about the future. Great.
People have been here for a long time.
You guys, like, if we invented a time machine and we went back like 1,200 years and we just picked a random group of people and we took them back, yeah? And we're like, yeah, so let's argue like Earth, right? That's you guys.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
There's been no progression in the way that you think.
How do you? Okay, why don't you walk us through the steps of how do we get closer to knowing what the sun is? Go ahead.
You can't even fly without treating the Earth as being flat.
I'm gonna clue you into this little thing that's called space travel. Yeah, space travel.
And there you go again. Fucking.
We didn't have those 12.
So what's cool is, for all practical purposes, all pilots treat the Earth as a flat and stationary, non-rotating planar surface, including your asshole knots.
Oh shit.
Do you think the pilots, like, hold any significance?
All of them, yes. All of them, yes. Every single fucking one.
But astronauts don't. Okay.
All of them treat the
Earth
for all practical purposes as a flat, stationary, non-rotating planar surface. I'm not going to say it again.
So let's believe this one group of people that you are not, but let's not believe this other group of people that you're not, because they debunk your shit case, huh? Yeah, let's do that.
Well, you're falling apart, aren't you?
It's called a hostile witness, you abject retard.
Well, pilot is not a hostile
witness. It's not real. I've been on an airplane. You've probably been on an airplane.
It's a game over for him. You can hear it in his voice.
I'm having fun, dude. I'm eating.
Have you been on an airplane before, sir?
Yes.
All right. Have you been in a rocket before? Went to outer space?
No,
I didn't think
neither have I been in a submarine, but I acknowledge deeper sea levels than I've ever been to. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not a fictional setting. You can actually go into the water. You can't go to a fictional place called outer space, bro.
You can go to space, yeah. Have you gone to deep sea levels? Have you seen like the weird fishes with lights on their head?
This isn't bedtime story time where we're going to outer space.
No, it's just another dodger for me, right? Did you want to dodge, and it's okay.
Dodge what? You can't go to a fictional place.
You're 6 adult men not being able to win a case
It's
against
just
one guy
me and you.
that you have to continuously mute. That is pathetic, dude. That is pathetic.
He doesn't even know how to count. God damn.
Self-coping, soothing behavior right now.
Effie Batman.
Outer space is a fictional setting. Outer space is not real.
G-Dub, Jedi.
Effie Batman doesn't even speak.
Outer space is not real. That's 4.
Effie Batman literally does not talk. Ever.
Shit, it was the other guy, Radwin.
Exactly. You're just talking shit, bro.
Jedi,
Yeah,
that's
outer
5.
space is not real. We'll just move on to the next
And then
guy.
DJ is 6.
Thanks. Well, who was the other person? Yeah, outer space is definitely not real, bro.
I haven't been jumping in. I know for a fact that it is real.
No, you don't. You're doing this self-soothing behavior again.
No, I actually, I'm a satellite. Satcoms engineer.
According to my calculations.
Yeah, I know, empirical data and science.
Empirical equivocal data. We've already cooked you many times,
You want to
bro.
go ahead and post some of that shit then? Back up your claim?
Back up which claim?
Yeah, the claim that you have data that an outer space ever expanding vacuum exists.
Oh, you're adding claims now. Ever expanding vacuum?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's a necessary component to the existence of space?
This isn't
the claim's been made for you, bro.
Yeah,
no. What I've asserted is that I know that there is a satellite up 35,000 kilometers in space.
No, we were talking about the vacuum of outer space. The claim that exists adjacent to Earth's gaseous pressurized system.
So, I actually have a question for you guys with respect to that, if you'll allow me.
He's just going to ignore what you said, Tito.
So, I'm not ignoring what you said.
And he's going to ignore what I said.
How am I ignoring what you said? All right, I will not ask that question so that I can explicitly show you that I'm not ignoring what you said. What is it that you think I'm ignoring that you would like me to explicitly answer?
This isn't a BYOB situation. The claim of the Earth being a globe in outer space and all that stuff has been provided, so you don't get to bring your own version. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this. So you don't get to say your own worldview. You're stuck in with the same worldview that we're being mocked for not believing.
I don't get to.
You don't get to make up your own.
I'm not asking. I'm not bringing in a worldview at all. I'm asking. I want to ask a question, right? Like because you guys have an issue with gas in a vacuum, right? As if somehow that can't exist.
It's not our issue.
What do you mean gas not existing in a vacuum?
As in you don't think gas can exist adjacent to a vacuum, right? In a steady state. Do I have that wrong?
In the way that it's described on the Earth, no, of course.
As opposed to what?
What do you mean as opposed to what?
As in, can you describe a scenario in which that does apply?
What do you mean?
As in, can you describe a scenario in which there can be gas adjacent to a vacuum?
No.
Okay, so I have a question therefore. So, you guys know those pictures or videos where they put a camera on like a helium balloon, right? And I admit that it doesn't show curvature. That's not where I'm going with this. Where I'm going with this is that in the picture you can see a clear gradient, right, of like the atmosphere either changing color or getting thinner and thinner as you move up in the picture. You know what I mean? What is that to you if not, a gas adjacent to a vacuum?
You're saying because you see darkness, therefore that's outer space.
No. I'm asking you, what is it that you think you're seeing when you see the gradient of color, the bluishness of the atmosphere thin and thin away into black? Like what is it that you think that you're seeing there?
Not outer space.
No. It's going to take a long time if you list all the things that you're not seeing, right? I'm asking you what it is that you're seeing.
Isn't that the thing that you think you're seeing? So that's like the only thing that matters.
So what do you think we're seeing? You keep describing layers of gas. Yeah, we keep seeing gas pressure. That's what we keep seeing. Now, our question is, what's the cause of gas pressure?
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question. This is a gotcha. This is like what is it that you think that you're seeing when you see like the gradient of color
not
in like a high altitude pictures?
That's a gradation of color.
You don't know what it is that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
What is it? Okay, tell me what it is that I'm thinking then.
I already told you. You think it's outer space?
No, I don't think the gradation of gas color means outer space. That's not what that means. So you have incorrectly read my mind, sir.
What's the blackness?
The blackness, I think, is space. But that's not what I'm asking you about. I'm asking you what is the gradation?
Right now, what the fuck, dude? Oh my god!
It's gas.
I'm asking you a very specific question. What is the gradation?
This is too funny, bro. This is too funny.
It's gas pressure.
Oh, I answered this.
It's gas pressure.
Yeah.
The gradation is gas pressure. So you think a gas under different pressure changes color?
Just use the whole sentence correctly. The gradation of what? Well, that's gas, and the gradation is the difference in pressure. So, yeah, we see gas pressure.
Like, bro.
So you think that gases, when they are under lower pressure, they change color? Like air, in particular?
No. This is just the background of the Earth and the reflection of the light and all of these different types of things. But what we see, if you're talking about when we're in a balloon high up in the quote-unquote atmosphere, what do we see? Well, we see, gas.
Right, but I'm asking you specifically about the gradation, right? Let me put the picture, because maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying.
What gradation? What gradation of what?
Like a gradient of color. Here, I'll show you a picture real quick.
Color.
Color.
Of color. I thought we were talking about gas, not the gradation of color.
High altitude balloon picture.
Please tap dancing, guys.
Okay, so I mean, do you have a particular high altitude balloon picture that you think that is not CGI or whatever? Because otherwise, I'm just going to go with a random one in line.
Wait a sec. So color is the result of light interaction with particles. Am I incorrect?
No, you're correct. But I'm asking you about why is there a change of color as you go up?
Fuck if I know, man.
Like here, let me show you this picture
It's
here.
not a change of color. It's not a change of color. It's not going from purple to yellow to red. No, it's just the shaders of the blue, of the light.
There we go.
Reflected from the body itself. So when you have the light hitting the surface, when you are going away from that light is gradiently getting less and less intense. So it doesn't reach that sky. Like when you are going deeper inside the medium of water. So that light is going dimmer and dimmer till it's completely dark when you are at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, I didn't catch the beginning of that. Would you mind repeating just the beginning part?
It's the light. The light doesn't reach those areas in the sky.
So what?
The light doesn't reach the bottom of the ocean.
The light doesn't reach those gas. So there's still gas up there. You just don't think light reaches it. And if light would reach it, then you think it would be illuminated equally, right?
What he said was pretty clear. It's not that the ocean is changing colors, right? It's even though it does get darker as you go down. I think he's saying it's pretty similar as you go up. Does that not make sense?
No, it does not. I'm asking him to clarify, right?
Wait, so do you understand that the ocean is like not changing color as you get down, as you go down, right? Just getting darker?
So yes, so like there.
Does that make sense or no? It doesn't make sense.
So if I look at, I mean, it depends, I guess, which angle we're looking at, right? Like I'm talking about a cross section, right? Sure, less light reaches deeper depths, right? So therefore, the bottom of the ocean looks dark.
Why is it changing color, though?
Whatever. If the word color offends you, I can use the word shade. It doesn't matter.
Right? This is you. This is you right now.
If the word color is really it triggers you, right?
I don't care. What color do you want to use?
I could just use shade. I mean, I was going from blue to black, but we could just use shade.
Why does the shade change then?
Well, I'm asking for Necros' clarification because I didn't catch the first part of what he said.
So do you understand how it works with the water or no?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the confusion?
Do you think they're analogous?
Maybe.
No. Are they or are they not?
I mean, chat, what do we think? Seems like it.
Okay, how about I ask Necros, who I've been trying to get an answer from, but you keep cutting in.
I feel like you got one, but all right.
I didn't. I'm telling you, I didn't hear the first part of what he said. What?
Just go ahead. Go ahead. Ask
go ahead.
question. Ask the question again.
No, I didn't catch the first part of your explanation about the ocean. So would you mind just repeating the first part?
So the light, when you are getting below the surface of water, when you are going underwater and you're going deeper and deeper underwater, the light is getting dimmer and dimmer. Till if you look at the surface of water, if you just point your head up and try to look at the surface of water, you can see some specks of light. But when you turn your head and you try to see the bottom of the ocean, you won't be able to see anything, just darkness.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that there is outer space underneath the ocean. But that
nor was I trying to imply that, right?
I'm just telling you. So it's like the sky. So that when you are looking at something and you see that light is going from an area that is being illuminated and it doesn't reach another area and it's completely dark, that doesn't mean that there is a void, a complete vacuum. So that
so you think
that light didn't reach that area.
Can I ask you a question so that I can clarify what your opinion on this? So you think that the light just isn't penetrating deep enough, therefore it just fades out, like the ocean. So it's not that there's no air in the black area. It's just that the light can't reach it because it dims out as it passes through more and more atmosphere. Do I have that right?
Not especially because it going through atmosphere, just because of this light, how it works. So, for example, the inverse square law. So the light losing its energy with the distance.
Right.
It's just that the darkness of the bottom of the ocean isn't outer space, and the darkness of the sky isn't outer space either.
Right. I don't know why you keep harping on me saying that it is outer space. Excuse me. I don't know why you keep harping. I don't know why you keep harping on me saying because there's a gradient that therefore it means it's outer space, right?
That is what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying is that to me, what most easily explains the gradient of color is a reduction in density of the atmosphere as you go up in the picture. But I guess you must not agree with that.
No, the key point here is there's just no outer space.
What we said. You asked us what we see. Right? A gradation. Yeah, a gradation of gas pressure expressed, as you pointed out, by the light. So we agreed.
Oh, so you agree that there is the density does go down, and that's why there's a gradation of light.
No, not why there's a gradation. We can just observe the gradation.
Right. I'm asking you if you have an explanation for the gradation, right?
An explanation? What, for why there's gradation of pressure? Yeah.
No. I'm asking you why there's gradation in light. And if you say because there's gradation in pressure, then you agree with me.
In light, what? Because up at the top it's dark? Because there's not a lot of stuff to reflect off of.
Excellent. What do you call it? What do you call the state?
Can't finish.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize.
And the camera angle as well, the balloon, where it is. So obviously you said it was on a balloon, right? So I'm going to assume that it's already in gas. So the camera angle as well. That's where it is. There's not a lot of stuff up there to reflect the light, especially from the camera angle.
Okay. Well, I would say that the state of the atmosphere where there's not a lot of stuff up there to be a void. Would you not?
A void? What do you mean a void?
As in the fact that there is no stuff there, and therefore light can't reflect off of it, right?
Well, yeah. but then again, I can have a darkened room and not see the gas being reflected off. Even when there's light there, can't see it.
No, there's no light in a dark room because there's no light.
Yeah, but even when the light's on, I can't see the gas in the room, right?
But you can see that what we're observing is the light, right? Not the gas.
Yeah, at this angle, yeah.
And the light needs something to reflect off of, is the point.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean because it's not reflecting off of the gas that we can all not see, doesn't mean that when we look up and not see it, doesn't mean that it's not there.
I mean, I would think that in order for a gas to be at an increasingly low pressure, there would have to be less of the gas.
Low pressure. That's interesting. Yes.
Eventually, none of it, which is my point.
Eventually, none of it. Oh, no.
Yes.
What? Is there an available volume, or do you mean eventually none of it? What's the fixed volume? How big's the volume that the gas can exist within?
I don't know what it is that you're talking about. I'm talking as you go up in elevation, the gas pressure drops as you go up, right? I mean, I think we all agree with that.
And?
Right, like, what do you think it means for the gas pressure to go down to zero? What do you think it means for there to be zero gas pressure?
Zero gas pressure? What, no gas pressure at all? Absolutely. Yeah. What do you mean? Is this a hypothetical situation?
I'm trying to illustrate to you that the fact that if you keep going up, right, and then eventually there's no gas pressure, it means that there's no gas.
Right. When do we do this? Eventually we go up. When do we do this?
I mean, I just showed you a picture of it. Like there's a balloon.
There's a balloon that's existing within atmosphere because it's a balloon, so it has to be buoyant. Okay, you're saying that there's no gas up there, but I'm saying you.
No, not at the balloon, but the balloon is looking up, right? That's why I could see the black.
When we look up, why are you talking through me? So yeah, when we look up into the darkness, you're saying, oh no, there's no gas there where it's dark. You're just saying where it's dark, there's no gas there. You've got no evidence to support that claim. You're just saying, look, because I can run the clock down, less gas pressure. Eventually there'll be no gas pressure, and then there'll still be an existing volume. But to suggest that the gas not expanding to fill the volume is a violation of that law. To have a gas pressure gradient, you need a container, an energy in system, gas production, reproduction, absorption, dynamic system.
Jedi, why is it that the gas that's closer to the atmosphere doesn't fill the areas of lower pressure that are above the atmosphere?
The gas that's closer to the atmosphere. What does atmosphere mean?
Excuse me. The gas that's closer to the ground is what I meant to say.
What do you mean? So what about the gas that's closest to the ground? What about it?
So you've admitted now that pressure decreases as you go up, right? So, for example, you have gas at the balloon. I'm answering your question. I promise I'm answering your question.
Okay, we can measure that. Don't try and get some kind of victory. Yeah,
I'm not. I'm really not.
Good. So what about the gas that's close to the ground?
So it's presumably at a higher pressure than the gas that's up, like, for example, at the balloon. Do I have that right?
Yeah, if we're still talking about a gradient, yeah.
Okay, so what is preventing the gas that is closer to the ground from moving to the balloon?
Well, how about the other reverse? What about going to a cave?
Yeah, so gas... so can you answer my question, Jedi? What is preventing the high-pressure gas that's at the ground from moving into the area where the lower-pressure gas at the balloon is?
So the gas is under pressure. The gas has energy. The gas is being produced and reproduced at the surface where there's more gas. There's lots of things going on within this dynamic system. It ends up being a gradiated system because of these factors.
Right, but why don't the areas of the gradient where the pressure is high move into the adjacent areas where the pressure is lower?
Because of density gradient pressures, because of all sorts of things, dude. Density,
I mean, you're not really giving me an answer, right?
I am. High pressures, low pressures, the density gradients in between, the density gradients, pressure forces, the temperatures, all sorts of things cause pressure gradients inside containers, dude.
I know all sorts of things cause pressure gradients. I'm asking you why they don't equivocate, because your guys' big argument is you can't have a low pressure system next to a high pressure system, right? When it's obvious that we do.
Because it's dynamic. It's not in equilibrium.
So your answer is because it's dynamic. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I don't think it's a very satisfying, insightful answer. If somebody else has one, I'm willing to hear it.
Is it not dynamic?
Otherwise, I think I've made my point quite clear.
It's not dynamic. Also, it's not that. What is it then?
I don't know. You tell me how you can have high pressure next to low pressure.
Well, you said it's not dynamic. What is it then?
That is what I mean when I say high pressure next to low pressure, right? There's a gradient.
Well, in other words, you're saying that if there's a container, there has to be constant pressure. That's kind of what you're saying in reverse.
No. What I'm saying is,
you don't realize you're saying it.
What I'm saying is that obviously, whenever you have a high pressure gas, it directly adjacent to a lower pressure area, the high pressure gas wants to move to the lower pressure area to equivocate it, right? I think we all agree with that, right?
It's a gradient.
It's a gradient, bro.
Yeah, I don't. That's what I'm saying. A gradient, yes.
Yeah,
we don't agree with that.
There's no hard line. Where's the hard line? Where's the boundary?
There doesn't need to be a hard line. So, do you think that if I establish a gradient pressure in a container, if I take a container and I establish a gradient pressure, right? What do you think is going to happen to the distribution of pressure inside the container?
Down, buddy. I'm trying to get something out here.
Go ahead.
Sake. So you're talking about a volume, right? We're not talking about separate volumes. It's one volume within a dynamic system, right? Where the gases are produced at the surface or below, right? And expand upwards and outwards into that dynamic system where there's variables changing, right? It's changing, confounding variables. It's not a static system. We're not talking about a static system.
I got that. You know, Crit gave it, or sorry, not Crit. Somebody else gave their answer was a Jedi. That it's the answer is it's complicated. There's variables. There's systems. That's the answer, right?
It's one pressure system, not multiple pressure systems within the same volume.
I gotcha. Okay, so can I ask you a question then? If I get like a fish tank, a closed container, okay, and I establish a left to right pressure difference by whatever favorite method you have, it doesn't really matter how. What's going to happen if I stop enforcing that pressure gradient?
We have those, right? We have, so you would have to put things in, right, to make it like a self-contained ecosystem. It's called a vivarium, right, or a terrarium, right? And it's like a little mini dynamic system, right? A little mini version of what's going on in Earth, right? And you do have a gas pressure gradient inside those dynamic systems, right? The more, like, the larger the vivarium is, the more of a pressure gradient you have, right? Because you've got cycles going on.
All right. I feel like nobody's answering my question directly. At least to my satisfaction. But maybe that's just me.
You are getting answers, right? But you're not giving.
Yeah, I agree. I'm getting answers.
What you're asking is not analogous to what we have here on Earth, right? So we can have a self-contained ecosystem, right, in a container, right? You can't have the self-contained ecosystem inside a vacuum.
Right. So to recap, you agree that there are pressure gradients, right? And you agree that generally speaking, as gas goes up, it lowers and lowers and lowers in pressure, right?
Pressure gradient. Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess to answer your question of like how you can have gas pressure or how you can have vacuum, next to the atmosphere, it's exactly that.
No, it's not.
No.
Yep.
No. I knew that he wanted
see you guys later.
Get to that. No, he just ran away. I swear. I tried to jump into the discussion because I knew that he wanted to get to that.
Dude, his claim was basically like he wants to talk about gravity by not talking about gravity. It's broken. He's broken, dude.
But what I wanted the Jedi to do is just to explain to him the dynamic system and that the temperature and those other factor, inertia and those things, they just change the behavior of gases so it can create a gradient. And his example of that box having different pressure in the same box, and when he just opened the lid between those two parts of the box, it will go to an equal pressure in the entire box. No, it won't do that if you have a dynamic system, a part of the box that is hotter than the other part. So the gases that will gain energy, they will just have lower pressure in that medium than the cool gases inside the same box.
Redemption is never a good enough answer for these people.
Yeah, Necros, that was already all explained to him. He's not hearing good. He didn't want an answer.
So people just don't understand basic 8th grade math or chemistry.
Oh, hot shot.
You're talking about the Globers? Yeah, many Globetrot doesn't understand that shit.
Did you bring some globe evidence with you, Soviet cat?
Me? No.
No.
Why would he need to do that?
It's everywhere, man. It's just lining.
Yeah.
Sorry, don't ask me questions to avoid answering mine. What is an experiment?
It's when you either manipulate causes to observe the result, or you just observe things that you didn't happen to cause as the experiment.
No, see, that would just be observational and not empirical. Natural science is empirical because of the experiment that's performed. If there's no experiment, your observation is not empirical.
You just have a script and you just keep repeating this nonsense?
Would you like the citation?
Yeah.
Cool. Give me 2 minutes, I'll provide it to you. Just trying to point out that you're not going to come up with a hypothesis for the shape of the Earth looking at fucking black holes. What are you doing?
Hey, just real quick, while Jedi grabs that, I just want to point out, you have to say what you said because you know that you can't manipulate and everything else on things far, far away. This is why, like, somewhere down the road of what we're calling like science, somewhere something happened to where you no longer had to validate what you were, what you were witnessing or trying to present. All you can say is I observed it. And then the consensus says, yeah, we observe it. And then all of a sudden, voila. But that's what Jedi's trying to point out to you, that's not science, bro. I would say that's more along the lines of pseudoscience. But we'll see what he puts for you. And you can read it and learn something.
Or I could read it and learn nothing. There's all kinds of possibilities.
Only two. You either do or you don't.
Doesn't matter if you learn anything. The only thing that matters is that he exposes your way of thinking. That it's incorrect. That's the only thing that matters.
Nothing wrong with my way of thinking so far.
Yeah, you're just wrong. You'll see.
And hey, bro, like you have been taught like this, so you're not even. Maybe you don't even know you're wrong. You just think you're right. But we're going to point out to you how you're wrong, and this is why these arguments exist, because there are people that are very well educated, and they've gone through the academia, and they have the knowledge, right? Like, why would they lie to you? Why am I learning this? Why does it say that this is this and that is that? But we're going to try to tell you, like, but...
I think he's ready, APOC.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Scientific method requires that a hypothesis be ruled out or modified if the predictions are clearly and repeatedly incompatible with experimental tests. Further, no matter how elegant the theory is, its predictions must agree with experimental results if we are to believe that it is a valid description of nature. In physics, in physics, as in every experimental science, experiment is supreme, and experimental verification of hypothetical predictions is absolutely necessary. Do you understand? We're talking about experiments, not observational experiments. Experiments where we vary and manipulate our variables and control our control variables to see if there's a change in a dependent variable, a scientific experiment. Cosmology... Sorry, I haven't finished. What? Cosmology may look like a science, but it isn't a science. A basic tenet of science is that you can do repeatable experiments. You can't do that in cosmology. You'll notice that these are citations from reputable doctors and PhDs from universities. This isn't me making this shit up. This is what we're taught. Unlike in the other sciences, like astronomy, is entirely observational. You cannot run experiments on things. You cannot manipulate the objects to see how they work. Would you like me to continue reading this?
Well, I mean, I guess I want you to pick out one of these people. What, like, is Nick Strobel someone you want to stand by as far as they don't mean observation by this? Like, just pick out one of these quotes that's going to rule out that it's not observation, and I want to see, like, how qualified is this guy and what is the context?
How fucking qualified are you? How fucking qualified are you to sit in this Discord server and spout shit to me? How qualified are you to do that? You're just making shit up, dude. You're just making shit up. Let's put it like this. If you understood what natural science was, when we asked you for the scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth, if you knew what science was, you'd understand that would be a category error. Shapes, geometry, mathematics. Geometry, mathematics, not natural science. Natural science, hypotheses containing variables with experiments that vary and manipulate the variables. Not fucking geometry. If you knew what you were talking about, you would have called it out straight away. We wouldn't be here. Fucking idiot.
Yeah. We're still at the same issue, is that you want to say that if the experimenter doesn't manipulate causality to cause the observation, then it doesn't count as an experiment. I think you're playing with words here. I want to see somebody...
No. Listen to what I'm saying, dumb fuck. I've said it 3 times, I'll say it a 4th. You're in a category error. Natural science doesn't deal with shapes. It deals with cause and effect relationships. So when we ask you if there's any science... Shut up. So when we ask if there's science for a shape, you should have stopped us there. But you carried on.
It's an observation of a shape. This is so dishonest.
Stupid.
You can't admit that an observation could be of a shape. You can't, like, live your best life.
Excuse me. If I observe a triangle, am I doing science?
Might be. Depends the context, doesn't it?
No. I'm just looking at it. Am I doing science by just observing the triangle?
If that's all you do, then no.
Thank you.
But that wasn't all this is. This is actually matching up to the field equations of Einstein. That's like
no. Field equations, mathematics. Dummy. Field equations, mathematics, not natural science. We asked you for the natural science, not the mathematics or field equations.
You don't think triangles are mathematics? Like, circles and triangles are what it's all built on.
Excuse me. So you're going to agree that we're not going to be using natural science to figure out the shape of an object then?
Natural science without math is crippled.
Sorry, natural science deals with cause and effect of phenomena in the physical natural world, hypotheses, prediction, and experiments to test the hypothesis.
Math, apparently, and rejecting
There's no math here.
Yeah, where's the quote that rejecting math is part of it?
Sorry, no one rejected math. I'm just pointing out within the scientific method, there's no part 2A, here's where you insert the formula. There's no math within the scientific method.
Shapes are math. I have to give.
Then
I have to
doing science, are we?
You just
Gizmo, he already categorized geometry.
You're rejecting shapes as part of observations, whether experimental experiment or observational experiment.
Right, do you think that I could formulate a hypothesis based on the observation of a concrete noun and end up with a cause of the concrete noun? You could understand that in science, you don't observe a concrete noun, you observe something happening. A sphere or a triangle isn't happening.
An observation of one is.
Gizmo, I mean, these are like, you think there should be less disagreement. It should be an easy come to the realization moment. Like math and geometry, one thing, science, cause and effect, something else.
Look, I have the same question I've been asking for a long time. If you want to say that the experimenter has to manipulate that which is observed, or it's not allowed as part of your confirmation of a model in science, then like who's this guy who's going to explain?
No, you put things together there again. You said model. Model would be like geometry and math, not science. You know,
if you're not
in the way that you were using it,
not speaking the language of math, you're not doing that great of science.
Yeah, but they're two separate things, and you're holding the belief that they help affirm one another, right? But they're not the same thing, because if they're the same thing, they wouldn't affirm.
I didn't say it's the same thing. I said that if you observe something as an experimenter that you did not directly cause the observation of, that still falls under the category of experimental science.
Just going to read this one out, then I'm going to go and make my dinner. The most fundamental error is to make the mistake the hypothesis for an explanation of a phenomena. Without performing experimental tests, sometimes common sense and logic tempt us into believing that no test is needed. There are numerous examples of this dating from the Greek philosophers to the present day. You're going to need an experiment, dude.
Yeah, all you do is assume that that experiment means that the experimenter had to manipulate the causes of the observation, and that's all you do when you just repeat phrases. That these could. I'm sure you're going to have some like great scientists in here. If that's all they say, you're not ruling out what I said. You're not explaining anything.
Excuse me. Is science empirical?
Yeah, empirical, that could include observation that you didn't directly manipulate the observation.
That's what was pointed out just a moment ago. Dummy, that's what was just pointed out a moment ago.
You contradicting it?
Dude, if you're going to speak for me, just fuck off.
Yeah, great, then I will speak. Listen, if you want to say that your an account of reality doesn't have to match up with observations because the experimenter didn't manipulate everything you observe, then be my guest. That's actually how you can ignore reality.
No, you observe a globe, Gizmo.
This is how we come to empirical understandings of cause and effect relationships in the physical natural world.
Almost all the observations.
Excuse me, we don't ignore the observations. We understand that the observations aren't the whole point of science.
The whole point? That's a straw man.
Sorry, the whole point is to fulfill the scientific method through observation to experiment, including the hypotheses. One part of this isn't the whole, is it?
I'm just trying to come to the core.
Is it? Question.
I am not a ramp for you to do only yes or no questions off of when we have this long-standing issue you were just ignoring.
What? What am I ignoring?
Whenever you bring me another quote that you just scream the word experimental, like that's the key word. It's obvious what that means. No, it's not obvious what that means. You actually need to show me that
I have several times. I've cited it. If you'd have carried on reading, you'd have figured it out by now. Go back and read what I posted.
Pick the guy, pick the quote. One of these quotes that shows me that observational doesn't count unless the experimenter manipulates the observation. Show me that guy and that quote. Which one of these?
Yeah, I'm not going to paraphrase it for you. I've already put it down for you. If you're not going to read through it and come to the understanding, the experimental is, as I've posted, and not observational. A singular part of the method isn't the whole. You're going to have to concede.
Okay, because you refuse to answer, I'm just going to pick somebody with a good enough, close enough quote.
Excuse me. Do we use natural science to figure out shapes?
It depends the context.
Excuse me, do we use natural science to figure out a shape?
It depends is an answer.
Okay, which step? Is it the observation of a phenomena or is it the cause of the phenomena? Which step of the scientific method deals with shapes?
It's going to depend the context of what the experiment is, whether...
Okay, well, let's start looking. I observe something. If I observe...
You don't even know what the word is. Like, it and depends on. You don't know what it is.
Dickhead.
You don't know what depends is.
Dickhead. Stop being a dickhead. You must understand that the first step of the scientific method is to observe something happening. Is a shape happening?
You know what?
Is a shape happening?
I've said so many times that your observation of the shape could be the thing that's happening. I've said it like 5 times now, but you know what?
Then you're an idiot.
You convinced me. You win. Your observation of the shape isn't a process that's happening. Geez, like I'm so enlightened. You really educated.
Good. So you understand that the first step you can't achieve when dealing with a concrete noun doesn't fall into the category of natural science when you're doing geometry. You must understand this, for fuck's sake.
I don't know what's so hard for you to understand. You have a model of what the observations are supposed to match up to. When they don't, that's a problem for the model. What's so hard to understand?
What model? Where do we get a model from?
It doesn't really matter. If Einstein says, here's the model, and it descends from the sky, it doesn't really matter. If it's matching up to all your observations, that's what counts.
What observations?
Well, for instance, that this moon has a Schwarzschild circular, like it matches up with the Schwarzschild metric solution.
Okay, so you'll understand why we get frustrated when we asked you, what the fuck has this got to do with the surface of the Earth?
Well, look, I was asked, what is the evidence or reasoning for why the Earth is round? And I said, because it matches up with a Schwarzschild metric for everything else, and that's a form of evidence.
No, I asked you for the scientific hypothesis that shows the shape of the Earth. That's where we start.
The Einstein field equation and its solution.
Dude. I'm not talking about mathematics, for fuck's sake. I'm talking about natural science, for fuck's sake. So when you brought in Einstein...
You're functionally illiterate. That's the error. If the answer involves math, you reject it. It wasn't what you were talking about. You wanted something that involved no math. Well, sorry, that's not how science works.
So we had to wait for Einstein to come along before they prove a globe, right, Gizmo? Is that what you're saying?
Wait a second. I already asked for your explanation.
I'm just asking you a question, and it's not a yes or no. I appreciate an answer.
You don't need to wait for Einstein. You just go to a 22.5 meter tower at Harvard, and when you shoot the light up, you notice it gets redder, and when you shoot the light down, you notice it gets bluer. Now, can you explain that without general relativity and Einstein?
Why would I have to explain it? I just want to know if we had to wait for Einstein to come along for the globe to be proven. Because that seems to be what you keep saying over and over and over again.
Answered. I told you why you didn't. You go to this tower at Harvard. I believe this is after Einstein's death that they did it.
So is the answer yes in this case? I mean, is that...
Do you need a model for the world to match up to?
No, I don't.
I'm asking if that's your question. You want to know?
No, I'm not asking that at all. I just want to know if we had to wait for Einstein to come along for you to be certain.
What do you mean by do you have to wait for Einstein? What does that mean?
Well, because it seems like the only evidence you're able to offer of the globe is relativity, which is pathetic.
One thing at a time. If you can't refute the experimental evidence that the light gets redder.
No. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm asking if your evidence for the globe is relativity, and if that means that prior to that, there was no evidence for the globe.
It's just one piece of evidence.
Do you have logic, bro? This is a simple logical question. I'm surprised this is confounding you so much.
No. This is a question where you say, do you have any evidence? And when I give one thing, you say, is that your only evidence? Just address the first thing.
No, so what is the observation of a globe in this case? And you're like, well, it has to do with relativity. I'm like, wait. So we didn't really know that Earth was a globe until Einstein figured it out? Is that true?
I didn't say it's the only evidence. I said, here's a piece of evidence. And you're saying, what about all the other evidence?
So how much of this globe had to factor into Einstein's critical assumptions in the first place for relativity to work? Are you going to say that there wasn't circular logic baking into this?
No, I don't think.
Okay, well, so let's go back a bit, right? We need to go back to premises. Why did Einstein think the Earth is a globe before he developed relativity?
You're just asking what's a different piece of evidence? Well, Eratosthenes.
No, we're trying to get to the root here. Okay, so Einstein had base assumptions.
Yeah, okay.
The Earth is a globe.
Eratosthenes
proved that Earth is a globe, dude. He assumed it.
I didn't say he proved it. And by the way, I already covered this.
So which means logically relativity can't prove it. It means relativity can't prove it. It means relativity can't prove it. It means relativity can't prove it because he baked it into the assumption. So what was Einstein's reason?
Yeah, you're just over talking me. And you're still doing it?
You keep over talking me and you're not answering my questions. I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall. I'd rather drag my head across a freaking brick wall, to be honest. It'd feel less painful than talking to you.
Are you going to let me speak?
Oh my God, man.
Only if you want to answer some of these questions, like what's the observation of the globe in the first place? And you keep, trying to subject us to the circular reasoning rhetoric, and it's getting quite annoying.
There's no circular reasoning here. I'm stating
so Einstein's proof of the globe. It wasn't relativity. He assumed it in the first place. So let's go back in time a bit further.
I just got here and I
think you're cooked, Gizmo. You need to take a break, dude. Can we talk to someone else? Thanks.
Oh my God.
Holy cow.
Wow. You just muted Gizmo just because he disagreed with you. What?
No. I don't think you're capable of even understanding what the content of the discussion is. You sound like you're freaking high as shit, dude. Why don't you go steelman his argument?
Guys, I've been...
Can you steelman his argument? Go ahead.
Okay, guys, I will defend Gizmo here.
Okay, you can server mute too. Anybody else out there want to have a rational discussion?
What?
No?
Yeah, but you're muting people.
Right, because the last guy was incapable of forming an argument without circular reasoning, and then the guy that came after him had no idea what the content of the discussion was and just wanted a white knight. So how about you? What's your observation for the globe? What's your best proof of the globe?
Well, do you know how a lunar eclipse functions, right?
Oh, why don't you tell me?
All right. And so what we can tell that the Earth, this is just one way that the Earth is bound, is that you can see during the lunar eclipse, you can see the shadow of the Earth itself on the actual moon. And the fact
what makes you think it's a shadow of the Earth?
Because it's directly facing the Earth. It's in the middle of space. Like, what other possible large object could it be a shadow of?
Is it a shadow? How do you know it's a shadow?
How do we know it's a shadow?
Yeah.
Because we do have cameras and it shows that it's a shadow.
That's how you know it's a shadow, because you have cameras that look at it?
Well, we know it's a shadow the same way that we see our own shadow. It's just an observation.
So how do you know it's a shadow of the entire Earth? Because I could present cases where the sun and the moon are above the horizon, and the moon is in full eclipse. It's a lunar eclipse. It's actually called a Selenelian lunar eclipse. NASA nicknames it the impossible eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
So how could it be a shadow?
Well,
have you ever seen a red shadow before? Do you know that a lunar eclipse produces a red shadow? I've never seen a red shadow before in my life. Kind of weird, right?
Right, but where's the light coming from?
What light?
All right. So in the lunar eclipse, right, it blocks. It's the moon that's blocking the sun, right?
That's the claim. I presented a counterclaim, the Selenelian eclipse, where the sun and the moon are above the horizon, and the moon is in full eclipse. And when it reaches this state, it also goes from black to red. I'm asking you, how is that a shadow? It doesn't resemble any shadow I've ever seen anywhere in existence in my entire life.
Okay, so where does the redness come from?
I don't know. I'm asking you why you think that's a shadow.
And so when I said, I never said that the other phenomenon that you said was a shadow.
You said a lunar eclipse produces what appears to be the shadow of the Earth on the moon. I'm like, oh, okay, so it's red and both the sun and the moon are above the horizon without an obstructing path between the two? Interesting. What makes you think that's a shadow? This is where you could probably concede and say you don't know what I'm talking about, in which I'd gladly share more information about it. Or you can continue and the audience will think you're being dishonest.
Or you can give me the name of this phenomenon, and I can just...
Yes, I did. For the third time, it's called the Selenelian lunar eclipse. NASA refers to it as the impossible eclipse.
Can I ask you a favor? Can you put that down for me in the chat?
Absolutely. In fact, there are probably going to be people sharing some of this with you. I'll type it out. Selenelian lunar eclipse. They're quite common, actually. I saw one about 2.5 years ago on the East Coast, about 4 a.m. You know what's even stranger about this is if it's a shadow, the shadow actually enters from the top down as the sun rises from the bottom up on the opposite end of the horizon. So the shadow goes in the wrong direction, and it enters from the wrong direction. And then the sun rises, and the moon is fully eclipsed. How the heck? Cleomedes first documented this. He was a Greek guy. You can read about Cleomedes' observation of a Selenelian lunar eclipse too. That's a little bit of astronomical history for you. Would you like to know more?
Right. So let me actually just read about it just a bit there.
Yeah.
Okay. And the distinction between a Selenelian lunar eclipse and the standard lunar eclipse is when both the sun and the moon are in the way. So a Selenelian occurs when the sun and moon are observed above the horizon during a lunar eclipse, and the atmospheric refraction bends light rays and lights the image of the sun and the moon, typically so that they both appear above the horizon. Is that correct?
That's the claim. So the claim is an astronomical refraction bends a shadow to not only enter the opposite direction it should, but to also move in the opposite direction it should be going relative to the sun. Interesting. I'd like to see some further evidence of that happening. How do you have refraction in a gas?
Right. So
you know, how does that apply? How's the law of refraction? So this is my question for that definition that you provided. How does the law of refraction apply to a gradient index medium, like the air that we breathe.
Right. So
it doesn't, right?
The,
You know it doesn't.
the atmosphere. Hold on. So the atmospheric refraction, which bends light, allows us to see both the celestial bodies just above the horizon of human.
Yeah. Do you see the problem with that? It's not refraction.
So when the Earth blocks sunlight from reaching the moon, casting a shadow, turning the moon reddish, aka a blood moon.
Yeah.
Normally the sun
Turns it red too.
and eclipse moon cannot be seen at the same time. So
refraction does everything you want it to do, man.
Yeah.
Makes light turn red. Shadows turn red.
So atmospheric refraction, of course, so basically, near the sunrise and sunset, Earth's atmosphere bends light, making the sun appear higher than it actually is. The same effect lifts the eclipse moon into view after it's technically set. So,
do you understand? I'm challenging that claim right now, which I did a few minutes ago. How is that refraction? The law of refraction does not apply to a gradient index medium, and everybody keeps calling this refraction.
Right, but I don't see all the evidence points that it is a refraction.
What evidence? It sounds like an ad hoc excuse to me. They don't know what's going on.
So you're saying that the scientists don't know what's going on?
I'm saying I need these scientists. I need somebody to show me evidence that the law of refraction applies to the gas that we're breathing. Because that's what they're saying is happening. And it not only, bends light, but does so in a manner that would cause shadows to move in the wrong direction from the wrong location, and also turn a shadow that's the absence of light into something red when it's fully obscured. A fully obscured object, completely occulted, is red. I mean, okay, I'll just apply a little refraction here, we'll squirt a little gravitation on there and we'll mix it up together and dump it on the table and say, there you go. No, I want to see evidence that this is actually happening. I want to see data. In fact, I would really appreciate just like a drawing. If somebody could diagram this out for me in GeoGebra, I'll even accept MS Paint or crayons. Show me how the Selenelian eclipse is the product of refracting rays from the sun.
Yeah. Here's an example. So
let's see.
Illustration of a
Holy crap!
That's what he just did.
So, the Selenelian eclipse. You're saying that this. How big's the sun here in this case? Yeah, definitely not to scale. I don't know what to say. That's pretty funny.
This is just a diagram. But that's how it actually works. That's where all the evidence is pointing towards.
But how do you know that's true? That's the claim. Again, all right, so what is causing light to refract through gas and then turn a shadow of a fully occulted object red?
So what are you saying? What is causing light to refract, basically?
Yeah, what's doing it? How's it doing it? Can you demonstrate refraction through gas?
I see.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to gas. You have to have an interface between two media. And it's at that interface the angle of light changes.
You also brought up an interesting point where you say it's like the air we breathe, right?
Yeah. It's not a solid. Does gas have a surface?
Okay, so the further up you go up in the air, the less oxygen there is. The point where if you go to a certain point, you won't be able to survive. Even if you had the equipment that keeps you warm and stuff like that, would just be unbreathable because there'll be other atmospheric gases.
I live in a valley and I saw the Selenelian eclipse.
Okay, so have you been up, like far up into the sky to the point where, like, I mean, there are people that have done it, but I'm assuming that you haven't done that. And I haven't, to be honest, I haven't done that either.
To do what now? Go watch a Selenelian eclipse from an airplane?
No, like actually being like on like below, just below the atmosphere would be like, even with the right equipment, with no oxygen tank, would be pretty risky.
I mean, I've seen high altitude footage from aircraft in infrared.
I mean, that's good and all. You're in an airplane or you're doing it via a drone, but an actual human there, even with like the equipment to take into account the cold, wouldn't be able to breathe properly there, and they could die. So
is this a different topic, or are we no longer talking about the lunar eclipse that you brought up?
I'm saying you brought up gas. You brought up gas, and it said like
because you brought up refraction in the atmosphere.
Right, but the atmosphere is all oxygen. So if
it's mostly nitrogen, but I got you.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to like get you to take that into consideration.
I do actually, and the law of refraction requires an interface between two media of different optical densities. There's an equation by Maxwell that describes how the light actually changes velocity at the interface, and as a consequence, it changes the angle.
Yeah, and refraction
relative to the surface normal.
And
we don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
And refraction.
Those conditions. Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say that condition does not exist in the air we breathe. So yeah, let me hand it over. I have to go soon anyway.
No, I just wanted to just interject with, and refraction doesn't bend shadows, it bends light.
Bends light, yeah.
So you can't have the shadow coming from different directions.
Yeah. So just
a point of clarification. We can clarify.
Just on that, yeah, because it is light refraction, not shadow refraction. So, and the interesting point is that it's caused by the changes in the speed of light as it's moving through gases.
Yeah. Did you just learn that from me a moment ago?
Hold on. So what I'm saying is, right, that the eclipse is made like you don't necessarily agree with what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is
I don't, because it conflicts with science. You're making up your own version of science right now.
Not really.
Yeah. So the law of refraction doesn't apply.
How the eclipse is possible is it's caused by the speed of light as it moves through gases. And as we know, gases, that's why I even brought up the topic of, like you mentioned, the air we breathe. Well, the air we breathe down here on good old terra firma is not going to be the same thing the further up we go to the atmosphere. And gases do have different density, right? So when light
that's true. So what's containing the air we breathe?
It's going to be the fastest in a vacuum, and it's going to be slower because gases are in the way. Like
I'm aware.
Right. So when
I'm aware that the medium changes.
So when light itself enters
it's not refraction
layer, right?
It's not refraction though,
and bends towards denser regions.
It's not refraction,
and that itself is governed by Snell's law. So unless
no, it's not. Snell's law doesn't apply to gases. For like the 10th time, this is not refraction. Why do they call it atmospheric refraction if it can't be the law of refraction? How do you have air in the first place if you got an outer space vacuum? How are you breathing? How do you have air thinning out and not exploding into the vast expanding vacuum of outer space?
So you're saying that the light, like density of a gas, if I were to like put a flashlight through it, it won't do anything? it won't.
I mean, it could, but how do you know that that's the case? How do you know that there's an atmosphere? So that's the second word. So the first word, refraction, is out. That's definitely not what's happening. So let's focus on atmospheric. How do you know that we have a sphere of air? That makes no sense. Gas has no inherent shape unless it's taking the shape of a container.
Like we can literally we do know that there's gases in the actual atmosphere, right? Because
I know, but how is it contained?
Sorry, what? That's what it is. Atmo means gas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do you know it's a sphere? This is from your paper that you read. Your definition of what a Selenelian eclipse entails. So we just destroyed the word refraction. There can't be refraction in a gas. So let's talk about if gas can be spherical without a container.
Wait, are you? Let me just answer me this one. You're saying that we have gas. We can actually collect gas.
Coming in kind of low. Can you?
Yeah, I can barely hear you.
Okay, sorry. We can actually go get a laboratory and actually have all kinds of gases and literally just test out, like using either a flashlight or actual sunlight, on how the actual gas refracts light.
And it's not refraction. You got to come up with something else. And so should the people who wrote that term for describing what's taking place with a Selenelian lunar eclipse. It's not refraction. And atmo, gas, can't be spherical unless it's taking the shape of a container that's spherical.
So how do you explain the speed of light being different from a vacuum than being different when there's gases in the way?
Kind of answered it yourself.
Yeah, I thought we did discuss this already. I even gave you the Maxwell's equation.
Right.
Because you have a change in optical density, right? I mean, this here though is not refraction, however. This is something else.
So Snell's law does apply. Snell's law does apply to gases.
Define Snell's law for me, please. Go pick up any source you want and drop it down and let's read it together. I want to know from your standpoint, Snell's law. I mean, I hope you're beginning to understand, right? I mean, there's a major problem here. These authorities that you're relying on to provide definitions and descriptions of things don't seem to be using rigorous terminology at all. And it leads to misunderstandings, such as the one we're having right now.
Yeah, I'm just going to use Mechanica.
You know, Snell's law is a ratio, correct?
Let me just post it.
Your microphone, sir.
Yeah. I have to go in a few minutes, but listen, Snell's law is a ratio for a very specific reason. And as soon as you find a good definition, we can figure out what that is.
Right. So I posted there in the chat.
Get your microphone out of your armpit.
Hey, Jedi, do you mind if I turn this over to you? I do have to get going now. It was a pleasure. And sorry to anybody who wanted me to entertain those two trolls earlier. Gizmo can come back when he gets what we asked him for. Until then.
What did you ask him?
Oh, I asked him, so how did Einstein know it was a globe to develop a theory of relativity around the assumption that Earth is a globe? Because he couldn't have proven it with relativity. The globe assumption was in relativity in the first place. So how did Einstein know it was a globe? He didn't want to answer that. Yeah, he kept wanting to do the circular logic reasoning, and I had none of it.
He wanted to beg the question. I know. I'll hold him to that if he comes back. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
So did you guys hear last night Platypus said that water was a force.
Sorry?
No, I left before he rejoined. What's this bollocks he's come up with?
Well, I asked him what was the force that was pushing the ice up in the cup of tea, the iced tea. He said water was the force. Well, I asked him to expound the side of source. He evaded.
And that's why I wanted to jump in and interrupt you last night for that.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. I'll post the debate if anybody wants to hear it. I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright strike because I just screen recorded it, but here it is. He also didn't know that buoyancy was a force. Said 3 times that buoyancy is not a force. So, clip it and ship it, boys. And then he didn't know that centrifugal force was a pseudo force, or he called it a fictitious force. But he did finally concede, so at least he was being intellectually honest. So Jedi was supposed to take over when I first came in. I heard the other guy talking, and then I heard the flatty go, "Didn't we just teach you that like 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago?"
I've forgotten who we were talking to, Larry.
It was the guy that he was claiming Snell's law applies
Thanks.
to a single medium. Who his name was though. He's gone.
I think he's left the chat.
Yeah.
But hey, DJ, how you doing, mate? Good to see you.
Good, Jedi. I hope you're doing well.
I was doing brilliantly until I ended up having a conversation with him. He really fucked me off. Apart from that, everything's fine.
Who was it? Your mic cut out right when you said the name of the person.
Gizmo.
Ah, Gizmo. Yeah. Painful. Very painful. I've spoken with him in the past.
Yeah. So you can understand my frustration. I get it.
Yep.
But I came back and Amish was talking about Snell's law and refraction with someone, and then that conversation ended. Larry was regaling us with his conversation he had yesterday with fucking Platypus, which is pointless, because Platypus is pointless.
Yeah, it's a frustrating debate to listen to. I listened to it last night, and Platypus just kept going around in circles, asking the same question, avoiding all questions about his proven cause as to what holds down the ocean. I couldn't even get, his view. I couldn't even get him to make a claim until the very end. He avoided all claims at all costs.
Yeah. Well, it comes down to what you said. You can vary and manipulate independent variables to make this thing happen. Can they manipulate their independent variable to make this thing happen? No, they can't. They don't have an independent variable. They just say gravity a lot.
So his argument was that the mass over volume for density, but buoyancy has gravity on it. Well, buoyancy is mathematically described as having gravity on it. So I said that's the pin the tail on the donkey fallacy. You just slap the label on it because math is language and you can describe it any way you want and make shit up. But what you can't do is you can't stay in the realm of science and manipulate the cause and effect. So I think about 5 or 6 or more times he kept saying density is the reason that the water goes down. And that's the reason the water goes up. He said the water force. I was like, what did he say?
The water force. The fuck?
Yeah, that's what got me. Make it shut up. But yeah, I don't recommend that you listen to it. It's not a very good debate.
I'll accept that recommendation. No worries.
But I was craving Glover tears.
Maybe you'll get some Glover tears.
And then he said like 20 times that I wasn't answering his question. But I'm on record answering his question. But he never answered my question, so accuse them of what you're doing. Is that a fallacy?
Classic projection. Hey, you're not doing the thing that I'm definitely not
There can only be one Jedi on the search result.
Who is it? Who came?
Dude, you guys believe in the lie.
Good day, Glober. How are you doing today, sir?
Well, I'm doing better now since I see there's still flat earthers.
Oh, that's cute.
The facts. Also, Crit, can you stop sending me those screenshots? Like, I'm not going to believe in flat earth anytime soon, bro.
Man,
this guy just spams me. Dude, it's been 2 months. He spams me every morning with some flat earth bullshit.
Just unsubscribe from him then.
Unsubscribe. I'm not even subscribed. How do I subscribe? What does that even mean?
You tell him, I don't want to be subscribed to this anymore.
Dude, I've been saying that. I've been saying that. But here's the thing. I'm trying to prove him wrong. I've been proving him wrong. There's a different server. It's called Politics, just Politics.
Yeah.
And there's like even more demented flat earthers over there that are worse than we're here, apparently. Because at least me and you are able to have a conversation. Over there, they just rage 2 minutes in without screaming.
Well, yeah, it could vary with some different, particular people you talk to, I guess. But,
Dude, I'm glad you're here. Oh my god. This is the furthest we ever talked in a flat earth VC. Like, I don't think you understand. They just start screaming and raging and saying globetards.
Dude, if you notice there's no one over there at the moment, that's because all the same people that are usually there are just here right now instead.
Where's the Quantum guy? Quantum and Alpha. Quantum and Alpha.
He doesn't yell much, Alpha.
Quantum is the biggest yeller. Even the flat earthers were telling him to stop yelling. Like his own people.
He yells, yeah. Alpha doesn't.
He's just assertive.
Alpha just tells me he's an alpha male. Like, for some reason, I need to know that.
Well, he will assert his dominance. That's how he does.
He calls me beta male, by the way. They resort to name calling. They literally want to destroy them.
All I have to say, dude. Yeah, all I have to say, dude. You're speaking to the same people, so.
This is great.
Quantum Eraser just doesn't put up with your bullshit as much as what we do. That's all.
Wait, DJ, you're not. No. He even screams at flat earthers. Like, some guy could be explaining his world to me, and then he would start screaming.
No one denies that.
Right. So Quantum is known for screaming. He doesn't need a reason. He just gets mad for no reason. There's no bullshit.
His hands are rated E for everyone.
Yeah, but he's retarded. That makes him even more dangerous, so. But I guess we could talk about flat Earth.
With Quantum is that he has a lot of knowledge. He has more knowledge in his pinky than you have in your whole entire body, bro. And when he hears you or anyone make stupid statements, it frustrates him.
Has a lot of knowledge, and flat earthers just don't seem to correspond. But I'll grant you that, sure, he has a lot of knowledge. Whether they're true or not, I don't know. We don't know.
Well, here would be a perfect example, right? Can you point out one thing that you've heard QE say that you
point out one thing?
Yeah.
So here's what I said to him one day. We're talking about. I was trying to disprove the flat Earth, and I was talking about. It was this map that somebody brought up in the side chat. It was like a flat map, and the moon and the sun are like rotating at the same side. It didn't make any sense, and I was like, "Hey, that's not going to be possible. If this map was to be true, when it's morning, it would be morning for everybody. It would be morning for Europe. It would be morning for Asia, North America, like all of the continents." And his response is, "Light cannot reach certain aspects if the moon is there." What does that even mean?
None of us are claiming whatever map you're talking about, by the way.
He was. Why would he argue against it if he wasn't claiming it?
He doesn't claim to have a model. Neither does anyone here. So if maybe he was just getting annoyed at you for like making.
Okay, so he asked me something, I gave something. So can we talk about the flat Earth thing? Because I still find it very hard to believe.
Okay, you experience it every day as your basic reality. So.
All right, but that's because I'm very small, and my perception is going to be dictated upon my field of view, and I'm like a small thing, like I'm 5 feet.
We're in agreement. That's fine. Okay, that's not that short. But look, we agree that we experience the Earth as flat, right? So how do you know it's not that?
Well, there's multiple things that typically, I guess, more personal evidence that I have is I have family in Europe. I have family in Finland specifically. That when it's morning over here, it's night for them. So it's kind of like, okay, obviously they're not gonna lie to me about it being morning or night to them, right? It's gonna be retarded. So it's like the conclusion is this world has to be round, and the sun has the model that we have currently is the one that makes sense for me. How can it be?
You don't understand our arguments, which is fine, because if you haven't looked into it, then you wouldn't understand it. But yeah, you'll find certain things can easily be explained on either a globe or flat, right? We don't claim that the Earth is a disk in space with a 93 million mile away sun. If that's what you have pictured in your head, right? Obviously that wouldn't work. That would be silly if we thought that. And yes, it would have to be daylight everywhere on the Earth. If that was the case, there would be so many problems with that. No flat earthers are claiming that's the way it works. It's a completely different system. People try to incorporate the flat Earth as an object inside of the heliocentric globe model of the universe. That's incorrect.
Okay, so I guess how do we determine then? Because I'm not saying this thing disproves your thing, but it corresponds with the model that we have currently of the Earth being a globe, and one side gets the sunlight and the other has the darkness and is rotating. That makes sense, unless you have, I guess, some sort of
unless you have a smaller, more local sun, right? But answer me this question, right? Why is it pitch black when you get 200 meters deep into the ocean?
Because I guess the water, to an extent, kind of not absorbs it, but doesn't reflects it out. I don't know, just doesn't reach as deep.
The light it's has a certain density to it, right? So the light can only push so far through it because it's opaque over distance, right? The air is also opaque over distance. But it's just to a lesser extent. So if you look into it, right, the furthest that you can see, even on the clearest day, through the air is 200 miles or 300 kilometers.
Oh, hell no. Dude, I could look at the moon. I mean, I could look at the sun.
You're not looking through the density of the air. You're looking up. It thins out exponentially as you go up, right? So you're not looking through the thickness of it, if you know what I mean, right? You're looking straight up.
So when I'm looking at the vacuum of space, since there is no air, there's nothing kind of blocking my view. If I'm looking up.
Yeah, but if you're looking through, right? If you're looking through the air, it's opaque over distance because you're looking through the density of it. That's why if you stand on a big mountain, right? Or if you look up any photos of someone looking out over mountain ranges, each mountain in the different distance gets less and less visible until it just fades out. It gets blocked by the opacity of the air.
Okay, I mean, I'm Googling this and it even claims you cannot see 200 miles on Earth ground level. The maximum distance you can see on a clear day at sea level is approximately 3 miles.
Well, that would be different. That would be due to the curvature of the Earth, right? So that's what they taught me at school as well. They're like, if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the ocean, right, the horizon would be 3 miles out. Right, so what we're doing is going out and actually testing these things. And what we find is we have observations where we can go to the shoreline, right, and we can look out and we can see things that are 10, 20, 30 miles away, right? They should be hidden behind the horizon that would have to be at 3 miles. But we can see magnitudes further. There's no horizon at 3 miles where it would have to be on a globe, right? And in fact, we could see a horizon 10 or 15 miles away, or an island that's 15 miles away that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by 600 feet, for example. So yeah, accumulation of these long distance observations, laser tests, same sort of thing. They shoot a laser across the surface of huge distances, 30 miles, 20 miles. There should be hundreds of feet of curvature, but the laser goes across and hits the target on the other side. So that's where we're coming from. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? That's not what we mean by flat Earth. It just means that there's no curvature over distance, right? It's like a topographical plane, right? We don't claim to know everything. We don't claim to have a replacement answer for every single claim that the globe side makes. We're just testing what we're all taught from a young age. You know, we were all taught the globe model, and when we go out and actually test it, you know, it doesn't match up with reality. So it's interesting.
It doesn't match up with. Give me 1 second.
Well, they tell us the exact size of the globe, right? So if there's a 10-mile lake or a 10-mile body of water, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over that 10 miles if the Earth's a globe. And it's like 66 foot if you do the math.
Wait, what is okay? Okay, let me get the volume real quick.
Yeah, 3,959 miles is the radius, right? And it's approximately 8 inches per mile squared to work out the curvature up to a certain distance.
8 inches per mile square. 8 inches per mile square. Hold on, just give me. So radius of Earth is 3,000. Okay, you're right about that.
Yeah.
8 inch. Sorry, I'm using Desmos. 8 inch.
That's okay.
We might need to get some W's going in the chat for DJ right now.
Thanks, CB.
It's a little warm in here.
What? Did we start fighting yet?
It's a little warm in here for all this cooking going on.
Wait, you're saying I'm being cooked?
I mean, not really. We're just cooking. We're getting warmed up.
I'm not yelling at you. Yes.
Okay.
It's a good conversation. I just joined in. Let's get some W's for that, guys.
CB in the house.
Let's go. Let's go. The range of vision per person is infinite? Interesting.
I mean, if you could see, if we're not talking about it being obscured by the, I don't know, dust and stuff, then yeah, you'd assume so because you could see like the stars that are far away.
You don't know what they are or their distance, but it also doesn't mean you can see infinitely. What am I, like Superman or some shit?
I mean, even when like
right,
a giant jumbo jet the size of a freaking football field, basically, a little bit smaller than a football field, and when that's at just 6 miles away, right? Its angular size is so small you can barely see it. So you got to take that into consideration when you're looking at things across land, right? Like a ship or something like that. Like a 6-foot ship would disappear due to the angular resolution limitation of the eye at just 3 miles away, right? Like just a 6-foot boat. If it sailed out, you wouldn't be able to see it past 3 miles. Right?
Okay, so 8 inch per square would be like y equals, I think, 8 inches. I don't know how inches is typed in Desmos, to be honest.
It's like fraction.
Right. No, it's going to be power 2. Okay, no. Dude, no. This is what I got on Desmos. Like, this is not the curve of the Earth, right? I mean,
yeah, it is. Here, I'll show you a
I DM'd you. I don't know if you see the picture. That's the formula right there. The
formula is not up for debate. I mean, you can look up any Earth curve calculator right now. If you go to Google, just type in Earth curve calculator, pick one, and you can put in the metrics. It'll tell you the formulas.
That's why I'm using the calculator, dude. There's no way. This is the bend. That's not. Nobody believes this.
What are you trying to calculate? Right. So this is based. It's based off a. It's based off a sphere
with right there.
3,959 miles. Right. Over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of curvature.
Hold on. Let me do something real quick.
Maybe you have something wrong
He
with
said
the math.
no one believes this. Yeah, no wonder. That's why we're flat.
No, the formula is not correct. There's no way this. I'm gonna look it up. There's no way.
Yeah, no, you're starting to.
8 inch.
Welcome to the club. Yeah, welcome to the club. That's exactly how we felt too.
It's the 8 inch.
So this formula is extremely accurate up to around 1,000 miles or something like that, which is well exceeds any observation that we'll be able to make. Right? You can use different formulas, but this one is accurate. Like if I say 66 feet over 10 miles, right, you can just go and confirm that on a chatbot or Earth Curve calculator or something if you want.
I mean, I guess had a spark of revelation there.
No, so everybody's disagreeing with this, okay? It's a parabola. If you know this parabola, it's not circle or sphere. Earth.
Yeah, that's the formula. That's why I'm saying the formula is accurate up to
No, the
around
formula
1,000.
is not accurate. We're saying it doesn't even fit, though. That's
Tell
the
me.
problem.
Just tell me how much curvature is there over 10 miles?
Well, I don't know the formula. That's why I'm looking it up, right?
He gave it to you already.
What is the accurate formula? Okay. What the fuck is this number?
For the observation that I'm about to show you, right? It's just going to give you the same result in the end for the 10-mile curvature.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a whole bunch of different ways you can do it.
But I had to go to YouTube because the numbers I'm getting are too big.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not measuring across the whole Earth. You're not making observations that are thousands of miles across. That parabola is supposed to fit like an arc segment around the globe, right, DJ?
Yeah, exactly.
Facts.
Here's a chart. Here's a different way of doing it. So if you want to have a look at what I just posted in the side chat.
Okay, there's a guy on YouTube that apparently hates you guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Trigger people. What's his name?
Professor Dave.
Oh my god.
Yeah. You know, that guy is not really a professor. He just, he reads scripts. He admits that. He said, not a
professor. That's what I said. Look, I told you the y equals x squared is not going to be an accurate representation of the curvature. That's
You just went to this YouTube video. Don't pretend like you're like an expert already.
Wait, why did I go there? Because I told you I wanted Desmos, the calculator, and it didn't fit the curvature. It didn't fit it. There's no way you want me to believe that's going to be the Earth. So it's not true.
You're rejecting your own worldview right now.
You're saying it's my worldview. I'm saying there's no way this formula is correct. You're using a different.
Bring your own. This isn't a BYOB party like the globe.
If you're doing an internal critique, you have to take mine. What do you mean?
Okay, you tell me how much drop is there over 10 miles. It's just going to.
Let me see what he says, so I could just.
So you're going to get your answer off a fake professor now.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
I'm just trying to show you an observation that destroys the globe, but I don't know if you want to go over it.
Is Earth parabolic? Obviously, it's not, right?
No, but dude, we already made that point. We already addressed that point. You're not making observations.
The formula is parabolic. Then, okay.
Right? If the circumference is 25,000 miles, you're not making observations this long.
Hold on, right? I told you that we can use that formula up to around 1,000 miles with that minimal problems, right? I said that. Right, so for any
I don't know if that's even true. You just want me to take your word for it. Hold on.
You can check.
I told you to pick it up. I told you the
agree. The formula you gave me is parabolic.
Yes.
Yes.
And can you agree Earth is not parabolic?
You're missing the point, dude.
We're not 1,000 miles, dude. That's why I said that. Why do you think I said you can use it up to 1,000 miles for? I didn't just say
know
that.
if that's true. Because look, it's okay. You know, let me even look that up.
You gotta slow down.
How far accurately can you use?
Let him Google it. Let him fucking use AI if he needs to, and he can answer the question: how much Earth curvature over 10 miles? He'll find out.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not using AI, by the way. I'm using the calculator, the Desmos, that shows you the curve.
Yeah, good. So using whatever Earth curve calculator you want, just answer the question: how much curvature over 10 miles? You'll end up with pretty much exactly the same answer, give or take a few millimeters.
I want to
Okay.
hear this.
Just give me 1 second then. I'm gonna use the formula that he gave, the professor guy.
What was his formula?
As I cannot say all this, I'm gonna just send it to you.
No, look, we don't care. Just give us the result. Just give us the result and tell us if it's different than 66 foot.
You're saying 10 miles, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, using this formula. Sure.
This is great. This is great.
Flat earthers, of course you have to be wrong.
Oh yeah, that's a syndrome. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. Doesn't matter. 2 + 2 is 4. Wrong.
Okay, so okay, it's gonna be 16.9.
Correct.
Got him.
16.9, and then I'm gonna use the formula that I got from you guys, which is the 8 inch.
16.9?
16.9?
Yeah.
What?
This could be wrong.
What?
Using the sphere formula, let me know if it's okay.
Is that feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's way off, bro.
Using, but wait, let me use the formula that you guys gave me. Y
What's your
equals
formula?
X.
And
who's
where you
asking?
got it from? Hello?
I got it
What's your
from
formula?
Professor
Where you got
Dave.
it from?
I don't know who's asking me the question. Who's asking me?
Doesn't
Just
matter.
post it. Doesn't matter.
So I can't post it. I don't have pick perm. Sorry.
What?
I don't have pick perms. I cannot post it here.
You can't You can't type it.
That's not going to be accurate.
What do you mean?
Dude, just go on an
The word science you cannot replicate on Discord, you monkey.
Just go on an Earth curve calculator website.
No, because they use the same formula that you guys use, which is the 8 inch.
Those people are not flat earthers. You really think that flat earthers are making Earth curve calculators on the internet? What's wrong with you?
Okay, what's wrong with using the because the whole point the Earth calculators.
Washington University link, right? And you can have a look at what Washington University uses as their formula.
There's flat earthers, bro.
Is the formula the one that Riley Criteria's posted? Is that the one you're using?
No.
Which one are you using?
You're
sir?
answering
Okay,
no.
somebody just asked me. Who's the guy asking me specifically, so I can send it to you.
Elbow.
Okay.
So
this is from Professor Dave video.
Okay,
this is what I got.
Dave, what the fuck?
Dude, I'm giving you Washington University, and you're choosing a self-confessed fake professor on YouTube.
He just posts shit propaganda too.
Yeah, dude, that dude just strawmans flat Earth arguments and commits a whole stack of fallacies, right?
Bro.
He says that he's just a fake professor, and he thought it would be a fun name to pick.
But you know what? I don't think
he said I'm not a professional at anything. He said I just get scripts.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so I don't think Professor Dave posted the wrong formula. I'm just thinking he's using it wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, no, because even he agrees in the video that is going to be different from the parable that you guys
He's a
gave.
retard. Why are you appealing to?
Okay, so wait, he's wrong, right? Then he's wrong. That I'm not just the one putting the numbers wrong. He's also wrong.
Yeah, of course he is. He's a retard. You just went to
Some guy just in the bottom said he was correct.
Guy that popped up that said, "Well, going against flat earthers." That's crazy of you to do that.
We've got university citations with the mathematics that they use in the citat. DJ's posted that. Are we going to ignore it?
Yeah, we got to focus on the YouTube propagandists. We got triggered by flat earthers. Professor Dave, what the?
Guys, it seems like you don't like him, so I don't know if this is.
It wasn't not about liking him or not liking him. But why are we appealing to somebody you just Googled 2 seconds ago?
So you're saying he doesn't know what he's talking about? Dude, he has a lot of views. Hold on.
Not
Let's say
correct.
It's like not a Professor Dave. What? Not a Professor Dave. Has that not rung through to you yet? He is not a Professor Dave. Why should we trust not a Professor Dave when we can trust the universities that are cited with school formula? Why do we trust a YouTube personality who is not a Professor Dave?
The reason why he has lots of views because he does it. People do exactly what you just did. Oh, I'm talking to flat earthers. I need to go to find somebody who goes against them, and he's the first thing that pops up on YouTube. That's crazy.
Because you guys tried being dishonest with me. You told me the 8 inches thing was accurate until I put in the calculator.
Dishonest. It's been cited over and over and over in the chat by universities. We're not being dishonest, dude.
Wait, you're saying most universities agree that the Earth is flat? That's not true. I thought you look at
Oh, you're missing the plot already. Go ahead.
CB. Sorry to interrupt. But the 8 inches per mile squared is a rough approximation. If you want the actual number, it's 7.98 inches per mile squared. If you want the exact number, for the parabolic formula, that's good up to 1,000 miles. If you want the more accurate number, 7.98 inches per mile squared.
He keeps missing
Yes,
the part
but
that
that's
it's
a
up to
parallel.
1,000 miles. Dude, we've made this point clear like 4 times. I'll do it 5th. Up to 1,000 miles. You're not making.
Can you show me that? Wait a
Just hold on a
second.
second.
Like,
Hold on a
whenever you
second.
make a
Hold on,
claim, just
Bob,
at least
Bob,
provide evidence
We're
for
gonna
it.
make it clear one more time, dude. Just chill out. We're making observations up to 1,000 miles with this parabolic arc segment that would match the patch of the Earth, right? We're not making observations across the entirety of the Earth. If the circumference is almost 25,000 miles, you ain't making observations 25,000 miles in distance, right? We're making observations couple hundred, right? Couple hundred, maybe. So if this is accurate up to 1,000 miles, you don't need to have it stretched across the entirety of the Earth. That's why it's a parabolic arc that matches the segment around the globe 1,000 miles. And you're missing this completely entirely. What you just said, like the longest you can see is like 200 miles. So yeah, you don't need to see 25,000 miles.
Okay.
I was just giving you the easiest formula, that's all, right? I was trying to show you an observation, but we've been stuck on this for 20 minutes now. You could even just take my word for it, right? And then double check the math after I show you the observation, right? And then you could use that against me, but you'll find that it's what the claim is from the globe side, or just not even from the globe side, it's just the math.
You're going against it because we said it. That's the problem here. You're hearing flat earthers tell you, here's the numbers. You're like, your ears are flat earthers, so you must be wrong. That's why when we post the citations, they're not flat earthers. They're representing your worldview that you're denying. Holy shit.
Okay, so I mean, look, I don't want to be like the bum here, but according to ChatGPT, it's not even accurate up to like more than 6 miles. So I don't know what you want me to say here.
Why don't we just talk to ChatGPT? Because you're useless right now.
You just want me to believe everything you say. Like, I'm sorry.
We don't want you to believe us. It's not. We did not get these numbers.
There's no way this equation that I put in the Desmos is going to be accurate up to 1,000 miles. It curves too fast. That's not possible.
Awesome. So being as we're using ChatGPT, maybe we can ask ChatGPT, how much Earth curvature should be after 10 miles?
Okay.
Are you doing that now?
Oh, you want me to do it?
Yes.
Okay, so using the X...
Someone already posted it. Someone already did that and posted it in the side chat. You could just read what they posted. Rayleigh Criterion posted it at 15 minutes after the hour.
Okay, hold on. 8-inch thing you guys gave me, the 8-inch X.
He's probably typing it in wrong, chat.
Right, so according to you guys, so it's going to be 600 feet using the parabola, which is not going to be accurate.
66.7 feet is the answer. 66 feet over 10 miles. I've said it about 20 times now.
Dude, the formula you gave says about 800 miles. 800 feet, sorry.
No.
Yes, it does. Put your formula inside the ChatGPT and tell it to do it.
Chat.
Okay.
Hey guys, direct him to the booklet that I wrote a couple years ago at 22 minutes past the hour. Numpty here can read through that and read through the derivation of the 8 inches per mile squared, and in there it'll tell him how to take some other math classes from college so he can actually learn. Right now he's just chanting, but if he wants to actually learn, he can read that as to how it is one of the most accurate formulas there is. He can.
No, it's no. Can you find me a source, please? That actually claims this is the most accurate way.
Okay, in the 2 seconds that I posted the link, you've not had time to read the derivation of 8 inches per mile squared. Read
No
that
offense,
document.
but you want me to
Okay,
click
there
on
is
Google
no
Docs on
offense.
Discord?
Just read the document. You've just
Dude,
been
you want
given
me to
and
click
told
on a
the
docs on a
derivation of 8 inches
Discord?
per
That's
mile
not going to be
squared.
okay.
Now you can't be okay. You haven't even had time to read it yet, alone to react to it. So read
Yeah,
it.
you can. You don't have a
Holy
Google
cow.
account. You could in another browser log into an anonymous Gmail. He doesn't want to click on it because he doesn't want you to see his Gmail identity. I mean, I can understand that.
I mean, I won't see his Gmail identity. Yeah, I won't
I
see
don't
his
know what he
Gmail
has on the link. You know how dumb it would be for me to click on a link? That's going to be especially directing me to Google Docs.
You don't have to. It's not necessary. This has been shown to you several other places in the chat, so definitely don't click on that one if you have a concern about it. Look at one of the other ones. It's been repeated here in the chat multiple times in various formats.
Lobs, just look, have a look. This is what I just typed in, right? I did it for you. I went to ChatGPT. I said, please calculate how much Earth curve there would be over 10 miles using the 8 inches per mile squared formula for the globe. Right? And have a look in the side chat. Once again, it gives you the exact same answer, 66.67 feet.
Interesting. Hold on.
Okay.
Dude, what? But I'm getting different answers when I use different formulas. This is.
I wonder why.
Okay.
Okay, so far you've been shown on ChatGPT, right? I've given you Washington University. I've given you a chart showing it done using the Pythagorean theorem. You can go on any Earth curve calculator that you can find on the internet and type it in, and it's all going to give you the same answer. I mean, you can probably move forward with the conversation now.
Okay, so how much does the Earth curve after 10 miles on Google as like 16 feet, 16.68 feet after 10 miles? I'm gonna use your formula again. The 8 inch.
Not our formula, by the way.
Drop per.
If it was our formula, it'd be 0 inches per mile squared.
What's the actual? You're saying that your citation is saying 16 feet instead of 66. Is that what you claimed?
Yeah, when I just look it up on Google.
Okay,
again.
well, then we want to see what the source is for that so we can see what the details are claiming there. So could you put that in the chat?
Yeah. Oh, I have to send it to you specifically because I have no perm here to send pictures.
I just
It's fine.
Google and I posted it.
Send it to me.
Chat. Hey,
Yes,
I
sir.
just Google and I posted it in the chat, and this is what it gave me.
Yep, same.
Yep. Thanks, Elbow. Thanks, Elbow. Yep. There you go. 66 feet, 10 miles.
And the one I posted under it straight from Google, same thing. 66 points.
I don't know what she's looking at because the end result for me, the one I sent to her, is going to be 16.
Okay, I just copy pasted my screenshot. Elbow copy pasted his screenshot. We've given you Washington University, ChatGPT. I mean, like, come on, man.
Dude, the formula is less confusing, okay? Because People claim different formulas, and it gives you different results. And I'm saying the parabola is probably not going to be the one because the Earth is not parabola.
Oh my
So it's like,
God,
Yeah,
we've
but you keep
addressed this.
appealing to
Okay,
your crap math skills. Nobody
wait,
cares about your
Lops,
inability to do the
okay,
math.
what? Can you
Lops.
well, stop pretending like you're doing the math here, okay? You're just repeating and rinsing what they're saying. First of
Hold
all.
on.
Second of all,
We've addressed the parabolic thing. Can you repeat back what we told you? I think that's the problem here.
you said it's going to be accurate up to 1,000 miles. And I'm like, I don't even know that's true. I looked it up and it's not true.
Why? Why are we like? Okay, so are you making observations over 1,000 miles or under 1,000 miles?
How am I making? Well, when I look at the moon,
We
when I
understand
look at the
Earth's not
sun, when I look at the
parabolic.
stars,
I know
like it's going to be.
it's
I think this guy's just trolling.
Probably.
Yeah, anybody here is capable of doing the math. We gave you the formula, 8 inches per mile squared. So it's 10 miles, that 8
do you
inches
not hear
times
what I said?
100, which is then 800 divided by 12, which is 66.67 feet. I don't know what you're talking
Does
about. Put it
anybody
in the
like? Did you
formula
hear what
yourself.
I said? Do you know what a parabola is? I'm saying it's not a parabola. Do you know what that is? Or are you just going to keep repeating that?
Yes, a parabola. Yes, I know what that is. Parabola. That's how we say it in America. I don't know where
So
they
do you
say it.
think?
Where they say
Do you
it. Where
think
it
Earth
comes
is a
from.
parabola?
We've addressed that already. You're not making observations up to 25,000 miles. That parabola
am, if I look
matches
at
the
the stars.
segment
Yes,
of
it's not claiming the shape of the Earth. It's claiming exponential growth, which there's exponential growth because of the exponential rate of the decline that would be seen in your vision. It's not supposed to be predicting the shape of the Earth.
So because it's not, therefore it's not accurate. I mean, I'm arguing.
You're missing the
No,
point,
no,
bro.
no,
You're
no. I'm
correct.
sorry, guys. I'm sorry, because this is the thing. They brought this up 6 years ago. A bunch of flat earthers got fooled by it and tried to shut down this 8 inches per mile squared. No, this formula does not say the Earth is a parabola. Exponential growth and exponential decay are a curved rate. This is talking about the rate, not
Which
about
is
the shape of
a
the Earth.
parabola.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Right,
We're on
so
the
why
same
would we
page.
use
Great.
that formula made for parabola if that's not a parabola?
You're conceding
What?
the point. Thank you. You conceded the point. Appreciate it. That's all I wanted to get in. Keep going, guys.
Okay, if that's concession, then sure, right?
For our observations, it matches. We're not making observations up to 25,000 miles. That's been said at least 5 times. You haven't got that yet. We're not saying the Earth is a parabola. If the Earth is a
we agree to
sphere,
that,
you can
then
take
stop
that.
using
Hold
that.
on a second. If the Earth is a sphere, you can take that parabola and put it on. Basically, it would match up with the rate of curvature around the globe Earth. You're missing this entirely. Your observations are not going that long. So with these short of observations, that parabola is accurate based on the size of the globe Earth. We're not saying the Earth is a parabola, or you're not making observations crazy long, like 20,000 miles.
Okay.
You haven't addressed this at all.
If it's not, why do we have to keep you? No, again, if it's not going to be accurately representing the whole
It is
curvature of the
accurate.
Earth, why don't we use a formula that actually does?
We're not making observations to the entirety of the Earth, you retard. I don't know how many times we could tell you this. You just Googled earlier, you're seeing observations up to 200 miles, not 2,000 miles or 20,000 miles.
You don't need to explain it again to this guy, right? Lops, look, if you want to continue the conversation, right, you can prove us wrong, right? And put the correct formula in the side chat, or we can move forward with the conversation. Right? What do you want to do?
Dude, you guys are asserting things that are not taken as true.
No.
That's the
I
problem.
still haven't gotten your citation from the thing that you asserted. We, in fact, have done the opposite. We have backed up everything we said with citations and math. You, on the other hand, claimed this 16 feet and still have yet to send me your citation.
He's just trolling at this point. It's ridiculous. Trying to get a rise.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know how much more clear you can be. I mean, we might as well just chalk to ChatGPT. Like,
Correct it. ChatGPT was wrong. Told me after 10 miles the curvature will be 6.67 feet. Really? I thought it was 66.67. Oh, then it congratulated me on correcting that math. So be wary of the AIs that you use. Sometimes they get it wrong.
Okay. First, can I stop being muted?
Yeah,
This is like
hold on,
not fair.
Before you continue, it's funny because actually when I looked, I Googled, and there's actually a formula that gives you 66.2. But when they quote the source has a table under it that says 66 feet.
Which
I'll
one
post
is that
this.
one?
I'll post this right now. It's gonna be probably posted as two different screenshots, but you'll see what I mean. It's really weird. It's just the AI is completely bonkers for some reason.
I don't know why anybody with half a brain would try to use Chat GPT as a source, knowing that Chat GPT is programmed to tell you what it thinks you want to hear. And I have a subscription to Chat GPT before you say, and I use it for all kinds of things, but I would absolutely never use it as a primary source for something. So I don't know why you did that anyway.
Well, unless you want me to do a deep, thorough study right now, understanding which formula is going to be probably accurate, my only option is going to be ChatGPT right now, right?
Okay.
We're having a.
See, ultimately, at the end of this, you're either trolling or what? Because the difference between any of the actual formulas is a very minuscule amount, especially when you're talking that most observations are done over 20 or 30 miles. You do any of those formulas, and they're off by a matter of inches at 20 to 30 miles from most uses. You're not typically making long distance observations over 100 miles. So why you're trying to argue semantically about this, I think, is either you don't want to actually talk about the topic, or you're just trying to clog up the bandwidth for something else.
That's absolutely not true, because I told you once I used the formula Professor Dave provided, it actually said 16 instead of like the answer that you guys gave. So the formulas are not minuscule. There's actually huge differences. I don't know why you just assert that.
Yeah, because he's not a professor, so drop that from your vocabulary. Stop calling him professor because he's not a professor. And then you have your answer. He's not a professor. He's full of shit. And at the end of that, you wonder why something he gave you doesn't work. So
no,
I'm not sure what.
It's not that it works. It's that you don't agree with it.
So what internal logical fallacy must you have built in you that would trust something that comes from somebody who's not a professor calling himself a professor? So what's up with that?
Dude, it's not about him being a professor. I'm just saying the thing he provided.
There's no curvature over 10 miles, okay? If you want to put a number and say there is curvature over that distance, prove it. Right? I've got observations here that prove that there's none, or we're not going to continue this conversation. Right? Just trying to work out the formula. Right? There's no curvature, right? Is our claim there's zero curvature over that distance.
Yeah, fuck
right?
it.
If you
Zero
think
versus
there's curvature over
Vermont.
that distance, exactly. That's the actual formula.
By the way, and if you look at the information I posted, I just posted the screenshots. There is a small disclosure at the bottom that says the information might not be accurate, so double check your information. So, check out those pictures I posted. That one says it's 16, but if the where they get their sources from, the information where they get their sources from, it has the actual table of how much at the 10th mile. It says 66 miles. But and also read the little disclosure that it says that AI information might not be accurate, so you have to double check.
Yeah, I think the third page of what you posted there, Elbow. I mean, that has 16 feet drop. Right before it has the 66. So maybe he was just reading his source wrong, because he still hasn't sent it to me. So
I have. What do you? Okay.
I'll look again. Maybe it's in some other place. Yeah, it shows distance 5 miles, curvature 16.67 feet. But the point that not at 10 miles. But the point we're trying to make here is that that was just being made to you. These are your predictions from your globe model. Like, we're not saying this is accurate. We're saying your globe model predicts this, and this is not what we experience in reality. And also, yeah, the guys are trying to tell you, I mean, just to put it out there, I'm sorry that, in America, this so-called wacky YouTube moneymaker, grifter snake oil salesman, so-called Professor Dave is held up as some kind of educational icon. It's ridiculous. It is a clown show. He has no credentials. If he gave you some formula, he's wrong. If you want to say Professor Dave's formula showed you something else, then write it out on a piece of paper, draw me a diagram, take a picture of it, send it to me, I'll post it for you. He's wrong.
Even though,
Dude, you're
let's say
being
it was
really rude
okay.
right
Let's say
now.
let's put it like this. Even though, let's say it's 16 feet, we don't get 16 feet of curvature.
Mm.
We have
Guys,
observations that we could see the horizon past 10 miles.
So the first 30 minutes of talking to you is us just trying to help you work out your own globe mathematics. That's
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
no, it's parabol. Okay.
We already explained that. If you say that word one more time, bro, like I'm gonna reach for this phone. We've already addressed that point. You still haven't acknowledged it, but whatever.
You don't even want to have a conversation, right? But I was just telling you how much drop there is over 10 miles so I could show you an observation, right? Then you asked me what the formula was that was used to work that particular thing out, and I told you it, right? It's the correct formula to work that out. Okay? There's other formulas that all give you the same result, but it doesn't seem like you want to see the observation or have a good faith conversation.
Dude, I am having a good faith conversation. What do you mean?
Why is it taking us 30 minutes of just going back and forth over this ridiculous first point, right? Which is just you not knowing the curvature rate for your own globe that you believe in.
Dude, I just got into this because I just literally joined the VC. What do you mean? You guys been studying this. What are you talking about? Of course, I'm not going to know it as much as you are.
Do you know anything about the globe? Right? Do you know that the radius or how fast it spins? I bet you don't even know anything about what you're trying to defend right now.
Well, you don't even believe that though, right? You don't even believe that there's anything spinning and stuff like that.
No, I believe that you don't even know anything about what you believe. You just blindly believe it.
He's a BYOB earther.
Dude, come on. It's not that deep.
Blind faith earther is what you are. You're defending your belief system right now, not something that you actually know anything about.
But it's primitive, dude. It's like they know this. Like you're making it seem like the agencies that we have, like NASA, like everybody just bullshitting.
Here we go.
Okay, do you want me to believe that everybody's just bullshitting and you guys just happen to discover the truth that nobody did?
Maybe you're bullshitting.
They're not bullshitting. They're just repeating what they learned at university or school.
So they're lying.
No, they're not lying. They believe it, right? So they're not lying.
I'm talking about NASA. I'm talking about the government.
Well, they're not. They don't talk, right? It's a whole bunch of individuals that work at an agency called NASA, right? And they have specific jobs that they do there. It's not NASA.
The astronauts, the people that went to the moon and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that they're lying, dude, obviously, right? Have you looked at the footage, right? Have you looked into the fakery of the moon landings, right? Even if I was a globe earther, I would not believe in the moon landing, right? Because I've looked into it. It's ridiculous. Maybe you haven't looked into it, so you still believe it. But you don't know, you can still be a globe earther and know that NASA's full of shit.
So, okay, you're just rejecting the fact that they went to outer space, though. That's insane, right?
It's not just rejecting it, right? It's you have to spend time looking into the inconsistencies and the impossibilities that are related to it, right? I could even show you footage right now, and I bet you wouldn't even believe me that this is claimed to be real footage.
Let me see.
Yeah, all right. I'll upload a little video into the side chat. It's just uploading.
Yeah, take your time.
And also share a documentary with you as well about the American moon. I think you'll be helpful.
Yeah, so what I'm posting now, right? This isn't proof that they faked the moon landings. This is just something for you to look at, right? I just want your opinion. Use your common sense. Be honest. Tell me if you think this footage looks legitimate or it looks like it's some 60s style stop motion animation with using miniatures and models and sets and things like. Have a look in the side chat there.
Just need to do a little bit of research, and you'll see something is off.
Maybe the first clip, I guess the first scene where it's flying up, it looks kind of weird, but like other than that, I don't know.
Oh, it looks great.
It looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah. But anyway, that's not a proof, right? That's just common sense type thing. I don't know how anyone can defend that footage, but I mean, you need to have a look into the technical aspects, right? The shadow angles and all that sort of stuff, right? Learn about gas pressure and entropy and, right, the impossibilities of outer space as claimed in the globe model. It takes a little bit of time. Right. The second law of thermodynamics violation being outer space, right? Adjacent to the gas pressure system that we have here on Earth, without a physical barrier, stopping the high pressure from
It's going to be like gravity, right?
Well, that's the whole thing, right? So you need this magical thing called gravity that you believe in, right? Which has never been proven to explain all of these things that defy logic and common sense, right? Like water sticking to the outside of a ball, for example, right? Gravity is the magic patch that you put on everything that doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make okay, dude. I mean, if like you're denying gravity too, I don't know.
You don't even know what that is.
I do know what gravity is. What?
What is it? Define gravity. Define
So,
it.
like, I guess in the basic level, like gravity is just going to be. It's not technically.
What's the current theory of gravity? The name of it?
It's probably going to be like curvature of space time.
So that's what gravity is?
Probably.
Yeah.
He said probably, guys. He knows, but it's probably.
Well, yeah, that's what they claim, right? That is what it is. According
Are you
to Einstein.
sure, or you know, or you don't know?
Okay, if you want me to say Newton's idea, I'm probably going to say just like a force, but I don't know if a force is like.
So you have no clue what you're talking about. Got it.
So okay, what is gravity?
You don't know, bro. That's our point.
That's what I'm asking you, right? Since I don't know, what is gravity?
It's just a theoretical mathematical construct required to patch together the ridiculous globe Earth model that you blindly believe in and don't know anything about.
But it is what I said it is, right? It's this curvature of space-time, unless like there's like new discoveries. I mean, I don't know.
No, right? Then you're talking about Newton and forces, right? Gravity's not claimed to be a force, right? But then you claimed it to be a force.
It acts like a force, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, look, we jumping too far ahead, right? I was trying to show you a long distance observation that debunks the globe.
Honestly. I just cannot take your word for it because you're a flat earther. So as obvious you.
There you go. There you go.
Wait, I'm obviously going to do my own research, right? Right? Stop crying. But the point is, I can't. Like, it's not like I'm going to listen to a Muslim that's trying to make me a Muslim too. It's like, okay, obviously they're going to be biased.
I'm trying to show you a high definition video.
I know. I'm just saying I'm going to do my own research when it comes to this and say, okay, why is this video kind of funky? What answers do they have?
Search.
Huh?
Okay, so you came in to talk to us about this topic, right? So I'm trying to present evidence to you that debunks the globe, and you don't want to see it. So
but I need to verify the evidence. I need to look into the evidence. Do you just want me to blindly say yes, no, yes, no?
After you look into it, okay, I'm trying to show you evidence, right? Then you can look into it after you have been shown the evidence, right? Why are you here? If you don't want to talk to flat earthers.
Wait, I thought you already did. You told me I used the Desmos and the curvature doesn't match with what Earth is supposed to be. So
I was giving. No. Right. What I was saying is that if the Earth was a globe, right, over a 10-mile lake, you would have to have 66 foot of curvature. That wasn't me presenting anything, right? That was just saying that if the Earth's a globe, it has to have certain characteristics that go along with it, right? Then I was going to present an observation that debunks that necessity for the Earth to be a globe, which is the curvature. But you didn't want to see the observation for some reason.
I'm speaking from ignorance. That's why I can't really say this is going to be expected, this is not going to be expected. That's why I said maybe it's better for me to learn the fundamentals, the basics.
Okay, I know, but this is the most basic thing. Curvature. If globe, must have curvature, right?
Yeah.
Go out, test for curvature. If no curvature, not globe.
We're like stuck on the formula that even demonstrates
the formula.
That's you.
Right, that is me. That's why I said maybe I should go and learn about this more.
Well, that's why we posted you citations from Washington University and whatnot.
Okay, okay, dude. I clicked on the video, the calculator you gave me, and it uses the same formula that you guys also provided. So it's like, okay, I mean, at the end of the day, if they're going to be appealing to the same thing, then sure.
They're going to give you 66.67 feet over 10 miles, roughly. Okay, so that doesn't really matter. Okay, that's just the claim based off the radius value. The problem is that there's zero curvature, right? So even if there's 50 or 16 or 66 or whatever feet of curvature over 10 miles, right? And we can show you observations and there's zero curvature over 10 miles, right? That's the problem.
Mm.
But yeah, it doesn't seem like you want to see our evidence, so maybe you want to present evidence for the globe instead.
Don't you think it's going to be better for me if I was to go now and come back once I've already understood the basics that most people know already about the Earth, the radius, stuff like that?
We provided that to you. You're just rejecting it.
I'm not just rejecting it. I'm not going to take it at face value. I have to look at multiple sources. I have to verify this.
But you took the globe Earth on face value. You didn't do anything.
Well, globe Earth is like what most people accept already, right? Because NASA has already been to outer space. Because, dude, there's Katy Perry just went to outer space. Okay.
Right. 60 miles up in the air.
Oh,
It's just like a parabolic flight. It's just a parabolic flight, a different form of a parabolic flight, right? Like a vomit comet. That's all that happened.
Even the mainstream media aren't buying that Katy Perry went to space. Come on.
All right, that's why maybe, again, I don't think we're disagreeing here. I think we're agreeing. Maybe I should know a little more. I'm saying I should know a little more before I talk about anything.
Would you admit, right, that you don't know? Would you admit? Sorry, Jedi. I just want to ask you one question, then I'll stand down. Right? Would you believe that the Earth's a globe, or do you know that the Earth's a globe? Right? Is it a belief or something you know as a fact?
I guess if it's being put to a test, I would just say I believe it is. I believe it is. Yeah.
Thank you. That's correct answer.
Also, I don't know what you guys like. This is the first time I ever had an actual communication. I told you usually it's Quantum is screaming, getting mad at something. This is the first time I ever had a conversation about the globe or the flat Earth and a flat Earth VC. So that's why I don't know as much, despite going back and forth on this server and the VC sometimes.
If you need to go and study.
Huh?
For your own benefit on your own time. How much
You're cutting out really bad for me.
Curvature there is, what the claim is with regards to geometry. Go away and do that, then that's terrible.
Is he cutting out just for you guys, or is it, for me, or is that for you guys? So?
No, it's for everyone.
And me too. Bit of repeat
He's
that.
he was just saying if you need to go and do some study and then come back, then we can, or right, I can just present evidence to you. Right? Obviously, there has to be some curvature over 10 miles, right? If the Earth's a globe, right? So, I mean, I can show you an observation that debunks the globe. I don't see why you don't want to see it.
Because I don't even know much about the globe to make any sort of comments about it.
You know it has to have curvature, yeah?
Yeah, that's like the very basic, though. Yes, self-evident.
Yes, this debunks the curvature. So that, therefore, it cannot be a globe. It's very simple.
Dude, no, you're gonna provide me some picture, and it's gonna be like, I shouldn't be seeing this if there's the curve, but I don't even know. Okay.
It's a high definition video, not a picture.
Okay, you know what? I'll be back. I have finals actually, so like maybe after 3 days. Yeah, about 2 days. After 2 days, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna be ready.
Good talking to you. At least, yeah, like you said, at least we had a civilized conversation here. Hope your exams go well.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. I can see why he gets yelled at.
That's weird how that I got that whole shit wrong.
Well, nobody yelled at him here.
I tried not to. I wasn't, was I? I know I get a little, passionate about the topic, but I wasn't mad at him.
A little bit mad, but
maybe we should have yelled at him, then he would have felt at home.
That's right.
Wow, the conversation never got past being able to work out how much drop there is over 10 miles.
Did anybody?
In, like, an hour.
Did anybody? Did he send anybody the formula that Dave was using?
Yeah, he sent that. Yeah, he sent that to me. I didn't put it up there because you guys moved on to something else. I just didn't see it at first because it was, I had to accept his message
Can
from
you
somebody I
send it to
didn't
me?
know
I
type
want to see
thing.
what he said.
Yeah, he's using let me go back to it just a minute. Ta-dun. He's using a different formula. H equals R minus the square root of the quantity R squared minus, in parentheses, the quantity D over 2 squared. I don't know. I can write it out for you. You've probably seen that one before.
Yeah, not only is ChatGPT completely wrong about things sometimes it just blatantly lies, right? Like I tested it the other day. I'm like, do you remember the conversation we had the other day about P and S waves? And it was like, yes, I remember the conversation. And I was like, okay, can you bring it back up again and tell me what we went over? It's like, well, I can't actually remember specific details if you want to refresh. And then I was like, well, we never actually ever had that conversation. It's like, oh, yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, I made a mistake, blah, blah. It's like, what?
Yeah, these things we really want to be careful with. Yeah, the only AIs that I would ever that I at all consider are those. I think like Perplexity, where it actually prints out links to where it's kind of more or less getting its information from that it's synthesizing for you. All right, because at least you can cross-reference. But shit like ChatGPT, it will do stuff that people, in my field, because we use it a lot for assistance for our work. Well, it basically hallucinates. Okay, that's the term we use for it, because it makes shit up. When it comes to software code and shit like that, it'll crunch together strings of whatever that don't actually compile, because it thinks it works because it's blending all sorts of bullshit together and conflating things. It's hallucinating, bro.
Yeah, it's weird. The other day, I actually tried to put emojis and emotions into the conversation. I was like, why are you putting emojis? It's like laugh out loud or whatever. Yeah, I was like, she's like, then it was like, I don't really show emotion because I have software, blah, 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 blah. But so then why are you trying to make it like you have showing emotion? Like,
well, Bob helped me give some bullshit explanation, but I was like, that's just weird.
Yeah.
Joe would say something kind of funny. They should ask that.
Yeah, I had a similar issue with Gronk yesterday. I was having it calculate how much curvature there should be over a distance, and it started adding in sea level into the calculations, even though I was not talking about sea level.
Yeah, I know this has been discussed before. I just don't remember it. I'd have to look at where they're deriving this so-called fake Prof Dave formula from, why they use a different one than the actual Earth curve calculator uses. I can't remember that whole argument because it just gets so far in the weeds, but anyway, he thinks Prof Dave. The sad thing about fake Prof Dave is they've now they're adopting him in like mainstream education software, like a Near. I don't know if you guys have heard of Nearpod. If you haven't been in school recently, you might not have. But Nearpod is an educational company that a lot of schools use. That they have to have a premium subscription to basically do these like interactive presentations with students, and then you can search for curricula because they've gotten rid of a lot of the textbooks in schools. And so a lot of the teachers are just searching online for content. So now you can search in this Nearpod, which is what many, millions of teachers around the United States of America use to find curricula. And they actually have stupid Prof Dave videos in there. And when I saw that, I was just so disgusted. But, he's the one that's being promoted. He's out there. They're like, oh, professor, he's talking about this topic. We'll throw that in there. So gross.
That's wild. I can't believe he literally was just like, no, I don't think you guys are right. Hold on, let me go to YouTube real fast. First thing that pops up, looks like you're wrong. Wow. Okay.
I'll see if I can find you an example of what I'm talking.
Is it shocking to you that you find educational materials these days are in the toilet?
It's not shocking to me. Yeah, I know it's not shocking to any of you guys. I did say I was shocked, didn't I? I guess, yeah, to the extent, yeah, that, because that's the sad thing. Yeah, because the textbooks were bad enough, right? But at least they would have you could look in the front of the textbook and it would tell you what university, what professors put out the science textbook, right? At least it had some source that maybe had some concept of what they were talking about, even though they were riddled with errors. You know what I'm saying? Now it's like, teacher just clicks on buoyancy and they get fake Prof. Dave to explain it to them, and they put it in front of their class and they have no idea what's going on. They don't have to do any preparation. They don't have to do any reading. They can just let Prof. Dave take over the minds of their students.
That is wild.
And that's a punishment worse than hell. Like, haven't these students suffered enough?
Yeah. Are we still live?
Somewhere, someplace.
We are live.
And we are live, chat.
That last fellow that was on here, he just kept making me think of Haz's father. Just every time we talk, I can almost just hear him saying, yakety smackety blah 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 and have some OJ, boy.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds funny.
Yeah, you don't remember Taz?
Oh, yeah, low key.
Yeah, his dad, that's what his dad always said was yakety smackety blah blah blah, and then he would say something like, one he said a few times was, have some OJ, boy.
That's wild.
So sometimes when these GTs get to talking, it's exactly what I think.
GTs. I've been saying that lately because of you.
Hey, I'm telling you, brother, it's a good thing.
The fuck is a GT?
Globe Dard. It's like the PG way of saying.
Oh god, okay.
You got to be in the know a little bit.
I guess I am now. I'm in the club.
Globe Dard. Yeah, I really don't like it when we can't really get to the actual argument because they're so stuck up on us being wrong about the things we say. Even if we're citing something, like, hey, look, university says this. Nope, I think you guys are interpreting it wrong. You must be getting it wrong some way, some shape, some form, because you're a flat earther. You're flawed. It's like I feel like we should just start doing like opposite day or something. Say the opposite thing. They'll think we're wrong. Then they're forced to go with the thing we would have said originally. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, bizarro flat Earth.
It's crazy. Like, for an example, I'm not sure how this would play out, but like, gas pressure doesn't need a container. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, great. Yeah, you're right. Oh, well.
Yeah, it is tough to wrangle. I mean, the reality is they do have every right to question. Like that's kind of what got most of us starting and started questioning things. So if they're going to have doubt about a statement we make, the onus becomes on them to see it through. And that's where I think things are going awry, because they're not even bothering. They're kind of it seems to me like they're creating an air of skepticism for intellectual sake, right? But then they get caught up in this whirlwind within that to kind of just keep the uncertainty up in the air without trying to, you know what I mean? Just for the sake of arguing and for the sake of being skeptical, as opposed to using skepticism to ultimately find the truth. Right? That's what it seems to me.
They're vague earthers. They want to keep it in like a nebulous, vague, as much as possible.
Yeah, but even the AIs are stupid too. I had Gronk tell me yesterday that the Rayleigh criterion angular resolution only applies to point sources of light. Except angular resolution also applies to microscopes. And under microscopes, when people are looking at cellular bodies and other things, those are not point sources of light. They're objects.
Has anyone spoken to LT before?
No.
Yeah, LT, are you a Globie or a flat earther? What say you?
Chime in, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yo, LT, you there? Oh, we have Heru joining us.
Heru.
Heru. Does it speak?
Heru, please.
Ooh, Sarakel. mumbling his way out.
Are you guys interested in what I was saying before about the Nearpod or not? Because I found the example, because if you see them come in here, like I've noticed just since returning here to Discord, like, yeah, the quality of even ability to have a intellectual discourse of these teenagers. Not that they had a lot of ability to do it before, but now it's even worse. But yeah, do you want me to show you or not? Because I mean, it's interesting to me, but it's not interesting to you. I won't show you.
What do you got there?
Share it.
Okay, they're saying yes. Okay, so here's the first thing. So I was telling you about Nearpod because I don't know if you guys know that, like, these companies, these internet companies, are taking over education because they're not using textbooks anymore in most schools. They're using Chromebooks and putting everything online. So after 2020, that's when this company started taking over education. It's a private company now used by teachers in 75% of K-12 public schools in the U.S. In 2020, students interacted with our platform 1.5 billion times across 19.5 million lessons taught. And that's just one of them. There's many competitors, of course, in the field, but this, I think, is one of the most popular. And so anyway, I'll put the Prof. Dave clip up there, but lest anyone think I'm promoting him. I mean, the search results, if you search Professor Dave on that platform, which is what teachers are using for their curriculum, I got to put, I got to keep a disclaimer on there, fake Prof. Dave lies. So you can search, and so the thing of it is there, if you see there, he's got I'm sure he's making a lot of money off of this because they make tons of money. Because it's one of those platforms where, they have a free version, but you can barely even function with the free version. Then you have to pay them. Then you have to lobby your school to pay for the subscription, which is outrageously expensive. So anyway, yeah, you're talking about exponents and their operations, all these different things here, the skeletal system. Suddenly, this guy, knows all, right? And that's what these kids are being exposed to. That's why they come in here with fake Prof. Dave's fake formula for fake Earth curve, and they think that's gospel.
Classic.
Classical.
I mean, it's a pretty good racket. Textbook companies always have been a racket. They probably, I don't know what the, dinosaur textbook people's feeling is about that. I used to think those were bad because you could easily, when I first, got into the business, I had Prentice Hall Physical Science and I started reading it. I'm like, this is like full of nonsense. Like there's a ton of this is scientific errors. And then I found this great website. You guys remember back in the day when the internet first started, you could just find like, if you search something, like you could find just some random dude who agreed with you and went through, like this guy went through every page of this textbook and pointed out every scientific error. I loved that guy. So every time we got to that page, I'd say to the kids, and here's the error in this one. But anyway, the point is, I mean, that's when we actually even had books, right? Where there was like a record and there were like people you could go to for sources if you didn't agree with. Now, you got this, what is that? He's some kind, like he maybe has a master's degree, right? But he got fired from some teaching job and now he's in charge of science education pretty much the entire United States of America. It's outrageous. Just because he was the best liar, right? He won the prize. You lie the best, you're the slickest. You do it with a straight face, you have no conscience, no shame. So we're appointing you God of science. He's the new Bill Nye for the new generation.
I think we need to make a YouTube persona and start putting like a big professor or whatever, and start putting our own stuff in there, man.
We saw during the Coco situation a few years ago how willing people are to like appeal to authority. Someone's got a white coat on, yes sir, no sir. You know, they did that with Dave. We should do that for sure. That people would fall for that so fast.
And it's not even necessarily from individual authority figures that I've seen. Like it's very the shit that I'm seeing now that I'm kind of more critical than I was in the past. I'm just going around, and I just notice things, right? The stuff about space and our history, like, all the dinosaur stuff, like everything, right? It's just, everyone just takes it like it's a given, right? We're taught it. But then, even in things where you least expect it, you'll find it. Like not long ago, I was just at a sushi shop, a little small business, right? The owners, they have their kids there, whatever. They're just kind of, occupying themselves. Like they have a TV and little TV shows on, shit like that. And those little cartoon dance clips, whatever kids, in that thing, there's little flash moments of like fractions of a second of globe stuff. I'm like, what happened? I just happened to catch it. You're like came out of nowhere, but okay, And then yesterday, or like oftentimes, I kind of coach one of my neighbor kids. He's young, grade 3, whatever. We hang out, teach him piano, whatnot. And I was helping him with some math stuff. And his mom gave us a little, those little games, little flashcards, right? You flip over the cards and, you answer, right? And on the back of the cards, little dinosaurs and space planets and shit. I'm like, what the fuck does this have to do with anything? It's just there, right? No, not even like the company logo or something, right? Just little dinosaurs in space. Like we're doing like 4 times 2 here, flashcards. Like what the fuck does that have to do with it?
What's going on here, guys? What's going on?
Yo, Circle, be respectful, man. You're a guest here coming in like that.
Sorry,
Come
man.
on.
I didn't know what's going on. Sorry.
Apologize.
All
now.
good, man. All good. I mean, I'm just noticing, Anyway, carry on.
Well, since you interrupted, you little. He tipped. Oh, that was rude. How rude. Jar Jar.
Hello. Thank you. Please. Please and thank you. Or thank you. Come again.
Sometimes though, you do really have to stop the show for these weirdos that pop by. 'Cause they'll leave like that.
Hmm? What was that, CB?
Oh, I said, like when people pop in, sometimes you really got to stop the show and address them because they'll just leave so fast.
Yeah, sometimes I think of that as well. Like maybe hold up for a second, introduce the guy, welcome in, whatever, the girl, boy, and get the.
Or like leaves in the wind. Yeah, you kind of got to catch them. I don't know.
yeah, like leaves.
No pun intended.
Yeah.
They gave me this free Nitro on this account since I came back. I put it on my calendar to cancel because I don't really want to pay Discord, but it's kind of fun. I might get attached to it. The little, nice little emojis and all that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been paying for that shit for so long.
Yeah, it's kind of worth it in a way.
Honestly, you could probably get one of these simps to buy it for you. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, but CB, I'm not going to do that. I got more respect for myself than that.
I'm just saying, like.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, I could just call it part of my entertainment budget. I don't ever go to the movies. I was thinking about that the other day. I haven't gone to a movie in years. My children wanted to see Minecraft movie, which they did go, but I'm like, I'm just going to drop you guys off because sitting there for 2 hours and 41 minutes watching the Minecraft movie just sounded like torment to me. But they're old enough to go on their own now, so that's good.
Nice.
Yeah. At what age did you go to your first restricted movie?
Oh.
Gosh, me? I don't know. I feel like I followed the rules. They said you weren't supposed to go to our movies till you were.
Oh, look at you, goody two shoes over here.
Pretty sure. Did you guys sneak in?
No, I just walked in. Went to see Beverly Hills Cop, which was R-rated at that time.
Yeah, I've done that once. We wanted to go see The Happening. I don't even know why. Apparently, the movie's kind of trash. Mark Wahlberg, where the wind blows and people die. You guys remember that shit? That was crazy. But
Contagion.
huh?
Contagion.
No, it was called The Happening.
Oh yeah, that was what happening.
Yeah, I think I was too young for that or something, and then they were like, no, you have to not, you can't see that movie, and then we just snuck in.
You ever been to a movie and you had to walk out?
Ooh, no, I've not. Why would you walk out? It's trash.
The movie's so bad.
Dang. What movie is that?
Well, thankfully I never went to go see Vanilla Sky in the theaters, but when I watched it on TV here,
trash.
10 minutes I had to turn it off.
Damn. That's pretty bad. Pretty bad. So,
Hey, what's up, Doc?
I'm wondering, Dandelion, what got you all revved up? Come hang with us. You've been cooking lately. It's awesome.
You mean just you mean like today or other days? You mean just in general? Why to come back to your spot here? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. The why'd you not that we're mad at it. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, yeah, old dude, he sent me an email like a year ago, April 2024. He's like, yeah, we're doing stuff over on politics. We're not going to tolerate the nonsense anymore. But I had a lot going on in my life at that time. I was just kind of like, okay, more power to you. Like, it sounded good. Like, it was an intriguing invitation, but it took me a year to follow up on it, basically. But then I did, yeah, when I felt like, okay, maybe I'll go see what's happening over there. Actually, I spent a couple of months just hanging out. And this server, I used to go down to the down below ones where only like 2 or 3 people would talk and like talk to them about stuff. And then, because I had a different name and profile picture, I didn't know if I wanted to jump back into the fray. But then one night I just decided to sit there. So yeah, just like you guys said, like you should try to talk to some of these people because you never know, you might end up finding someone who's willing to have a decent conversation with you. Because I was just sitting there for like 2 hours listening to the stuff, and I didn't even know if I was gonna tell you guys I was back. But then Oblivion talked to me, and then the jig,
Yeah.
the facade was up. The disguise was ripped off.
Yeah. You thought you could sneak in like that? No.
I did. I know. But I couldn't, CB. I couldn't. But I know. I don't regret it. I mean, it's cool. I think it's an interesting conversation, and I'm glad to be back in it. You know what I mean?
We're glad you're back. We're glad you're back.
Thank you.
It was just Flatsy there for a while. It was like pretty much only.
Yeah, she told me she's glad I'm back too. I'm sure. Yeah, like being the only woman in the boys' club is rough.
The boys' club, nice. Yeah. And Jenna would pop in sometimes too.
But I think it's an important topic, and I just, saw that it wasn't really even being addressed anymore out there in the world. It's like it's like barely even penetrates the zeitgeist. I heard like NASA mentioned a few times, by this teenager who was talking about somebody on an online forum was doubting that NASA was correct. And then, another teenager asked me if I thought the moon landings were real. And then a third, maybe not even teenager yet, 7th grader asked, it said that he thought the world was flat. And then I saw a billboard on the highway that said the earth was flat. So yeah, that's kind of how, I don't know, that's how I operate, CB. I just like see little signs in the world and I think, okay, I'll go back to that because it just seems like it's coming back into the world again.
You saw a billboard.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. I don't know this, I could tell I'm not going to put the link in the chat because I don't really know who these people are. It's called WLC.org. Yeah, they have a billboard on I-94 between Detroit and Chicago. They've got them other places too. They're religious oriented, but it says like, God says the earth is flat. Is he wrong? I had to, paraphrase.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I'm like, who are these people? And then I don't want to go down that. I already had like a lot of conflicts with those religious flat earthers. Like, I don't want to go down that route. But anyway, I am impressed with these people though, that they got themselves together to buy this billboard. I mean, I could put a picture of it from their website if you want. Do you want to see it?
Kinda, yeah, I do.
Okay, I'll show you. This is not the one I saw. This one looks like it's in the Southwest. I mean, this is the one I saw. This is the image that I saw in Chicago, but I didn't take a picture of it because I was driving. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. I got it. Mm-hmm. I know I'm slow. I had to find it in my phone and then find it here. Then I had to put my disclaimer just like I did with Professor Dave. I mean, these people seem like they have some decent information. I just don't like it when people try to get people onto like their own little, new frame of reference. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we're coming off the globe religion, so just follow my religion here with all my little leaders, and and then you'll be just fine. That's what I don't like. So I don't endorse the organization, but I am impressed with the billboard idea.
For sure. Wait, that's it right there?
Yeah, that's it.
Wait, that's a real billboard?
Oh yeah. Well, it is a billboard. I mean, I'm telling you, I've seen this. I'm gonna have to get my son to drive by there so I could take a picture of it sometime, I guess. But these billboards, I can testify. There's one in Michigan. Yep.
Wow. Do you trust God that'll catch someone's attention?
I know. Yeah, it caught my attention. I think that's a real picture. I mean, that's from their website. Yeah, I mean, it looks weird though, doesn't it? Like the way the image is there. So I got to get my son to drive me by there again. I guess he needs a lot of practice. He still needs 25 more hours to get his level 2 license. So I'll just ask him to drive me by there and I'll take a picture.
Oh, that's so cute. That's got to feel good. Have your son drive you around and stuff? When you were
it does actually. I know. And he's very good at it. It's incredibly terrifying. Yes, definitely. Like the first several times I'm just like sitting there like holding on to stuff, like gritting my teeth. But now he's gotten way better after his 25 hours of practice. Like now, and he just keeps driving the same route, like home from school. He drives. And so now because it's the same route over and over, I feel a little better. I'm like, okay, maybe we're not going to hit that mailbox. He hasn't hit it yet. So
Try not to go full misogyny, but yeah, I feel you. That's how it feels driving with a woman, bro. I don't let them drive. I always drive.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on the person. I mean, I don't know. I've seen, like my other son, was even more terrifying driving. Like, but this guy, he's very sensible. He's like my most sensible son. He's an artist. He sees reality the way it is, and he's a musician and so on. He's very aware of his surroundings.
Nice. How many kids you got?
I've got 6.
Damn, that's a W right there. Holy.
Repopulating the world, huh?
For real.
Yeah.
God, I want to ask some pressing questions, but probably not fitting for the live.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, well, you can ask me later if you want.
All right. I'm not completely clocked into misogyny headquarters just yet, so we'll keep it nice and chill.
Misogyny.
I don't think Dandelion's like. I don't know if she got the update.
What's the update?
No, I'm just joking. I'm
Mary
totally
Mom,
kidding.
you said 6?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Holy. I got 4, and they're a handful, especially my 2 girls.
They are. Yes, I agree. They're totally full. Yeah.
Is it what's it divided at? How many boys? How many girls?
I have 1 girl that's my oldest, and then I have 5 boys.
Oh, okay. So that's easy then. That's easy then. Because my boys are a breed.
Daughter was actually easy. I've heard people say girls are rough. I think I just got lucky with her but she's a special personality. Like, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I've heard that there can be issues.
Yeah, they drive me nuts. They drive my wife nuts.
Yeah, I didn't really want to
with the girls. Like it's like their emotions are everywhere.
Yeah, I hear you. Yes. Yeah, my daughter, like the only time she would ever get upset with me was when I didn't get upset enough over something that she thought I should get upset about. I don't know how to
Yeah.
explain it. Like,
Yes.
yeah. But it's because, because I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to get too personal, but like, I was through so much trauma that like tiny things like really don't bother me. So then like, when she was growing up, like tiny things that would bother her, like it would make her upset when I would just kind of be like, oh yeah, that'll be fine. We'll keep going or whatever, but then she had a major trauma. And I wish she had kept being so that, I mean, maybe that will help you with your daughters. Like, you could be thankful that they get so upset about tiny things, and maybe they'll be blessed and not have real trauma happen in their lives. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I didn't really want to put that billboard up there because I don't want the guys coming in here like, yeah, so scripture says it. That's why you believe it. You know what I'm saying? But I did want you to know because you asked me what brought me back. And whoever these people are, yes, I was very intrigued by their billboard, and I looked at some of their arguments, and it made me get interested in getting back into the discussion.
Yeah, my daughters are preteen and teen, and oh my gosh, they just drive me nuts.
W families. I mean, we wouldn't be here if someone didn't do what y'all are doing. So, shout out to you all. Shout out to the parents out there. It's not easy. I'm sure it's not easy.
Bro, they literally made a channel event to try to promote a guy into moderator role, and then the whole server. What the hell? I never knew you could do that.
What are the actual qualifications for becoming a mod?
I have no idea, to be honest. But I guess common sense.
Like a mod of the server or the...
Yeah, mod of the server, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, not like politics server wide mod.
No.
I just mean that.
You mean here?
Yeah, or in the other ones, like is there like a top down sort of set of criteria, or do you guys just choose?
Yeah. The first rule is like if you ask for mod, you don't get mod. No, I'm just kidding. I'm slightly joking.
Oh. I mean, okay.
No, I'm joking, but
well, I mean, I suppose you notice that the mods here are only flat earthers, right? We don't have Globers or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably a few different ways to that, but obviously you got to know your shit.
Yeah.
Effort, participation's a big thing too. I think that's probably one of the bigger things is participation.
Right on. Okay. So it's kind of
one of the things that I've noticed happen.
Oh.
I was just saying, one of the things I've noticed tends to happen is if somebody sees you working and doing a good job, they'll come over and hand you a wrench.
True.
You don't have to ask for it.
Right.
Yeah, just prove yourself worthy in a sense. The work speaks for itself.
Castle King just joined. Shit.
Well, how about that? He misses us already.
How you guys doing?
The Panhandler moderator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, how's it going, everybody?
Are you straight, Castle?
Welcome back.
Straight? You mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean straight?
Are you always straight?
You mean am I good? Or do I like girls?
Oh.
Well, you mean there's different ways you can use this word.
What do you mean?
Oh, do you mean am I on the straight and narrow path?
Or sober?
Or sober?
Yeah, you sound like you woke up from a slumber. Or
Oh
something.
yeah. It's I work at night and I just woke up, so yeah.
You sound different than normal. You're talking deeper.
What do you mean I sound different, man?
No,
I
it
always
takes
sound
a little
like
while
this.
I'm
Come
saying
on.
it takes a little while for my voice to warm up, and then I'll sound like my normal
Just high
self. Like
pitch
the
as you
sound.
Sounds like you've been bent.
Do re mi fa sol la ti do.
So, all right.
I almost confused you with Demok for a second, which is
way.
Oh, Demok is here as well. We got Demok here.
Like Demok.
Demok.
What do you mean? No one should be like me, okay, guys? If you take a trash can and bang it around, you're gonna have a radius. Damn.
What the fuck?
I feel like Demok be saying some random ass shit sometimes, bro.
Yeah, you're not alone.
I squeezed 2 squirrels, and then it was a square. I don't know. It's like no, we rock with you, Demok. Just trolling,
Hey
bro.
guys, I wanted to run something by you. So, if there was theoretically a model of the flat Earth, would it look like a piece of lasagna?
Bruh. If there was a
Why would it
model
look-
of the universe, what would that look like?
Why would it look like? Why would it look like a piece of lasagna?
If it was a pizza, I will eat it.
Are you hungry?
If you were to look at the globe from outer space, it looks like a ball. But
No.
it's not a flat Earth.
Can you look at the universe from outside of it?
Well, I don't see why you bring up the universe when we're just
I know you
talking
don't.
about Earth.
I know you don't, because you're confused. But let me just answer the question. I'll help you understand. Can you like go outside of the universe and see it? The universe?
Man, I haven't even been outside of Earth.
Okay. So that's basically what you're asking us, because what
Earth
people
is
often
your
do.
whole universe?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because what you can't do is compare like a globe Earth, which is an object in a place, right? The object being the globe, the place being the universe. You can't leave the place and then see what that looks like from the outside. That's why you're like, I don't know. We're just talking about the globe here. Well, flat Earth is not like that. Flat Earth is not a thing or an object in a place. It is the place. So just like you can't leave the universe and look back at it like 2 Chainz, you can't leave the Earth and look back at it like 2 Chainz. Okay, so that's why we don't have a model. That's why you don't have a model. You don't even care what the universe looks like.
Well, you're just trying to keep it super simple.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
You don't want.
Yeah, we don't complicate it with fantasy, right? Because like if I were to ask you if there were a model of the globe Earth, would it look like a pear?
Well, it looks like a ball. Obviously, we have the model for centuries now.
You don't have a model. There's no model of the globe. No.
We do.
Okay, show it to me. Post the globe model in the side chat, please.
Everybody had one of those in school.
That's it?
No, that's not a model, sir. That's like a paper mache pinata. That's not a model.
That's for decoration.
Man. Decoration.
Oh, obviously,
Yes,
it's
sir.
a model based
Don't
on
use
what
that.
we believe the Earth to look like.
Oh, believe. There's the word, believe.
No, listen, hold on.
Not that you know, but believe.
No, what I'm saying is, look, if I drew a picture of one of you, and
Picture what?
it looked pretty accurate, It would just
accurate.
be a model.
How do you
of the
determine
real
its
person.
accuracy? By just looking at a
We
picture.
have to judge by the features. We
What
have to
features?
judge by the
What do you
features
compare
of
it
your
to?
face.
What's the comparison?
Your face.
What do you compare it to? How do you cross-reference
You.
that? What do you mean you?
We look at the picture of the drawing that I made.
Can you get
and
a
we look
dog's
and see
eyes
if it-
view and compare the picture of the Earth the same way? No, you can't. So why would you do that?
Well, listen, we go into space for this.
No, not we. Who's we?
We the people.
No, not we the people. They.
They.
Say they have done that. Yeah. You haven't. Not we. We done
What do you
shit.
mean they? You talking about that movie with Roddy Piper from the 80s? They Live?
They live.
You talk about the aliens? What do you mean they? It's us. We're people. We did it. We went to space.
No, you did not
Space.
go.
What is that space? Some vacuum?
Space space is that stuff that you see at night, man. At
It's
night.
a stuff. It's a stuff.
Space is night. Okay.
It's the absence of matter.
It's a void. A vacuum.
No one's been to a place where there's no matter. What? Yeah, no one's been to this second law of thermodynamics violation. No one's been there. You just have that as part of your fantasy.
Oh, man.
It's a part of your Glober fantasy.
No.
Where do they claim dark matter is, Castle King?
Well, that is new from what I heard, relatively new. Dark matter.
The place where you just said there's no matter? That's where the dark matter is?
I'm saying it's that, it's the space in between one planet to another star to another, that's the space we call that.
Okay, what's in between them?
What's in between them? It's called space.
So
In between them.
length, width, and height. Okay, got it. Yeah. But you mentioned a model. So does this classroom ball, where's the predictions of day-night cycles, the seasons, high and low tides? Where are those in your prediction, and how do they match reality?
Oh, you want this thing to be alive, like some kind of hologram?
No, you claimed a model.
Yeah.
Where's your globe model?
A model, it doesn't have to be animate.
Makes
Depending on what a
predictions
model
based
is.
on makes predictions based on reality.
No. Listen.
No.
There's
Okay.
models of everything.
Okay, is it a scientific model?
Yeah.
Okay, so what experiment was used to validate the hypothesis?
I don't know. I'm not the scientist.
Yeah, you don't
here.
know anything about science.
Oh, I don't have to know about science to know that this place is not flat.
You just claimed it was a scientific model. Please.
To know something requires.
Got together to do this, man.
Castle, you just admitted you believe. To know something requires knowledge and experience. You don't have that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I
You
can't
don't have
say I
that
know
of the
it's not
globe.
flat. All right, okay. I
Yeah,
get
you don't
that.
have objective reality of the globe. You don't have that type of experience. So why would you go around saying that?
You know what? When I was driving on the street the other day and I was going up the hills and
Don't sound
down the
sane when you
hills,
say that.
I was thinking, wait, how could this place be flat when I'm going up hills, down hills? It doesn't
Yeah,
make any sense.
how are uphills and downhills measured? If you were to measure them, what would you measure them with
Well, let me see.
as a reference?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sea level. Did I get that right, guys?
Yeah, you're right. Sea level is not curved.
Oh man!
How do they measure
Come
mountains?
on,
How do they
guys.
measure mountains? How do they measure mountains in the distance, like far away, like mountains?
I don't know. They squint their eyes and pinch their fingers together.
I mean, really. So that's like the sum total of your knowledge. You don't know anything about the world. You just have imagination and belief.
I know a lot about the world, man.
No, you don't.
In particular, people.
They measure.
You think you do, you don't.
They measure mountains with elevation angles from the horizontal plane of the horizon.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so they don't do it from a curved baseline. As a matter of fact, Castle King, we don't do anything starting with a curved baseline. Nothing practically done on Earth, on, below, or near the surface. None of it is done with a curved baseline. It's all done with a horizontal baseline, practically used as flat stationary. Navigation, aviation, land navigation, your car, a roller skate, skateboard, bicycle, like anything is designed for a flat baseline, horizontal. Anything you use, all your technology, all of it. Even a freaking kite on a string. And so you don't have anything that is practically used where the Earth is used as a sphere. If you could find me the any technology that uses a sphere, I would like to see it. Bring it to me. Show me the specs for the device or anything that uses the globe at all.
But if the sphere is large enough, it could appear flat to people who are small enough to be on that planet.
How large it is? 5 miles should be 16 feet of drop. 10 miles, 67 feet of drop.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Oh, yeah, it does.
No.
That's based on the size they were given. You were given. What's wrong? You don't believe the doctrine of the heliocentric religion? You don't believe the doctrine? They told us the size. Now you don't believe it?
I don't know about this doctrine of this heliocentric model you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a religion. It's iconography.
And what would flat Earth be?
It's practically used. It's measurable, tested. It's actually falsifiable.
Oh, is that right?
Repeatable, observable. Yeah.
The horizon remains horizontal. That is an observation.
The horizon remains horizontal. That is an observation.
See, these things that we talk about are observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Okay. All right, fine.
Yeah, you don't have any of that empiricism in your globe Earth. You don't have anything where your horizon is supposed to be where it's supposed to be. Is just simply not there. It's not repeatable. It's not testable. And it also makes it unfalsifiable. You believe things that you can't test, you can't observe, and it's certainly not repeated. It's only repeated by somebody speaking. That's not objective testing. You just believe things that were told to you, and you just believe them, tacitly believe them. That's a religious belief, plain and simple.
You know why I can't get behind this whole flat Earth thing? Because
you don't know what it is.
No, it's not that. It's that you don't recognize the rest of the universe.
There's no universe.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying. You see, there is no universe.
Okay,
Our space is not real.
Show us the evidence of this universe.
The sun, the moon.
Is the sun and the moon? It's the sun and the moon is the universe?
It's part of it.
It's part of what?
The universe.
You can't even define it. How big is it?
It's huge.
Okay, so how did they measure that to know it's huge?
They use telescopes.
They use telescopes to measure. Walk us through logically. How do they measure with a telescope? What's the first step?
They looked into the night sky with the
They
telescope.
look into the night sky. Then what's the second step in making that a measurement? How do they? Okay, so you look at something. Then what?
Oh, you know what? They probably attached a string to one of those rockets that they shot up into the moon, and they measured it like that.
Wait. You said telescopes. We're still on telescopes. You said they measured the universe with telescopes. I want to know what the second step is. After observation, what's the next step? Did they put a scale? Did they put a scale up to what they were seeing to get a scale representation?
Scientists.
You have no idea. You have no idea. You're just blabbering shit.
No,
you're talking out the side of your neck.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
you are.
saying they observed something that was out there beyond Earth.
How did they know how far it was?
It doesn't matter the distance. What
I
matters
asked
is
you
it's
how
there.
big it was. You said huge, and I said, how do they know that? You said telescopes. Now you failed to explain the logical sequence.
Okay, I'll tell you. Because see, when we look at it, when we look at the moon with the naked eye, it doesn't look too big. But when you
How do they measure how do they measure?
It's huge.
Measure. You said distance. How did they measure the distance?
Man, I don't know.
Yeah, okay, just admit you don't know. That's the
Why
most
does it have
honest
to be
thing
about
that you've
distance
said.
when we can clearly see it's out there?
You could clearly see the universe and know how large it is?
Parts of the universe, which would be the moon, the sun, and all the other stars and the planet.
So how do they know the position of the sun or the moon?
They use the telescopes.
Yeah, you can also see the sun with your naked eye, right?
Yeah, but it's small.
How do you you've heard of the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn? What are those?
I've heard of those.
Yeah, what are they? You're a South Pacific Islander. You should know what these things are. So what are they?
That's the Mediterranean line somewhere down there.
Lines that are representing what?
The equator.
And that's a line, an imaginary line representing what?
I don't know, man. The diameter of the Earth.
You're
What
a
do you want me to say here?
disgrace. You're a disgrace to your culture.
I mean, this is like stuff from back when we were in school.
Yeah, but you're here now with adults and you don't even know the things that you're trying to describe. So the tropics are where the sun's path is over specific places on the surface. They're measured with elevation angles from the horizontal plane. So even the positions of the sun and the moon are based on a flat Earth, where they get the elevation angle measurement from. Just like latitudes are. Flat Earth elevation angle measurements. You don't
remember what I was saying? That the Earth is so big that it still appears to be flat, even though if you were to look at the Earth from far enough away, it would be round.
I told you how much drop over distance there should be, and you completely ignore that part. So in 100 miles, how much drop is there below your line of sight, 100 miles?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know, obviously. 6,668 feet over a mile of vertical drop. Do you know that they see lighthouses more than 100 miles away?
Oh, you think that this place is going to
are the lighthouses a mile tall?
Wait, let me get this straight.
Are the lighthouses a mile tall? Answer the question.
No, listen, I'm trying to
answer the question. Are lighthouses a mile tall?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? How tall do you think lighthouses are?
Maybe 50 feet.
I mean, even the ones on water are really no bigger than about 200 feet. That would be like the tallest ones. There's some that are on hills, but they try to keep them close to the surface because you go higher up, you are in clouds or the marine layer. So yes, they see lighthouses. Sailors use lighthouses, sometimes seen over 100 miles away. Earth is flat.
Wait, so you're saying there would be some kind of drastic drop off after 100 or so miles? Like you would
6,000
experience some kind of drop?
Over 6,000 feet. Yeah, doesn't a ball have to drop off in every direction?
Hold on, Sonny, hold on. We're not saying that. The globe geometry is saying that, not us.
Exactly.
No, it's like a basketball. You don't
No, sir.
you don't just
No,
have
sir.
a part where it just completely drops like drastic.
You know it does. Even down to the micron, it drops from every direction. Yep.
I told you, I already explained this. 16 feet in 5 miles, 67 feet in 10 miles. 20 miles is something like 400 feet of drop. And then in 100 miles, it's over a mile. So we have
drop straight down?
No, bro. You don't understand the idea of a slope descending in all directions on a sphere. You don't get this?
Yeah, I understand that.
Gradually descending. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're trying to make this straw man of like me saying that it drops, that it just all of a sudden drops. No. It gradually drops. I already explained this. In 5 miles, you should have 16 feet of drop. Well, I can look with a Walmart freaking kids binocular, and I can see the shoreline with people dipping their feet in it 5 miles away. That should be 16 feet below. Yeah, with 1 and 2 foot waves. I can see the waves breaking on the shore 5 miles away. 1 and 2 foot waves in the harbor. At the most are 2 feet. And I can see them 5 miles away, 6 miles away. They should be 16 feet below my line of sight. And this gets worse as it goes farther. Worse and worse for your claim.
Oh, well, remember, at some point you're not going to be able to see them because of the atmosphere.
Yeah, big deal. What about the lighthouses? What about Mount Canahu in infrared? 275 miles. Globe debunked.
Oh, man. Understand it. What are you laughing for? You don't even understand what he just said, but you just laugh.
He said globe debunked as if I'm the guy who's going to represent all of science in the globe.
Yeah, it's not science. Globe debunked, yes, and nervous laughter is not proof of your globe.
That's nervous to you?
You sound like a child.
You just don't know what he was even talking about, and you just giggle away like a child. Yeah.
No, it's not that ridiculous, man.
Immature.
155 miles, right? Can you go over the math with me? Do you have the observation, but instead you just like block it out of your brain and just do a little goofy laugh?
No, it's not that.
Arrogant and annoying, dude.
It's moronic.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, you guys don't even know where the edge of your flat Earth is, man.
Oh my god, you're like a fucking record on repeat.
We didn't claim an edge. You
That's
parrot.
what I'm saying.
Wiki parrot.
That's what I'm trying to say to you.
You can't even find a curvature, right? All you experience is a flat Earth, right? And you admitted that the globe's just a belief and that you don't even know it's a globe. You can't even
the
prove
reason why we believe it's a globe is because we don't find these edges. We just find that we go around the world.
The sphere, the supposed globe, it has an edge in every direction. Where's the edge of your globe Earth?
There is none.
The horizon.
It's a curved edge, right?
Yeah, the horizon line. Yeah? You know what one of those is?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so that would be the leading edge of the sphere where you can't see further, right? So when I was at school, right, they taught me that it's 3 miles away if you're standing at the beach, When we go out, there's no horizon there at 3 miles.
You expect to bump into the thing like you bump into a wall?
You see a horizon, it's a line that you see, right? Where the sky and the ground meet. Right? So on a globe, it's the place they say the boat goes over the horizon, right? That's the edge from your perspective. Right? What's the boat going over? It's going behind the curvature of the Earth. Yeah? That's what they claim. So that would be the edge of where you can see, right? That has to be a certain distance away from you. But when we actually go out and test for that, it isn't there, right? There isn't any curvature. We see a flat surface, a huge distance out to sea. There's no curvature. There has to be curvature if it's a globe.
That's because your horizon is going to keep changing the farther you go out into it.
You're not changing where you're standing. If you're just standing at the beach, right, stationary, and you're looking out, the horizon has to be at 3 miles if the Earth's a globe. It's not there. It's not at 3 miles, right? We have observations that have been done over and over again where we can see things that are dozens and dozens of miles away from standing at the beach like that and making observations.
Couldn't that just mean that the Earth is bigger than they report and not that it's flat?
That would mean no, because some of these observations, the Earth would have to have a radius of millions of miles, right? It would throw the entire globe model in the bin, basically, right? All of the mathematics behind the globe model has the radius
But I thought
value.
that's what you guys do in here all the time, is try and throw the globe model away.
Yeah, it's been done, right? Now it's just a matter of trying to share the information with people and teach them to look at it and think critically and go out and do their own tests. It's not really a debate anymore.
But I think the problem is that you need a model that you can show to people that explains what they experience.
Okay, show us your globe model that explains things that we see in nature.
I don't have a globe model. I'm saying that you guys should have a model.
Right, but
why would we have to have a model? What's wrong with the reality?
I mean, your reality, you got to be able to convince people, right?
No,
we don't. You can decide to believe in a globe. You can decide to go ahead and enjoy and experience reality. One exists, one doesn't.
Yeah, you want to know the real reason why we don't claim a model or try to make a model?
I don't know why, because it'd be hard to prove it. I don't know.
Because the Earth is right outside. We only have to go outside and use the Earth itself as it presents itself. The model is the Earth. It's outside, right there, in front of your face.
Wait a minute. Why is he requiring us to have a model when he doesn't believe in a globe?
I never required you to have a model. I said that it would probably be helpful to debunking the round Earth if you had a parallel model that you could display and say this is what
parallel model. What do you mean parallel model?
You could say this is what explains what we see, and it's not a round Earth. I think that would be helpful.
No. The burden of proof is on the one who makes the claim. We don't have to debunk the globe. The globe has to go ahead and prove itself. So what it would require is some kind of drop over distance, which is not measured or detected or seen.
I thought you are making a claim that the Earth is flat.
No, sir. That's not correct. No one's making a claim. We've measured the Earth flat. Everybody that you know uses and measures the Earth flat. It's not really a matter of claim. It's just a reality.
To say the Earth is flat, isn't that a claim?
No, it's not a claim. It's the reality that you live in. Do you use it as a ball or do you use it as flat?
Huh? What do you mean? What do I use it as? It's a planet.
Do you use the Earth as flat or do you use it as a spinning ball? Which one do you use it as?
Neither. I use it as the Earth.
You ever level a picture before?
Huh?
You ever mount a TV or a picture on the wall? You ever level it?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then you use the Earth as flat.
Relatively, I guess.
Yeah, so if
I
the
think
axiom
things only have
experience
to be
is
relatively flat, right? Like I could be in one area where the terrain is flat. I could go be on the side of a mountain or in a hilly area, and then I need to build flat. So like really, I'm just referencing like a concept of flat. I'm not referencing like some kind of like earth that is like completely flat underneath my feet. I'm referencing like the conceptual level.
well, it's not concept once you put it into practice, especially if you're going to use the horizon as your reference frame.
I mean, I disagree with that because for my practical purposes, it's like saying like, hey, I'm making cupcakes. Do I need an atomic clock that's like accurate to like the tiniest measurement or tiniest like divisible like unit, or do I just need one that measures minutes? And I can get by I can get by putting my TV on the wall with something that is relatively accurate to my home. It doesn't need to be
I'm sorry,
relatively
that's a
accurate to the
false
surface of the
equivalence.
earth. You know what I mean?
A false equivalence. You're using the Earth as a reference frame, are you not?
Using the concept of like a flat line, a straight line.
Where would you get horizontal and flat from? Where would you get that concept from?
Where would I get the concept of horizontal or flat? Like something being straight?
Level.
No. Level and horizontal.
Probably from mathematics and measurements.
No, sir. Horizontal comes from being parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, but the horizon is not like a real thing. It's like an optical illusion that is generated from our eyes perceiving our surroundings. It's not like the horizon is like a place or like an object you can touch. It's a concept.
Well, it's not a concept. It's an apparent location.
Okay, so can you go to the horizon?
Of course not.
Okay, so then how can you ever say that it's not conceptual? It doesn't exist. You can't go to a horizon and say like, hey, here's the horizon. Here's proof that it exists. Like you could never show me that. So like basically you're just asking me to believe you.
I'm just letting you know that what you observe as far as the Earth is concerned and the horizon itself is what you reference everything to.
No, but you're trying to make a point to me that like the horizon is like this real thing, and I'm saying it's conceptual. Like the idea of something being like completely level, flat, or straight is conceptual.
It's a term that we use to describe an apparent location. But
it's a term we use to describe like a human observation, like observational phenomenon.
No worries, brother. I'll do you one better. How about water?
What? Well, I was liking the topic we were on. We don't need to like pivot to something else.
Because we're going to pivot to something else that you also use to go ahead and level things with, right? With water.
You can, yeah, you can use water.
Does water lay flat and horizontal?
Does water lay what?
Flat and horizontal?
It can. It depends on the circumstances.
It can. Does seek to find its own horizontal and level?
Yeah, it does. It does like seek to find like a level of relative like level, but it's always relative, right? It's relative to scale.
Relative to what?
It's relative to scale.
Scale? What scale?
To like the scale of like the amount of water or the amount of area you're dealing with. Like to say like, hey, everything is going to behave the way it does when I'm directly observing it, I think is like a disservice. Like we measure things, we built our reality and all of our technology off of like phenomenon that we can measure using instruments that we don't directly observe. I don't need to be sitting there to...
You directly observe water to be horizontal and flat unless you can show me the contrary.
Wait, what?
We observe water to be laying horizontal, level, flat, unless you can show me the contrary.
Right. We observe it based on like our limited perception, but like an individual person's perception is limited, right? Like how far can you see? How far can you see towards your horizon?
It depends on the day, right? It could be 12 miles. It could be 100 miles. Is 100 miles good enough for you, flat?
No, not really, because I mean I've traveled thousands of miles on airplanes and stuff, and so I mean to say like 100 miles when I've personally traveled thousands and thousands of miles to act like 100 is like this. Hold on.
I don't care how far you've flown, friend. It doesn't really matter. That's not the question. Is 100 miles enough to go ahead and let you know that that section is flat?
No, it's not, because it's like I said, it's based on scale. So like if the Earth is thousands and thousands and thousands of square miles, and I can see for 100 miles, and I say, "Hey,
just described.
Hold on, let me finish my point, because you keep cutting me off. You need to relax.
Excuse me. You need to relax.
You keep over talking, and it's just not a good look.
I could care less. I could care less how it looks. You look pretty bad when you're not going to go ahead and just say, by the way, thousands of square miles, which is a flat Earth that you just described. You'd have to show me curvature, not square miles.
Well, I'm making a point in response to the first thing.
Yeah, no, the point that you're making is you just described a flat Earth with those square miles. That would all be linear. So what I need you to do is describe to me a curved Earth in some way.
Kind of part of it. Like, you can't just interrupt when I say 2 sentences.
And I just did. See how I did that? So anyways, what you would need to show is something curved, not square miles. So you've traveled thousands and thousands of square miles, flat Earth. So you're a flat earther too then, right?
No, you just pivot. You're pivoting. It's
No, I'm not pivoting. I'm talking about exactly what you just talked about. You've traveled. You described to me thousands of square miles of flat Earth. So then you're a flat earther now. You use it and travel it flat, yes?
You start cowering and whimpering when people back you?
No. Does this sound like cowering and whimpering? It sounds like you're trying to go ahead and pay attention to me now and talk about people rather than the globe you profess to believe you live on, and yet you're describing a flat Earth.
How about that?
Yeah, how about that? You described a flat Earth. You use it flat, and that's your existence, right? So your existence is on a flat Earth. You level your TV, you level your picture, flat. So you don't even believe that you live on a ball, right?
A good look.
Well, this is a great look.
No, you sound stupid like a little kid.
No, I don't sound stupid at all. You just described a flat Earth. You talked about how you level your TV, and then now you want to talk about me. See, that seems childish. Don't talk about people. Talk about the subject.
No, because you can't engage. You just have to overtalk.
No, I'm not disengaging. I want you to go ahead and talk about the topic and not me. So let's go back to the topic unless you want to cry some more.
Every time I back you into a corner on a topic,
see, now he's talking about me again. He said, you. Friend, let's talk about the topic. What do you say?
We can't talk because you keep changing the...
See, it's you. It's you again. He's talking about me. So is it now just going to be about people because you described a flat Earth?
I mean, if you can't handle but mute people...
So yes, it is. It's going to be about me since you described a flat Earth, which I want to talk about with you since you're a flat earther. Don't you want to talk about the Earth?
Yeah, if you can stay on topic.
Okay, so let's stay on the topic of the Earth being flat as you described it, those thousands and thousands of square miles of flat that you travel. Tell me more about those.
Well, I want to finish the original thing I was saying. So what I was saying was that, like, you said, okay, I can see 100 miles towards the horizon. And I was saying, well, that doesn't necessarily, just because 100 seems like a big number, doesn't necessarily mean that that's like a significant amount of land to be able to survey with your eye.
No worries. So how much curvature should there be that I should be not seeing or seeing in that scenario?
I don't know. We would have to measure it.
Oh, we would have to measure it, wouldn't we? So can you measure how much curvature there is in the 1,000 or the 100 miles that I've seen?
No, I mean, I don't have I'd have to conduct an experiment to be able to, like, give you some exact numbers. I mean, have you conducted an experiment?
It's not an experiment, friend. It's a measurement. They're different things.
Right, but let's say I wanted to measure, okay, the curve of the Earth. It would become an experiment because I would have to take, multiple measurements, right?
It's not an experiment. Mathematics is not science. I don't know why you're not getting
Let's make this like as simple as possible. if I were to be measuring the curve, if I wanted to measure how flat the Earth was or how flat the surface of the world was, I would need to take multiple measurements in multiple different conditions, right?
Yeah, good point.
I couldn't just go out one day, measure it, take a look, take some pictures, and say, "Hey, this conclusively proves it," right? Because why is that? Why couldn't I just do it once and be like, "This settles it"?
No, I'm 100% with you. In fact, that's why the surveyors have done the work for us. They all measure the Earth flat, rise over run. So they've done it all over the Earth and given us all the topography and measured the Earth flat. So you're right.
Okay, so yeah, you agree that we would have to form, in order to make some kind of statement about what the topology of the Earth is or what the shape of the Earth is, we would have to do multiple measurements in multiple different conditions. We agree on that,
And
right?
so, yeah, so the surveyors have done that. Do you not like the data of flat Earth that they measured?
Wait, what? What are you asking me? Sorry.
Do you not like the data that the surveyors have given you since they've measured the Earth flat?
I haven't looked at any data in any surveyors. No surveyors work for me. They've never brought me any data, so I would have to look at their data to be able to make
and come back and tell us what you find. Yeah, go ahead and check it out. Go check it out and tell us what you find.
Even then, it would be relative, right? It would be relative to what they're measuring, right?
Oh, so surveyors are measuring to like what the surveyors are doing?
A surveyor measures the Earth in like small pieces, right? He doesn't measure the Earth in thousands and thousands of miles at a time. He measures them in small pieces and then compiles them, right?
Right. So they measure this large Earth in small pieces, always flat.
Okay, so back to what we were saying about the horizon is there's a point where you're looking where you can't see anymore, right? So in your experience, what's the furthest you've been able to see on the flat Earth?
112 miles.
And then what happens like to anything beyond that? Why can't you see it?
I don't know. I mean, the air becomes very opaque. You know, you've got angular size problems. There's a lot of optical problems for that. But I know how much drop should be in that 112 miles, and it's not there. So if the globe is correct, and excuse me, I was talking. So if the globe map says that I should be, you know, dictating how much curvature I should see in that 112 miles, and it's not there, what can we determine from that?
Repeat that. What'd you say?
If the globe mathematics, which is pre-assumed, says there's a certain amount of curvature I should see in that 112 miles and it's not there, what should we conclude?
What should we conclude? I mean, we can't conclude anything from that. We'd have to look at your methodology in detail, and we'd have to look at the conditions and the area in which you measured and how many measurements you took. Because like I said, let's say you went to one place on Earth where there's some kind of specific optical phenomenon that is unique to that area, and you took measurements on one day when
So, friend, do you think that you live on a sphere? Because it sounds to me like maybe you don't, since you're so hyper skeptical of how things are measured that maybe you just can't rely on any method whatsoever, right? So I guess, have you applied all this skepticism to the globe, or is it just people that talk about, you know, debunking your religious system?
What religious system? We're talking about religion now?
Do you believe that you live on a globe?
I don't know. I mean, maybe. It seems highly probable based on the evidence, but it's not confirmed.
What evidence would that be?
Just that we see things disappear over the horizon. We see,
that's not evidence, friend. I'm sorry, you can't rely on that. That's just a small section, right? It's a small section, right? It's all relative, like you told me before. Maybe the conditions were right that day. Maybe we don't want to get conclusions from just.
If you add up the amount of times where you can see ships disappear from the bottom up over the horizon, I mean, it's,
okay. How many times have you seen that?
It vastly outweighs.
How many times have you seen that? I'm asking you a question. How many times have you seen a ship disappear over the horizon?
A bunch of times.
Okay, great. Can you post the photos for me?
I mean, I don't have any photos. I haven't taken a video of it disappearing over the horizon.
Right. So, but when you say over the horizon, Are you pre-assuming that is a geometric Earth curve? Or I thought you said earlier that the horizon is just kind of a concept. So nothing's going over anything. It's just concept. It's not really there, right? It's abstract.
It exists in relation to your.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're not talking about anything going. It's just an apparent place, right? It's conceptual, right? You didn't see boats go over anything, did you?
Can you tell me where the horizon?
I'm sorry, friend. Is the horizon geometric or is it abstract? Like you told me earlier, just optical, not really Earth curve. Go ahead and let me know about that.
It's a concept that we.
Okay, so the concept of the horizon, we can't say boats went over anything conceptual now, can we?
All right, if you have to mute the other person every 2 seconds.
No, I'm sorry. You agree with me then that you can't say you saw boats going over a horizon since it's just conceptual, right?
I'll agree that you're probably a transsexual.
See, there we go. Eventually it ends up to some kind of, debauched, derelict behavior. Some degenerate nonsense always goes to some kind of sexuality thing. So you would agree that the horizon is just an abstract, conceptual thing, and no boats are going over it, right? It's not geometric or physical, is it?
I mean, I would agree that you having to mute is gay.
Yeah, he's not gonna answer anymore. He's just given up. So yeah,
he's conceded. So yeah, he went ahead and decided not to apply the logic he used earlier about the horizon being apparent and abstract, and all of a sudden boats are going over this thing that's abstract and apparent. That's a bummer, dude.
For the audience, they're listening right now. This guy was supposed to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe. His best attempt was something conceptual on the horizon, being the geometric curve of the Earth is only a concept. It's not really there. So that's what he was describing to says for anybody listening. So I mean, we don't like to speak to him. Well, I mean, you can, but I mean, he's already given up the ghost. So his spirit has left his body. There's nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to say to him, like, I would even give him, like, compared to some of the kids that come in here, like, I might even give him a 6 out of 10, 60%, barely passing on being able to carry on a coherent conversation. So, but then he, of course, degenerated toward the end. But yeah, I mean, I'll put the link to the YouTube there, BS. And if you want to go back and analyze the conversation, you can. But the only time the mute button was being used was to try to keep a civil, semi-coherent back and forth going, and then you degenerated into insults and so on. So we're just trying to have conversations here. That's why when you just start appealing to the format and so on, it makes it very difficult to have a conversation. So that's why that was happening. But at the beginning, I would say he was fairly good at a civil conversation. He was doing that for a while. Then he just lost it at the end.
But usually a mute button is also essential to hold people to a point where a lot of these other forums that they're in, they're just all over the place. They don't ever answer specific questions, and they get away with not being held accountable. So the mute button in this forum is essential. So it has to hold people to their point. So if they're not being held to a point, they start squirming, and then when they release from the mute button, they start yelling obscenities and degeneracy, which is what they turn into. They lose their ability to have an intellectual conversation because of that, and which of course looks to the audience like they can't perform any coherent responses. So
yeah, because we're sitting here. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, like, just following on what you said, Alpha, that we're sitting here listening to the conversation, and you too, if you were interested in improving your communication skills, BS. That's why I provided the link to the YouTube there in the voice chat. You could go back and analyze it and think, like, if I really want to make this argument. So yeah, you obviously need to do some more research on your globe model and what you actually think. And once you come up with a position and you'd actually like to argue it, maybe analyze your contribution here to the problem and maybe try to have a more constructive discussion next time.
And also, pro tip, dial back the degeneracy, because that makes you look like a fool. When you're producing, or at least trying to produce good points, and you start going in that direction, it just makes you look like a fool. So, pro tip.
You're saying the man gave up, but imagine trying to have a conversation with somebody and every time you say something, they punch you in the mouth, preventing you from saying anything.
Yeah.
Would you really want to keep talking?
Yeah, that's what BS was doing. You're right. Yeah, Says Who was not doing that. He was completely logical and on point the entire time, Castle King. Maybe you should listen to the link too if you didn't perceive it that way, because that is the objective way that anyone would perceive it, because that's what happened.
Yep.
I was
you
listening
can give
to
your
the whole
take.
conversation. The kid was winning.
You can give your take, Castle King, but the problem is people need to hear points being made, and so if the guy's waffling on from a point, he's going to have to be halted. And the mute button is essential. I've already covered that. It's essential for holding people to their point. That's why we use it. So he's got to be stopped. Once he's made his point, like, because the question was asked, is the horizon conceptual or is it actually something geometric? And he said conceptual. So he wanted to waffle on after that point. And so Says Who correctly muted him right after that because he extracted the point, which was it's conceptual and it's not geometric. So a concept is something that's just imaginary and it's not something physical. So therefore, the audience needs to understand that. So he's highlighting that point by muting him. So it's essential to mute somebody.
We got a gentleman here who wants to speak up. You got questions about flat Earth?
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Yeah, the other day I was here and I was talking with Alpha Veritas, and he got me curious about this topic. So I went to research, both sides of claims, and one of the sides that quote-unquote globe earthers say that flat Earth cannot debunk is the moon and the shadow of the Earth in the moon and eclipses. So that's one of the questions, like how does the flat Earth model explain the quote-unquote shadow? Because I assume you guys don't say it's the shadow of the planet, of course. So what is that dark thing we see in the different phases of the moon? And the other would be, if the sun goes around us, right, why doesn't it changes the size when it goes, like it's far away, it should be smaller. And when it's closer, it should be bigger, right? So if somebody can clear that up, I would appreciate it.
Well, the first one was, because remember I sent you on a mission to go look into this after our discussion. But the first one, I correctly stated that as far as the phenomena goes, we don't know what's the cause for the effect. We see an effect in the sky. So everybody sees something happening, right? We all do. If I stand next to you watching a lunar eclipse or solar eclipse, I can see some event happening, right? The event is occurring. We both witnessed the event. However, the cause for the effect is unknown. We don't know what's causing that effect. We do see something happening, right? We can correctly detail everything that you see. But as far as what causes that occultation, we wouldn't know that, and neither do you. So there's only people with their best guess as to what it could be, and that's the reason why an explanation for the globe Earth seems to make sense in the sense of giving people an idea, because that's all it's doing. It's giving you an idea. It's not giving you what really is happening, because as far as that goes, it's anyone's guess. So nobody really knows what the cause for the effect is. All you can see is the effect of the phenomenon. So that's the first one, and the second one, the second one you're trying to get to. Can you please restate your question for the second one?
It's like when the sun goes around us, right? And it's like 3,000 miles up in distance from the water level, if I'm not wrong. And if it goes around us, wouldn't it become smaller when it's more far away from us, and bigger when it's closer to us? You know what I mean?
Yes, I understand. Yeah. Light's attenuation through the air between us, right? And for this particular conversation, I'll use it colloquially so you can understand. Light shining through the atmosphere will be lensing at the horizon. So at the thickest part of the atmosphere, which is going to be at the lower part of the ground, closer to the ground, at the angle that the sun is, it's going to shine through that thickest part, which is going to cause a lensing effect, which in turn causes the sun's size to appear to be a little bit bigger. However, that's not always the case. And in the case of dry climates, when there's less humidity, the sun will appear to be smaller at a distance. And of course, there's examples of this. We have video examples where you can also see the sun looking like it's getting smaller as it's moving away on the horizon. There's examples in drier climates where you can see the sun getting smaller, like to a pinprick. So it does have both examples occurring as it's moving across the sky. But for your understanding, because it's a light source, it will be acting differently than an object does in the sky. So when we see things in the sky, the sun, because it's a light source, will respond differently as you can see it on the horizon.
I appreciate these answers. Alpha, could you give me like, how to say, like maybe a channel that explains in videos? Because I like to watch videos. We all do.
Yeah.
That is the most quote unquote down to earth and not so much exoteric. Because I got so lost in so many different people and different concepts of the same topic, you know.
I would recommend that you go to our server because we have terabytes of information that cover this topic. It's all categorized in the bottom of our server. Right now, if anybody, I'm driving right now, so I'm on the move. Can anybody link him to our server? That way, and when you get there, I would advise you go to the bottom of the server. Everything's cataloged. So all you got to do is find like the specific topic that you're looking for. There's relevant PDFs, videos, and all kinds of stuff in there. It's really good information for you to actually link yourself to what I was just explaining to you right now. And if you have any more questions, there's a lot more conversation to be had. So please ask your questions.
Send. Is anyone willing to send him a message so you don't put it in the chat there?
I can wait. No problem. If Alpha wants, he can send when he stops driving. There is no problem.
You can.
I think I can do it. I don't know. Or did you do it, Q?
No, I have to add people as friends before I can send messages.
I'll try. I'll see if I can do it.
If someone has it open from, you can do it permanently. It's better if you do it.
So you mean to tell me you don't know why there's lunar eclipses?
No, the causation for it.
The causation of it, we don't have any explanation. Neither does anybody else. Our best guess is all that people have. That's it.
Well, let me hear what your guess is.
Yeah, we don't need to do that. I don't need to guess at what it is. Yeah, we don't. What good is that going to do? Yeah, let me put it to you this way. A long time ago, the ancients used to think that there were dragons that were consuming the moon and the sun at the time of the occultation. So that was an explanation on those days. And these days, it's no different. They're giving you an explanation of something that's occurring, which is no better than those people that believe that dragons were eating the sun and the moon. Because you're just saying that it's the Earth's shadow getting in the way of the lunar eclipse, and it's the moon's shadow getting in the way of the sun and the solar eclipse. So in no different are you making an explanation as they did long ago, making up stories that dragons were eating the sun and moon.
Now, which one makes more sense? The dragons or the shadows?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Either one of those are just guesses.
No, that's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's the truth, Castle King. They're both best guesses. Yes, they're both best guesses. People a long time ago thought that their best guess was something mystical. Today, people think that just because they have an idea of what they think the Earth is, they're going to apply that idea as a guess. It's not something they know.
Okay.
The causation is not what they know. They can see the phenomena, and they know the predictable movements of the heavens, but they don't know what causes the occultation.
Okay, that's fine.
Hey, Cattle King, can you give me the causation of a solennilian eclipse?
The which kind of eclipse?
Solennilian.
What the heck is that?
Look in the chat.
Solennilian. Solennilian.
Yeah, look in the chat.
How do you even spell that?
Solennilian.
Selenium. Not to be confused with linoleum. I don't know, man.
Look in the chat. Look in the chat. There's an example of it.
I'm playing a game on PlayStation 5.
Celine Leon.
So you're saying
you can say Celine Leon.
Just get the fuck out.
Celine Leon.
What?
Cattle King. So you're saying that the Earth is getting in between the sun and the moon to create a moon lunar eclipse, right?
Yeah, that's my best guess if I were to
Right.
guess.
So check out the chat.
Why can't you just explain it to me?
Somebody's gonna have to explain syzygy to him because he's not gonna understand what he's looking at. So
Yeah. So the in a selenial eclipse, sorry, the sun and the moon are over the horizon, and the shadow on the moon, quote unquote, coming from different directions. At times from the top, diagonally, different directions.
The sun and the moon?
Yep, sun and moon are over the horizon.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about when it's daytime, but you can still see the moon.
Yep. So above the horizon, how is where I thought it's supposed to be that the Earth is between both of them. So how is the shadow being shown on the moon, especially coming the wrong way?
okay, the problem here is I don't think he's understanding the like he has to see it like in a diagram. So with syzygy, there's an alignment, right? The alignment would be that the three bodies are in alignment, so such that the Earth will be causing the lunar eclipse, which means that the Earth would have to be directly in the light of the sun's path of light to the moon. That's what's causing the shadow on the moon, according to the explanation. However, the sun and the moon are above the horizon, so there's a shadow being cast, but the Earth is out of the way. Yet there's still a shadow being cast onto the moon. So it's not. If you have it all in alignment, it wouldn't be in alignment when you're looking at like the sunlight hitting the moon because the Earth is out of the way. It's below because they're both the sun and the moon are above the horizon, which means the sun is below, or excuse me, the Earth is below the syzygy. It's not in alignment, yet it's still occulting the moon, so to speak, in the explanation. But that means that if they're not in alignment and there's still a shadow being cast on the moon, then it's not the Earth that's casting that shadow. Something else is causing that shadow. That's the impossible eclipse. Selenian eclipse is the impossible eclipse. That's what it's dubbed as. It's called that. However, there's an explanation around this from the globe Earth. They would say that light's being refracted around the Earth, causing the shadow to be cast on the moon. But of course, that's just the explanation. That, however, in no way is able to account for the misalignment of it not being in perfect alignment, with syzygy. So that's just why they call it the impossible eclipse, because there's no alignment. Anyway.
Well, thank you for that explanation. I was using my mind's eye to picture that.
The globe Earth explanation, however, so I mean, it is still something that gets explained away.
Yeah, but they refraction doesn't bend shadows. Refraction bends light. So there's an issue there.
That's correct.
Man, did that kid run off? Did he take off? He was making a lot of sense. I like that kid.
So do you see the issue there, Cattle?
That's Castle.
I still call him Cattle.
Who? Oh, you're talking to me this whole time?
Yeah.
Moo. Oh man. You guys are adorable to me, man, because nobody ever disrespects me in real life.
The internet,
because you're a giant gorilla, and everybody doesn't want to say anything to you.
I don't know if I'm a gorilla. I'm more like one of those DBZ great apes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, you think you came from apes?
No, I'm saying I'm like one of those monsters.
Well, that's why the internet. That's why the internet is unique, man. The internet is unique in such that it doesn't. Your muscles aren't concerned here. People are only concerned with someone's ability to articulate points.
And
So that's the only thing that's valuable.
Press the mute button.
Yeah, that's the only thing that's valuable here. So, yeah, however much you bench press that's zero here.
Irrelevant. I get that.
Just making a
Yeah, it's kind of like the Matrix. Remember?
So besides,
exactly.
So besides that, can you explain that then? I mean, that why would the sun and moon be over the horizon and still get an eclipse? Since you are worried about explanations,
I'm going to use Alpha's explanation. Refraction of light.
So the light refracting creates a shadow?
That's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, refraction with light, but I mean, not with shadows.
Mm-hmm.
Where
Perhaps
did you
there's
get
another
that from?
celestial body out there. I don't know, man.
Wait, where did you get the refraction doesn't affect shadows from?
You asking me?
Well, cool, because Google said the opposite. You're using the AI.
I just posted it. Check out the text.
Well, the AI says two different things, my guy.
Yeah, check out what I just posted.
Okay, so let me show you the same thing. Let me show you the same thing from the same AI. Guess what?
Right.
Hold on.
Because the
same exact AI just now. All right. So please don't use AIs to make an argument because check this out.
Okay,
Same exact AI.
All right.
Same
So
exact
can you
AI.
give me a citation that a shadow can be that refraction affects shadows, or does it bend light?
So give me 1 second, because that's going to be the entire explanation of refraction right here.
It says it can make the shadows appear blurred or distorted. It doesn't say it can flip it to the opposite side of where the shadow should be. It does not say that.
Hold on, let him dig for the information. Let him come up with whatever he's going to come up with. See if he has the answer for the selenelion.
Well, the claim was not that. The claim was that it affects it, not that it changes everything about it. About the eclipse, I will gladly give the point to you, concede to you that I never studied it, so I don't know.
That's fine. Yeah, but put whatever you want in there as far as the explanation goes, so Castle King can at least hear that side.
No, all I'm saying is that don't use AI for arguments because the AI can say two different things.
Yeah, the AI is not my argument, but
it's just an aggregate. Yeah, for people listening right now, you can use AI. It's an aggregate of information. Just like if you're searching for things on Google, you're going to get good information and bad information. You have to sift through it and find out what can be used and validated. So it's just an aggregate of information, so you can use it.
But you do see how he sent like an AI thing saying that refraction bends light, not shadows, and then the one I sent said AI, the same AI said refraction can affect shadows.
Right, but we're trying to see what information actually correlates to the point, and then investigate and validate what's true, what's not. So it's up to the researcher to figure out what is true and what's not. Yeah.
Or exactly like this as well. It's the phrasing, basically. It's the phrasing you put. Like there's another, like if you phrase it another way, I phrased it here, can refractions bend shadows? See how that says refraction bends lights, not shadows? Here the same AI says, yes, refraction can bend shadows.
Did it says it can bend shadows?
Look right there. See, don't use AI.
I would agree. Don't use AI.
You can use AI. It's just an aggregate of information, for God's sakes. Jesus, dude.
No, I'm saying
It's like saying don't use Google anymore, like at all.
Yeah, stop using Google. Don't go to the library anymore. How about that?
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing because you can use.
It is the same thing. AI uses a database from Google. Google is a database as well.
I don't see,
AI
I don't
also
see your
tells people
citation saying.
to glue.
Yeah, so what do you think it's connected to?
Hold on, give me a second. I don't see your citation saying that it bends. It says it can affect them.
Oh no, look right below it, like right under it.
Yeah, now you go and find a demonstration that matches with the reality of all the information.
That's not what I was trying to.
That's how you do it. You don't just trust blindly on what's being presented out there. Okay.
That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to say don't use AI for that. AI is not.
Oh, for
You
God's
can use
sake, dude.
AI. You don't listen
You
in.
can use it, bro. It's an aggregate of information. I'm gonna tell you like this. Look, if you use AI and say, "Hey, is the Earth a globe?" What is it gonna tell you? Yeah, Earth's a globe. We've known it for thousands of years. But if you keep following up and doing more research, you're gonna keep asking it, "Was there any empirical information to verify the Earth is a globe?" It's gonna say no.
Oh no, it says yes multiple times.
Yeah. That's the linchpin. AI is going to be somewhat like Wikipedia, right? But empiricism is the best thing to have.
It's like Wikipedia, exactly. Like it's not trustworthy because it's not going to give you like trustworthy sources. Google does. If you look up Google, there are trustworthy websites where you can get information from. But whatever, you guys do whatever you want.
Bro, you think like we were born yesterday? Fuck. You don't know this stuff or what? But thank you for your concern.
Yep, still waiting for that empirical data that Earth is a globe, waiting for a long time for that. Doesn't matter where you try to look, doesn't seem to be forthcoming from any source.
Yeah, you know that song where they're talking about waiting on the world to change? That should be your theme song.
I'm sorry, just the opposite is true. That should be the globe Earth. The Earth has been used practically as flat and stationary for thousands of years.
What took you so long to respond to that? Are you some kind of AI bot?
What the fuck? Oh, like I don't have a life. My response is demanded by you to just happen when you think it ought to.
I'm saying I said something and it's like your brain was processing it or something.
How do you know what my brain was doing? You don't have a freaking clue.
What's going on? A man can't think before he speaks.
Oh, well, I was just saying it was such a long pause. I thought he didn't have anything to say about that.
So what does that mean?
I was just
Are you calling him slow?
Goofy childish laugh again. Yeah.
You're calling him slow?
All right, there we go. That sounds
So
more
I'm
like
not
it.
supposed to have a life.
Earthers are more complete when they're
I'm not
insulting
supposed
people.
to have a life of. I don't have a life of my own here where I live. I have to respond when you think I ought to, or else
I just thought that
you
was
make up
strange.
some joke.
No, I thought the
you're a
moment had
joke.
passed already, but then you brought it back. It was kind of strange.
You're a joke. That's why you're here, because
Listen,
we need someone to laugh at. Someone so ridiculous.
Oh.
Yeah, you're comedy for us. And you're a good example for the rest of the community. Everybody listening on YouTube, here's your ridiculousness. Your childish laughter.
I'm going to have to push back on that. I don't think he's here for us. I don't think that's why you're here, Castle King. I don't know. Why do you think you're here?
I enjoy being around you guys. I enjoy your company.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I hear what you're saying, Sonny. Like, I would call that more like a side effect rather than like why he's actually here. I don't know. It's just me, though. It's a subjective opinion, I guess.
He has no friends. That's why he's here.
I'm only here for a limited time until my father calls me back home.
That's right. Same thing for
Your
all of us.
father, how old are you? The fuck?
I'm talking about God.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's when globe believers, sometimes there's some of them like that are like recalcitrant fantasy globe adherents, but they just really like hanging around with us. So I just wonder sometimes, when they're contemplating, alone, sitting out on their lawn chair in their yard or something, if they think, why do I what is it about those flat earthers that's so interesting that I have to keep coming back for more? Do you ever think about that, Castle? Like, you don't really seem to be tuned into what we're saying, but you keep coming back for more.
I make my daily rounds throughout these Discord servers.
Oh, he doesn't really like us. I'm sorry. Oh, forgive me. He's not exclusive with us. He doesn't really like us. Sorry, guys. I mischaracterized him.
I'm saying there's a time for everything and everyone.
That's right. Yeah, we're not going steady with Castle King.
Yeah,
there's a time for reality.
Yeah, this is it, right?
Yep. So you get your dose of reality here because you don't get it anywhere else. Concur.
You know what else is real to me? Karaoke night, which is tonight, which is why I'm actually in a good mood. I can handle all the insults because I know tonight we're going to rock the mic right, if you know what I mean. I wish you guys could be there. Oh, as a matter of fact, there's another Discord server that loves for me to go live and film it, go live on Discord and show what I'm doing and singing. I don't know if any flat earthers would be interested in that, but I do that from time to time too. I'm saying it can't just all be about arguing about whether the place is flat or round. You guys have to also get some entertainment too, right?
This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, dude. I don't know if you've seen the name.
I'm saying, if any of you were interested in music, you could show up at that time when I'm at work, and you can hang out and see what it's all about to be in a bar and check out the nightlife.
We'll go to a place where there's a music spot or something.
You gonna show us what the real world is like, Castle?
I'm saying, when you're out there performing for the people, live and direct, all the way from the west side of Riverside, man.
Where?
You live in Riverside?
West Coast, man. California.
What do you want us to do there?
I'll be there in 10 minutes. I live right next to you.
Oh, we in San Bernardino? Moval?
Rancho.
There you go. That's 15 minutes away? Locals Public House tonight at 9 p.m., man, if you want to be there.
I'll be there.
Be there or be square.
Okay. There. I'll meet the famous Castle King side in real life. I want to meet him.
Yeah. I'm saying, you're talking to someone who's going to be famous in a few years. I'm already.
It seems like you're already famous on this on the server. Everyone knows you here, on all the different channels here. Everyone seems to know you pretty well.
Well, like I said, I make my rounds throughout these Discord streets, but I'm saying I'm going to be worldwide. But this is kind of worldwide. It's just kind of underground too.
May you never be cursed with fame. What about Sinarkista? Have you been around here a long time? Have you come into the Flat Earth Discord before?
No, this is my first time here.
Oh, welcome. So do you think you live on a globe?
Yeah, I feel like the Earth is round. Yeah, it's a globe.
What makes you feel that way?
Well, I've seen like the video clips of the astronauts in space, and they're filming the Earth. It's got a very round shape. It doesn't really look like a flat plane to me.
Yeah, and have you verified these images that you've seen? Have you verified them for yourself?
Like in what way? Like where I dug into where they originate from?
You're seeing images that conflict with how you actually experience the Earth, because you've always experienced the Earth as flat and stationary. Then you're seeing these images and you're being told by other authority figures that you, contrary to your actual lived experience, that you secretly live on this illogical water ball spinning through space at a high rate of speed. So you're relying on an outside source to tell you your own reality instead of looking at reality and measuring it and seeing if this globe actually matches up to it. I mean, that's why we're here. It's because if you did live on this claimed fantasy globe, you would not be able to see things in the distance, which we can actually see because of due to the geometry of a sphere.
Okay. So even when like the sun or moon, when they're setting, when the sun sets and it gets close to the horizon, where's it going? Like if it's not a globe.
Yeah, there's many, I mean, it's going outside of our field of vision. We don't have unlimited vision. I mean, the sun, is clearly moving outside of our field of vision, going to another location. I mean, if you were following it in a plane, you could to some extent, keep it going a little longer there. But at some point, it goes outside of our field of vision. In no way, shape, or form does that prove any kind of spherical shape. Because we're talking about geometry.
Saying, like, if so, when the sun lines up with the horizon, and theoretically I would travel in the direction of where the sun is, I would eventually reach the sun without leaving the ground, without leaving the Earth, right? If the Earth was flat, or would I eventually fall off the Earth or end up in some kind of, I don't know.
We don't claim an edge. I mean, that's a cartoon you might have seen. My phone is all frozen. I can't get into the chat, but hopefully people will tag you with what we're talking about when we talk about long distance observations, because I can't do it right this minute, maybe later. But anyway, you might have seen some cartoon images about what flat earthers allegedly think. Usually those are more propaganda, about the same level
let me clarify,
consistency with the globe, the fantasy globe model itself. I'm almost done. I'll finish this sentence in 10 seconds if you don't make me have to tell you why I'm finishing my sentence again. Anyway, we do not claim this model that you might have seen of a disk flying through space and all the cartoon models. No, we don't claim an edge. We don't claim to know what's in the outer limit. We just know that it's definitely not a sphere, because we've seen no verifiable, repeatable, measurable, testable evidence that it is. In fact, we have many observations to the contrary that indeed what we see in reality and can measure in tests, either with long distance observations, laser tests, and so on, infrared photography, on and on and on and on, show things in the distance that do not adhere to this claimed geometry on your model.
That was longer than 10 seconds, sister.
Yeah, that was a bit longer. That's fascinating, though. I've never heard of this kind of explanation to justify this, like, for flat Earth theory, or your justification for this Earth being flat. I wanted to clarify, though. Like, I haven't seen any what you call like propaganda or like any kind of cartoons or anything. I literally went into this server with like no background of doing any kind of research or seeing any
even
kind
better.
of thing.
That's great news. Good. So you just were thinking in your mind maybe there's an edge. I mean,
I came in thinking I wanted to hear why you feel this way, and I wanted.
That's not a feeling. You said you feel you live on a globe, and that you've put your faith in these images. So you have a belief in your globe. You can't demonstrate it. You can't prove it. You just have a belief in it, right? Because those were your first words. I feel I live on a globe. That's what you said.
Is that what I said? I thought I said in the beginning that I've seen images and that I saw those images and that it presented it to be that we were on the globe.
You can rewind it later. I'll give you 100% certainty. Bet my life on it. You said the word feel. I remember it very clearly. But nonetheless, you have come to the right place, because all we're asking people to do is to set aside this image and this propaganda that you've been fed since childhood, and to consider the possibility that you might actually live in a world that is flat and stationary, just as it appears. So, are you interested in the long distance observations?
Yeah, I mean, if you have any, I don't have my phone on me. I'm gonna go grab it real quick. If you can share with me some kind of like, I don't know, any kind of evidence or anything you can point me to that can educate me on your reasonings as to why the Earth is flat.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm going to go up to my computer since my phone's totally frozen, and that way I can more easily show you the evidence that I'm talking about. But, just off the top of my head, so we're given the geometry of the sphere. The claimed radius is 3,959 miles. According to the radius of this radius, this sphere would result in objects dropping off in the distance out of your view around this imaginary curve at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So you might at first think, oh, that's not that much, 8 inches per mile. So 1 mile, it only dropped 8 inches. I wouldn't notice that at all. But since it's an exponential formula, the objects are going to drop off at a greater and greater distance the further that you get, so that if you are at a distance of 10 miles, these objects should be hidden behind a curve. 66 feet of the object should be hidden behind the curve. And then the further you get, the further and further you go, the more and more of the object should be hidden. And yet we do not see this obscuring of the objects anywhere when we actually observe it. For example, the Chicago skyline should be almost completely hidden behind the Earth curve. But I personally and many other people have seen and documented on many occasions that we can see the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. What do you think about that?
That's certainly interesting. I will say. Obviously, I never took a deep dive into this subject, but yeah, I was something that I have to look into. But yeah, I mean, again. And if this is how I put it, if I said feelings, then I don't know. Like if that's how I've been fed for my whole life growing up, that the Earth is round or it's a globe, all the images, the videos, the science behind with all gravity and showing off how gravity works in the atmosphere, then that's an incredible consistent lie that they've been telling practically everybody on the planet.
It's not a planet. Yeah, there are planets. Those are the wandering stars. Yep. Throughout human history, pretty much, all cultures looked up in the sky. They saw the fixed stars. They made up different stories about them according to their own cultures. They used them for navigation, planting, keeping track of time, and so on and so forth. They noticed the wandering stars, which appeared to follow their own path. So that would be Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and so on. Planet comes from that word wandering star. We see no evidence that Earth is a wandering star or a star of any kind. Do you think Earth is a star?
No.
Okay, there we go. We agree about that point. Great. But yeah, I mean, just to warn you, especially since you're totally new to this, I can give you the link to the live stream here, because this is a live stream. If you want to go back and hear yourself say, "I feel I live on the globe," because
whatever
if you're
I said,
a person, it's fine. I mean, I'm not going to argue that point with you. Yeah, I'm not going to argue that point with you. But what I was going to say is, if you're a person, which you are, I mean, you could be a total, you could be just pretending to be sincere. It's totally possible. But if you really are what you claim to be, where you're willing to follow the evidence where it leads, then you'll have like 25 Globers in your DM. They'll invite you to their Globe Belief worship servers, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, don't worry. I know they started telling you that you can accept reality the way it is, but you can come right back over here to the Fantasy Globe bottle, because that's what you want, right? Comfortable lies." So it's up to you. It's in our key
Let me,
if you want comfortable lies or, objective
see if I can talk to the
jump in,
gentleman real
please jump in, by all means.
So for the gentleman who's talking right now, I guess the reason behind all of this is that people have been, since ancient times, been trying to think of what the world is outside of their own purview. So it's interesting that people have been thinking about the earth as different things, right? And this particular idea, because of people thinking of what the earth could be outside of their worldview that they cannot see, is something that is a mental construct. It is not something that is an actual reality, something that you can test and verify. However, people have been thinking this traditionally. So it has been handed down to you and to everybody else over the generations. It isn't something that's true, it's an idea. Outside of what you can see from this reality that when you walk outside, you don't notice a globe. They're telling you how to think of it like a globe, but there in no way can you test that it actually is a globe. So that's the problem, right? The issue is, how can you square the circle of the reality of the earth being a globe when it doesn't appear as one? So in order for you to think that way, you have to give up something that's very sacred, and that's your physical, natural sense. So you can actually think of the world around you and see it for what it is based on your senses. However, you're taught that you have to think of your senses as not being reliable, so that you can give that up and then think about the earth being something greater than what you could imagine it being using your senses. So you have to, in a realm of belief, think that the earth is something that your senses cannot detect. So therefore, you're asking, how could such a lie be even been able to be put forward and people think about it? Well, it's simple. Outside of your own natural ability to understand what the world is, there's a giant perspective that you cannot see, and that's where the globe Earth resides. So it resides within the minds of men, and it doesn't reside within the physical natural world being able to be validated. So I'm on a little monologue, but I think it's a bit needed because you're trying to figure out how is it possible. So traditionally, people hand this information down from one generation to the next. It's not like it is, however, probably hatched in some deceptive way, but it's not told that way today. It's taught in schools as in, this is what it is. You just can't see it the way it is because you need to get it a magical rocket ride and go to a place that you can look back and then see the earth for what it is. But right now on the surface, you just have to believe it. So therefore, your mind is thinking this at this current state. Does this make sense to you, sir?
Yeah, no, I appreciate, I appreciate what your explanation, your monologue. I do appreciate what you said. I think what or one thing I took from what you said was, like, traditionally in the past with ancient civilizations, their perception of the earth was that of what they could only see. So their reality of the earth is what they could see. Only what they could experience, sense, and see is their perception, their reality of what Earth would be, and then anything beyond that, they can't fill in the gaps, right, or fill in, like, the unknown. Their world is only what they know. But
Can you hear me, Cinequista?
what's that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just wondered because I moved over to the computer. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you repeating what he said, but I'm just concerned you're going too far down into the weeds of what my original thought was. Oh, yeah, these people, flat earthers are just stuck in the Stone Age because they just, they're just like Amish people wanting to live in the past. But that's not, no, because let's get back to, somebody else could take over and talk to him about philosophy.
I know, but I just wanted to get a question across to see if someone could, like, help elaborate on I just wanted to ask to anybody here who can answer, if...
Darling, please, can you let me just say 8 minutes after the hour says who, because I don't want you to get out here down this philosophy road too far before you see. We don't have to just, I know I might have sent you down there because I talked about what you actually see in reality. But, if you look at what says who posted 8 minutes after the hour, you can go into the chat and see there. He's got a picture of 2 oil rigs there. Platform habitat 9.41 miles. Platform Hill House 6.21 miles. Can you see that in the chat?
Yes. The platform. That's the platform.
That is Yeah, so you don't need to rely on, philosophy or thinking about, am I on a globe or do I just think so because somebody told me? You can just go out and measure it for yourself. This is one observation that demonstrates we don't live on a sphere of the dimensions claimed. And there's many other ones like that. So you could go into your local area and find something and, find out how far the thing actually is and then measure whether you should be able to see that. So can you read to me that where it says, if P then Q, do you see that?
Yeah, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Yep, keep going.
If the Earth is a sphere of the radius of that many miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than.
Keep going. Can you keep going? You want me to take over?
No, yeah, I read it. I see it.
Yeah, you didn't read the whole thing. I'll read it to you. That's
no, I read it. I read it. I see it.
Oh,
But you got a woman saying keep going and you stopped? Bro.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you. That's
crazy, bro.
Perceiving reality. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3,959 miles, we'll call that premise P. This is formal logic, which has been accepted in Western civilization as a way to determine truth. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the Q part of the statement. And this is according to the geometric horizon and the curve calculators promoted by fantasy globe believers like yourself. So then when we find out not Q, meaning we discover that the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, we do not live on a sphere of the dimension claim. So where do you see the horizon in that picture, Sinaquista?
Yeah, I see it in the middle of the photo in the distance, past the second oil rig.
It's past the oil rig, yep, right? It's past both oil rigs. That's what you said. Yep. So this is demonstrating that the geometry of the sphere that we've been given is incorrect, and everything in the so-called fantasy science fiction realm of astrophysics is based on this radius of 3,959 miles. So you can't say maybe it's bigger, maybe it's smaller, all those. You can't say that. Nope, because we're testing a model that they claim demonstrates reality, and in fact, it does not. Okay, I just wanted to get that in. Now you can go back with these guys about whatever you want to talk about.
Okay. Okay. So the question, kind of like what I was saying earlier about the whole big lie, right? With the why would they teach us this? What would be the point of forcing that belief then? If
think about it in every hierarchy of structure, right? Like even in the days of old, right, with religion, the priest would be the one to tell the people what the word of God said. So they were the mediator between God and man, right? So they were telling people what God wants, and so they would direct the footpath of the person, the individual, right, listening to them. And they said, we know what the Bible says, but you are too I guess uneducated, or you don't know what God wants, so we are closer to God, so we'll tell you what he wants. So in that same mindset, there have always been hierarchies of ways of thinking of people, putting other people above them, right? So you'd have in the days of old, the bishops and the priests being the ones who would lead the way. So people would look up to these guys, and whatever they said, they would abide by. So it's no different today, right? When you say, I'm not a scientist, but your appeal to other people that are smarter than you, that have more wisdom, is the reason why there's a method of control. The control is of the paradigm. The paradigm is what you think the earth is. So there's a method of control, and by that control, there's other derivative topics of control, right? So then you got, so they're controlling the information. The information is now gate kept. In order for you to know more information, you have to go to higher learning, find out more about it and such. But what's going to happen here is that because of that, you can only learn more about the cosmology if you go to higher learning. But the problem is people are living on the thing that everybody's saying is a globe. So you don't need to appeal to anybody. You just have to, just like Mary Mom was telling you right now with the methodology of detecting whether or not the Earth is a globe by measuring it, you could find out. So the reliance on people who with higher authority has always been throughout the ages, right? So it's what I'm telling you right now. So the method of control was the people with those with that information about what people don't realize, their senses or what God wants or anything. They rely and appeal on to other people, and that's a form of gatekeeping, right? Whereas it takes it out of your own senses, worldview, and it puts it in the hands of other people. So that has always been a method of control, right? So the control now is many different ways. So you could think about for political reasons, for religious reasons, for monetary reasons. People would keep this as the way it is, because it behooves the one, whoever has this structure in place, right? So if you think, for instance, the Earth is a globe, and there's a killer asteroid coming to you, you'd want to support any agency that would kind of keep you safe. So then you're thinking, well, let's give to NASA, let's support them, let's keep that going, that whole idea, because they're going to keep us safe from, these asteroids or meteors or whatever's coming towards us. Or how about climate change? Well, the planet seems to be dying, so we need to do something about that. There's political reasons why you'd want to think about the Earth as a globe. We're running out of resources, fighting wars, and so on and so forth. So there's many reasons, but the method is control. Controlling the narrative behooves anybody who gatekeeps it. So the agencies, the governments, as long as they perpetuate this mythos, you will continuously be enslaved to it. Do you see where I'm going with this? It's a method of control, sir. The paradigm is the information is what's being gatekept. But all you have to do, it's simple, right? The solution is simple. Just test to see if the Earth is what everybody's claiming it is. And if you can't find out that it's exactly what they say it is by measuring it, by testing and verifying, then it's not that. So everything else, because you found out the evidence doesn't follow that the Earth is a globe, then you can say, well, everything else that they're telling me about the Earth being a globe, including where I am in this world, where I came from, what my purpose is, are we going to other planets? All of that stuff is just a mythos. You can put it in the category of that. So there's much more, but I want to see where you stand with that, because otherwise I'd be telling you for quite some time.
I don't necessarily have a stand on this issue, because I don't have much of me looking into this topic. I was just curious as to what you guys.
But can you see? Yeah, can you see the method of control though? If you control the narrative
on that point, yes, I can see how if a group of or scientists or people who consider themselves like some kind of academic, person of academic credibility would go out and say, this is how it is, and believe me because I have these credentials or I have this knowledge or I'm this smart. So is that like for them to push this belief that the Earth is round is so that they can, like you said, it's just for control, to show they have believability or the credentials to have influence over.
It does happen. Like I guess a lot of people would say, if you've ever been in that realm of academia, there's a certain curriculum that people there have to abide by, or else they would lose, whatever it is, position that they have. Some people might even lose their position with tenure. Some people might lose their position with having any credibility of any their so-called science. So it's like a club, dude. Once you get to the highest realm in academia, it's like a club, and you have to abide by the rules of the club. It doesn't take a genius to see this. It's how it is. It operates in that way.
I'm sure it happens. Yeah, most definitely. I'm sure it's a method of control and influence, and what's the word? To maintain, I guess, power in some way.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, that's certainly an interesting point. And I do agree with you. Maybe not necessarily on this issue, but on other issues for sure. I know that it is something that most definitely occurs.
Yeah, and if you have just the slightest bit of skepticism, all roads will lead back to flat Earth. You will see it. Like maybe you don't see it now, but if you continue to research and you continue to look into this topic, it will come undone, and then it will finally drop for you. You will finally see, and you'll be like, oh shit! Like you'll have that oh shit moment, dude. I guarantee you, everybody does. You'll be like, you know what? I could be skeptical now a little bit, but I still would think it's a hard sell. Like it's a hard sell for somebody to tell me that the Earth is not a globe and it is flat, because I mean there's so much in academia that's going for the globe right now. But I guarantee you it's all smoke and mirrors, dude. Like it might seem that way right now from your standpoint, but all I'm telling you is take some time out. Actually, if you really want to, do due diligence and research it. You'll find out. Like I can tell you this much, like it'll be so eye-opening that you'd want to question a lot more than just flat Earth. Let's put it that way.
Facts.
Yeah, so it certainly is a lot more in depth than what I realized or had assumed it to be. It's a lot more. More that went into this.
The mother load, man, is the mother load. Yeah.
So
yeah, I thought this was.
I don't want to add too much because you've been great. Actually, been open-minded and calm, which is better than like 99% of the people we have come in here. So thank you for that. Don't think for a minute that the people you're talking to always believed or knew that the Earth was flat. Most of us here, if not all of us, were globe believers, just like you. Saw the images that you saw, went to the public schools that you went to. So you're not talking to people that woke up or were born as people who know the Earth to be flat. Okay, we were just like you. But thank you for being calm and quite polite. Props.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you for the kind words. I mean, I've been, skeptical of some of the, like the moon landing, for example. I found it kind of hard to believe, along with some other, space-related voyages or images. Because it's like, how are we?
Katy Perry?
What's that?
You don't believe the Katy Perry thing, dude?
Yeah, so I heard there are theories about that. Where, like, they didn't even go up, apparently. It was like a sound stage or something. But I just, like, in the 60s, when, they're going to the moon, it's like, how are we able to do that then? And then we haven't really been able to do that now with technology where basically our iPhones are more advanced than the computers back then for, like, the whole NASA control room. I mean, I don't even know how that's possible.
Yeah, keep asking those questions and keep challenging the narrative. Yep. Who was jumping in there?
It was me, but that's fine. Yeah, no, so, skepticism is healthy to have. There can be an unhealthy amount of skepticism where you doubt all things. There are certain things that we just can't validate for ourselves. But when you first came in here, you talked about the images that you saw from space, right? You've seen images of the Earth as a sphere. Well, in that little photo that we showed you, we call it the black swan, right? Well, that is one way to test a claim that you can't verify for yourself. So if somebody shows you an image of the Earth as a sphere from space, you and I both know we don't have the budget or the ability, logistically, to do something like that, to leave the surface of a planet, pretty assumed, go into an outer space vacuum, turn around and take a picture of it. But what we can do as skeptics is go ahead and test the reality that we live in. Forget the images. How does our reality measure? So when you measure the reality, you can debunk any of the state-sponsored propaganda, which what all those images are, right? That's NASA, that's any of these other entities that are state-sponsored, public schools, textbooks, you name it. You just test reality. And if it doesn't hold up, well, then you know who you're dealing with.
So we have so?
Yeah, so did you, says who referred to that image there we went over before as the Black Swan image. That's because just one incident of seeing something that you should not be seeing on this sphere is enough to logically disprove this geometric claim. The reason why it's called that is because some people aren't aware that there are black swans in the world. Sometimes they've only seen white swans. But once you see, so then you could make the statement, if all you've ever seen are white swans, you could make the statement all swans are white. But then as soon as you see one black swan, you have logically disproven that statement. So that's the same thing with all these observations. And we don't have just one. I mean, we showed you those oil rigs. We have many other observations. I can link you to a list of them. Some of them are long distance observations like that one. Some of them are laser tests. Some of them are infrared photography. You might be able to go somewhere near you to find an observation that you can make for yourself, which is a great way to do it. So yeah, I sent you the friend request. I see just now that you took it, which I appreciate because I wanted to invite you to the server, which is kind of like a research server that has a whole bunch of information in that you could look in. So when you're on your own, you can look at it
Yeah,
and
probably
stuff
just
like that. Yeah,
take a
so I'll send
gander,
that to you.
look at
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, so this page right here, can you see that one? Actually, I didn't want to link you to the main page. I wanted to link you to the observations. Just a second. Nope, that's totally the wrong one. I'll find it for you. But the point is that you could observe one of these things for yourself, and you could determine for your own self, and that's all anybody here is asking for you to do, is to figure out what reality is for yourself, because that gives you a lot of power in the world.
Yeah, I like to do my own research. I don't, of course, if there's any kind of challenge or any there to, to challenge the information or current, whatever's been put out in the world as fact or whatever, I always like to take a look, take a gander, and assess it for myself. So, like, even if right now, obviously, like, I don't necessarily agree with the flat Earth theory or whatever it is that you guys believe. At least I can do the research and see what you're showing me, and then make the assessment myself to see whether or not I still believe or don't believe.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what our position is?
Well, I got the gist that from what the gentleman had spoken earlier, that the Earth is not round because we've been apparently fed by scholarly or academic scientific elite or people of some kind of influence or power that want to have control, and that is not the case. That the Earth is indeed, well, what you guys are saying, that the Earth is actually flat. And then you've provided some math equations or scientific evidence to apparently prove it. So am I on the mark, or am I off?
Yeah, I just ask you to elaborate a little further on the second point. There is, what is it about when I'm saying long distance observations, which I just put the link there in the chat? Why are we saying that these long distance observations are relevant?
Yeah, so before coming in here, I always thought, well, if flat earthers think the Earth is flat, there's got to be some kind of end eventually, right? So you have to.
Here we go.
Well, look, that's what I believe. Or that's what I assumed you believe. If you don't believe that, then feel free to explain to me what the alternative or what you actually, what it actually is.
No, that's fine. That's okay. That's okay. It would just be, the question would be, do you think that there would be people falling off of an edge? That's kind of one of the straw men that we have to deal with. But, I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but nobody thinks that the Earth goes on forever. There must be a limit, and the evidence for that is that we are breathing gas pressure. However, one of the tools of propaganda, right, is that, well, where's the edge? And if I go to the edge, can I fall off of it? Insinuating that apparently they would be falling off of a disk in space. But I don't want to put that in your head either, although it's too late. But keep going.
To be
Can you see
fair,
what I posted in the chat?
some people do claim well, they don't claim that it goes on forever. I just think it's safer to steer away from making a claim that there's an edge at all. You know, I do think it's a bit torn on.
Yeah, I think where they're coming from though is what I posted in the chat. Conquistador, are you looking at the chat?
I was looking at the link I was just shared. Hold on, let me go back to the chat.
Nice. It's just a quick meme, nothing too crazy. I think what most people do, when they come here, this is the image in their mind when they think of flat Earth, and so they're like, "Oh, well, where's that edge? Where can I go, like jump off, whatever?" Which is not really our position. But I would ask, like, what about the universe? Does it have an edge?
Well, the universe is continually expanding.
Okay, let's say we have a like a balloon that's just continuously expanding, right? Does that have an edge? Just because it's expanding doesn't mean it doesn't have a boundary. At least the way I'm picturing it.
Well, the balloon. I mean, the balloon example, it will pop, right? Because
Let's just say, dude, you don't have to be like that crazy about it. But you're saying like, well, it's expanding. Something can expand and also still have like a boundary. So.
Yeah, sure. I guess
So anyway, I mean,
there is a boundary eventually, and then there's
no one's been to the boundaries of reality. At least that's my opinion, my 2 cents. So I don't know. I can't tell you about any edge or anything like that. But I don't think people would. I don't think there's a lot of infinite earthers in here. To be honest.
What about the question that was missed? It didn't get answered.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, it was about 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Do you understand the relevancy of the long distance observations and what relevancy it has to whether the Earth is a globe or not?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you were asked.
Yeah. So when that's what I was getting at earlier, and then you guys thought I was making fun of you when I said that. Well, isn't it what you guys believe? If initially I thought if you go to a certain point, you'll just fall off the Earth if it's flat, right? That's why I brought up the observation point, because theoretically, if you could just see something in a distance, if you see the sun, then you can just travel to the sun if it's flat, because the sun is lining up with the horizon. So
okay, so you're not seeing the relevance. Can you get him to help him to see it, Twad? Did you have an angle on that?
No, you can go. It's okay.
I mean, I'll say my thing that if you have something to follow up, please do. I mean, the relevance of the long distance observations have to do with what you would see if you lived on a ball. So if you imagine, just to scale it down, like you're a little Lego man and you're standing on a baseball. I mean, that's not a mathematical scale. I'm just using that as a visualization for you. Lego man would not be able to see things on the side of the baseball. And we can actually take that to reality and decide what could we see if we were standing on a ball and what could we not see, because things would go outside of our field of vision if we lived on a ball. And in fact, they don't. And in fact, a while back, I mean, you might have escaped. I don't think you've escaped the Bill Nye era of education, because they're still showing his junk in school. I mean, he used to say, probably still claims that, ships go over the horizon. That proves the curve. He actually had that, in his silly little videos. Bill Nye the Science Guy. No, that is not the case. The ship does not go around a curve. If the ship leaves your field of vision, if you're standing looking on the shore with your eyes, due to the limitation of your eyeball, you can use binoculars, a zoom camera, whatever kind of equipment that you might have, you can bring it back into your vision. So at no point does the ship ever disappear around any curve, which it should do if we lived on the globe. Does that make more sense?
So Yeah, so what you're saying is like as long as you have the magnification to be able to keep eyes on that ship, no matter how far off it goes into the ocean, you're still going to be able to see it. That's what you're saying? Because it's not going over a hump or a curve or whatever.
If you can see further than what the globe predicts, then what does that mean?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. If you can see further than what the globe predicts, what do you mean?
Yeah, the globe has a measurement. If you can see further than that measurement, then what does that mean?
I don't know. What does it mean?
It means it's not a globe.
Well, it means it's not a globe of a radius of 3959. Sorry, I just came in, so I think that's what you're talking about.
Oh no, that's what we showed him the observations. We were trying to get him to see the relevance of them, which he has not yet seen. So yeah, the more ways you can put it, that was good.
Right, so in that syllogism, it talked about the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now, that is not our claim. That is the claimed radius of the globe Earth that you supposedly stand upon. And that radius has geometric implications, right? Meaning that if you were to go on Google right now and look up distance to horizon calculator, then they would also give you a formula that is consistent with that radius. It would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if wherever you're standing and your height, that will dictate where the Earth curvature begins to occult things in the distance, right? So in the Black Swan, that photo we showed you with the 2 oil rigs, that debunks the geometry of that radius by magnitudes, right? So what we've discovered by measuring the Earth and making these observations is that the horizon, number one, is not a tangent point or a physical Earth curve that is blocking out things in the distance, such as boats or buildings or whatever. It's actually just an apparent location, and there is no tangent point. There is no curvature blocking anything in the distance. All it is perspective effects, angular size change, diffraction, all that stuff. So what they've done is they've hijacked perspective and then called it Earth curve, and seemingly nobody's bothered to check. But I guess we checked. No ball. No Earth curve anywhere to be measured.
Yeah, so we're not trying to prove how far we can see. So I'm sorry if I said anything that led you in that direction. We're just trying to say that we see things that we would not see if we were on a sphere of the dimensions claimed.
To jump in on this for a second, 2 things. So the higher up we go, whether we gain that in altitude or elevation, so altitude we go up in a plane, or elevation we go up to like a mountainside, the higher up we go, the further out we see, which leans in on the idea that you said earlier, an infinite plane. Now, we know that it's not an infinite plane because we observe containment, pressure. With that pressure that we observe, which is 14.7 pounds per square inch, 1 bar at sea level, we know for a fact, if P then Q, we have containment. So containment, and again, higher up we go, further out we see. Thank you so very much.
There we go.
What do you think about that, Synarchista?
I think that it's interesting. It is certainly an interesting topic to look into. And I think you sent me let me see. Yeah, I got the link to the Discord. So if you have like an info channel.
Yeah, there's a ton of info channels. If you go down to the bottom, there's a ton of A to Z info channels. Probably start with the long distance observation channel. That's a good one. There's all kinds of stuff in there. Yep.
So how do you what's your explanation for there being gravity? How does that work?
You have to establish that there is gravity first.
Yeah, wouldn't that require a sphere? Wouldn't that require a ball Earth?
Not necessarily. However, you say gravity. What are you talking specifically?
Okay, so how we were taught, right, growing up, the Bill Nye science, right, that you said earlier, the Earth. Let's just, I'm going to just say how I was raised, or told what the Earth was like. It's round. It's a ball. There's an Earth core. We're spinning. There's magnetic fields. Magnetic fields pulling everything down towards the Earth's core, and all that. So,
okay,
all that is, according to your guys' beliefs, that's false. So, what is the other alternative belief of there being apparently not there being gravity or whatever magnetic field you can explain?
You don't need to replace bad ideas, just like you don't need to replace Santa Claus with some other truth. It's just not true. It's fictional. You don't need to replace bad ideas.
Yeah.
Well, so
magnetism.
If you were to ascribe, sorry, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, magnetism and gravity are two different things. He's asking you specifically, what is gravity to you?
Yeah, and he needs to identify what it is that's trying, like that you're attempting to explain. What exactly is being explained here? You need to identify that clearly. There's something in nature that's happening that you want explanation for. What is that exactly?
Why is it when I jump, I come back down?
Because you can't fly. Welcome, newsflash. You don't have the ability to fly. You're not Goku, where you can jump and then continue going up. That's called flying.
Okay, thank you for the cartoon. Can someone else please explain to me, like the actual?
No, yeah, dead ass.
I know what you mean.
Dead ass. I'm dead ass.
I know what you mean. So, what we observe in reality is that depending on the medium in which the object is in, it will either descend or ascend. So when you are in the medium of air, right, if you jump up in the air, is the medium of air dense enough to support you?
Nope.
No,
obviously not, right?
I go back down, yeah.
Right. Now, what if you jump into a swimming pool? Do you go to the bottom or do you float up to the top?
Well, it depends, but typically you just float back up to the top.
Right. So all of a sudden, we no longer have that downward acceleration vector or anything like that, right? Now, you can do this with anything. Depending on the medium, you'll have either an ascension or a descension. If you have a block of wood and you drop it, it's going to fall to the earth. If you take that block of wood and you force it down to the bottom of a swimming pool or an ocean or whatever, it's going to float because there's a density differential, right? So in reality, there is no gravity. Whatever you believed about the magnetism really doesn't have anything to do with the proposed gravity that we are supposed to be believing in today. Today, the most current idea of what gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, a conceptual medium, meaning it's not physical, due to the unequal distribution of mass which is undefined. So what they've done is they've taken your reality, turned it into an equation, and told you that that's the reason why you stick to the Earth. But you even know, and I both know, that you don't stick to the Earth all the time, especially if you're in some kind of liquid. Depending on the density of that liquid or medium, you'll ascend. So there is no exclusive downward vector for all matter. The thing that debunks this the most is the fact that you have gas all around you moving freely and randomly in all directions. It's not sucked down to the surface, right? So there is no gravity as you were taught.
So why is it then that when we descend further into the ocean or any body of water, that the pressure increases?
The pressure increases, but it increases in all directions. So it's not exclusively downward. It's just a pressure in all directions. So the only thing that we can observe is a gradient or a density tower, where the most light or less dense or least dense material.
Hold on, you're cutting out a bit. Hold on a second.
Now, causal mechanism for all of this? Yeah.
Wait, hold on. You like everything you said in the past 10 seconds, it cut out completely.
Yeah, we missed a bit.
Am I in a no coverage zone? Am I good now?
Yes, you're good now. Yeah, just go back. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Where did you leave off?
Density towers.
Okay, so what we observe is a density tower, where the lightest or least dense materials are towards the top, and this is across the Earth, and the most dense, or what we call heavy, are towards the bottom. Now, that's the observation. Why that's occurring? Nobody actually can give you any particular reason or cause for that. Now, if I were to tell you that the reason for that is magic invisible fairy dust, it would be as good as an explanation as gravity, because neither of them exist, neither of them are material. It's just the observation. We don't actually have a cause for this. However, if we remove the air pressure on the Earth, then the oceans themselves would evaporate. So what I can tell you is that we know in contained environments, everything stratifies essentially by density. But if we are to remove the pressure, all bets are off. All the liquids evaporate, everything goes into complete chaos. So the best thing I could give you is essentially containment as to the reason why things are the way they are. But I cannot prove that. What I can prove is if I put liquid into a vacuum chamber like water and I remove the gas or the air pressure, the water evaporates and turns into a gas and leaves the vacuum chamber. So the reason that we have oceans and the reason that you're breathing is because the Earth is contained.
W. But I love that question though. It's like, well, how come when I jump, I don't keep going up? So, are you like Superman, or why would that happen?
It would appear that there is some law governing all of these things that we experience, right? In fact, there used to be this idea of the law of gravity, but I'm wondering if they weren't talking about specific gravity, which is a thing. If you look it up, specific gravity, well, that would be essentially Archimedes' principle, right? Or buoyancy. However, buoyancy kind of begs the question of the idea of gravity. But dense things go down, light things go up. That's what we observe.
And some things remain static. I mean, like, look at clouds, for instance. They're not falling on your head. You know?
Good point.
I mean, people say, why does everything fall down? Well, no, not everything does fall down.
I'm telling you.
Does the gentleman have any more further questions or comments regarding what was just spoken about?
No, I don't. I appreciate the explanation. Says who? I don't know what your name is, your tag is actually, but appreciate that.
No problem, sir.
Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, I mean, I do. Yeah, with clouds, but any kind of gas, really, right? Any kind of gas is going to rise. So, well, I mean, aren't there some gases that are heavy that drop? But I don't know. But yeah, typically I agree that if things can rise because the laws of of it being allowed to, then certainly, like gases. Water's solid, so it's gonna stay on the ground, right? We're all solid.
If I may,
what's that? Water's a liquid. I'm sorry, water's a liquid.
Well, water actually exists in 3 different states: solid, liquid, and gas. So water's just being H2O, but I get what you mean.
Yeah, water's a liquid, but it has 3 different phase changes, right?
Yeah,
so I guess water could be all 3. Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
I just wanted to quickly interject. You said something about gases. Some of them are heavier and whatnot, right? Keep in mind, though, right? Like when we observe a quote heavier gas in our everyday, experience or whatever, that gas, say something like sulfur hexafluoride or whatever, right? We've all seen those videos of guys like pouring, a bucket of sulfur hexafluoride over like a bunch of candles, and it kind of just sweeps over the table, right? Because it's kind of going down, but it has that kind of initial velocity, so it spreads out. It's observed that it's below your kind of like eye of your field of view, so to speak, right? So we get that impression that it goes down. But keep in mind, though, if you take that gas and you put it into a vacuum chamber, right? You take out everything from the chamber initially and you inject that gas, it too will expand in all directions because there's nothing denser. There's nothing denser than it or less dense than it to push it up or down or to occupy the space above it or below it. Right? There's no stratification because there's nothing there, so it will take up everything. Right? So it's not so as to say that all gases do have the tendency to expand in all directions, subject to their environment. Just wanted to point that out because the terms you used kind of, I kind of interpreted that you may have had the impression that this is those specific types of gases, the quote heavy ones, do go down, and that's not necessarily always the case.
Yeah, you'll observe a temporary relationship between different.
I mean, if you put any gas in a vacuum, they're just going to go in every direction. But like, where can we? So, are all vacuums? What's like a natural occurring vacuum in reality, and like what we can experience without like a man-made vacuum?
Well, it does.
Nature abhors a vacuum, doesn't it? But with the sulfur hexafluoride, that's a synthetic gas. It's not natural. But also, even in the medium of air, it will still take entropic laws, so it will still go up. Entropy will still take place with it over time.
Oh, so eventually it will go up, but initially it will drop. These heavy gases.
Yeah, but it's depending what medium the sulfur hexafluoride is put in. So it's put in a container in a medium of air, but it will still take entropic laws and still expand upwards after that. So it's not going down. It's depending on its medium still.
Fascinating.
Right. Like, say, for example, if you were to take like a balloon full of sulfur hexafluoride and you pop it underwater, what's going to happen? It's going to go up. But then it'll meet the air above the water and then find equilibrium from that point. So it really does depend on the medium itself.
But it's still contained, which is a absolute win for the globe. Sorry, not the globe.
How dare you?
Topographical claim, bro. You heard me.
Another globe believer in the chat.
Clipcord, do not clip that.
Call it a misspeak. All good. I'm all right with that. All good, baby. Again, we know 14.7 pounds per square inch, right? And with that, we know that containment is what we observe.
I just unlocked a new sound clip idea. Well, let's keep cooking, chat.
Also, I could be wrong, but I think gases have no weight anyway. So there ain't a heavier gas. I could be wrong there.
Well, they do claim that they do, but the way they determine that is by taking a tank, filling it up, getting a certain pressure reading, indicating to them, how much is actually in there, and then they weigh the tank. Right? So it's like they're inferring some weight to it, but many would argue that that's not exactly legitimate.
Yeah, would that be weighing the pressure? I think like just measuring the pressure, should I say?
I don't think so, because the pressure is in all directions. It's not exclusively down. Right.
Yeah, exactly. So weight should be the measurement of the vector of down, basically only.
Right. But what I was
But
getting
measuring
at is
gas as pressure will be all directions, wouldn't it? So gas wouldn't have a weight.
what I was getting at by articulating the term pressure is that in order for anyone who's filling the tank to have any sort of sense of how much gas is in there, like if they're trying to measure the density of the gas, for example, right, they're going to have to get a pressure reading to get, one step into the process of how much gas is in there. And then they do the weight on a scale, and then they compare those numbers. Whereas if you take a different gas, you put, you keep pumping gas into the tank, you get the same pressure reading after putting however much in there, but then you weigh it and it weighs differently. Right. So like the pressure is like indicative of, quote, how many molecules are in there, so to speak, or whatnot. Like I'm saying that loosely, but you get my point, right? Just like a benchmark, one benchmark variable.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're increasing the density, right? So, and therefore, density go.
Sorry, man, coming in, Mr.
Cut out a lot, bro.
Sorry.
You sound like Cybertron.
Domo.
Yeah, so Synarchista, I have to say, that I feel like you have a good life ahead of you because you are willing to, unlike a lot of the people we get in here, you're willing to ask questions, you're willing to listen to the response, you're willing to give honest answers to questions that are asked of you. That puts you like way ahead of a large number of people who have been reduced, sadly, to mostly emotional response, knee-jerk responses, defensive responses, and so on and so forth. So I encourage you to keep going in that direction of asking honest questions and giving honest answers, and hopefully that will lead you to a better understanding of the world around you, which, like I said before, actually does give you more power and agency in this world if you actually, for yourself, figure these things out, as opposed to giving over your agency to an unknown, unverifiable, disreputable organization such as NASA.
Right. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, I know a lot of people come into these servers and they just like to troll immediately. But at first coming into this one, I thought it was like kind of like a meme server at first. I didn't think it was actually a genuine, serious discussion. Like I thought it was just going to be like, I don't know, just a bunch of people trolling about the Earth being flat. But
well, that's easier to
obviously.
believe.
What's that?
I said that's a lot of people do that because it's very easy to believe. They don't really have to address what we're actually saying. But
yeah, definitely. But I appreciate all you guys' points, though. Well, most of you. I think there was one guy that was trying to be funny with the Goku cartoon.
Yeah, that was me. No, but bro, look. People come in and ask that question a lot too. Why don't I keep going up when I jump? That's called flying. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, why would you think that? People they have two ideas that you could just remove instead of replace. The first idea is that they think something is, or they think that they have the ability to float or fly when they jump. Right. They would jump and keep going up. And then the second idea is that there's something preventing this from happening. If you remove both of those ideas, what do you need gravity for? Nothing's holding you down or pulling you down to the ground, yanking you down, because you're not trying to float away. Like a lot of people think if I turn gravity up, I would just start floating up off the ground. Those are just two really shitty, bad ideas. You don't even need those ideas. And you don't need gravity. So you don't have to replace those ideas. Those are just horrible ideas. You don't have to replace them. You don't have the ability to fly. You never did. So nothing's preventing you from achieving abilities you never had to begin with. Simple.
Yeah, Sarakista, you're welcome in here at any time, bro. We encourage you to come back. We encourage you to go do your, own due diligence. Like you said, if you'd like to research, if you want to go find answers or, different points of view or arguments against what we've told you here, by all means, please do so and come back.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, gentlemen and gentlewoman, Mary Mom, you guys all have a good one.
Hey, just before you go, just before you go, I'd like. Yeah.
See you later. Nice chatting with you.
I was going to say, just before you go, if you're able to do your own observations, I don't know if you live near a body of water, a large lake, or the ocean, or anything like that. Do you?
I live right here in LA, so I got the coast right here.
Shit,
Yeah, you're just 100 miles north of myself and CB.
Yep.
So we have a lot of waterline, a lot of coastline, rather, and you can make observations of 5 miles and greater, like in the bay, like Santa Monica Bay. You could go out on a clear, calm day and go to one part of the beach there and go to where your feet are in the water, and you can see across the bay 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 miles over towards Point Doom in Malibu. And if you have like a zoom camera, like a P900 or something of that nature, you could, I guarantee in 10 miles, you could zoom into the shore on the far coast and you could see waves breaking where, in like, let's say 8 miles, they should be like nearly 50 feet below your line of sight. So you can do this. That's what we did. Yeah, a lot of us have done it.
Well,
Yeah, I'd say do your own research and see which one makes the most sense. Then go for that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if I'm like in Huntington Beach or Newport Beach, maybe I'll try that similar little project that you recommended. I'll definitely give it a shot.
You'll have to invite them to the next Flat Earth meetup.
Yeah, Huntington Beach. I've actually got an observation of Huntington Beach at Huntington Beach and at Catalina, 30 miles away. And you can basically see the glow of the shoreline 30 miles away.
Oh, you can see from Huntington Beach on Catalina, you can see the waves.
Well, not quite the waves because that's 30 miles away, but you can see the glow of lights right near the shoreline.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And it's supposed to be like 600-700 feet of vertical drop at 30 miles.
And probably vice versa too, huh? From Catalina. Have you been on Catalina?
Oh, I've been to Catalina dozens of times. Yeah, many, many times. 20, 30, 40 times. Yeah.
Yeah, I've only been there once, and I got sick on the boat right over there.
Yeah, I've done a lot of sailing. I've done a lot of sailing over to Catalina and back. I used to live on my boat in the marina there. So yeah, cheers. Good luck to you. Hope you look at the home server. You've gotten the link, and you can look at the A to Z. There's videos on there. There's long distance observations, like the rest of the crew here have been, telling you different things you can look at. So good luck, and we hope to see you back.
Alrighty. Yep. You as well.
Take care, man.
Everyone here, take care. Have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the weekend.
Right on.
Get the W going.
Mega W.
That was like the most pleasant conversation that I think we've heard in here in a really long time. I mean, it's a breath of fresh air.
Amen.
Yeah, I mean, recently we had the one guy that I think it was Alpha gave him a couple of, a couple of ideas to think about, and he goes, "Wow." He goes, and then after he got a couple of these ideas about what we actually observed, he left, and it seemed like he was like going off to do his own research. Like, really pretty cool. Like that's we usually get a lot of pushback, right? This guy was just kind of pretty much open. So that's pretty awesome. Yeah, no humans flying allowed on this server. We don't, that's not, we don't allow you to continue with that idea of floating humans.
Hell no.
Big W. That's actually a store. Wow. Welcome back, Minerva Minx. She's another flat earth.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm gonna mute myself because of the surrounding.
Oh, no worries. I was kind of like calling you up because Mary Mom's here. Mary Mom, this is very pleasant. Another flat earth woman.
I love Mary Mom. I love Mom.
Yeah, we've run across each other a couple times. I appreciate your support, Minerva, and I'm glad you're here.
I love you, girl.
Thank you. Love you too. Yeah, she came to our ladies' night that Crit set up for Wednesdays last Wednesday, and so that was nice.
Oh, right on.
I like that you brought up the island. I think that's good for people to.
I like how last night the little girl Annie, y'all was so nice to her. At the end, and it was respectful to see how nice. Nobody was being mean or nothing, but she kept making everybody run around in circles like a regular global would make a person do.
That HANI person that we kept asking for peer-reviewed journals, is that the one?
Yeah, and she just wouldn't go in the chat and just read. Like, she couldn't read out loud or nothing. But she was a young girl, and like the American system really did fuck us all up, and it take a lot of re-educating on our own self to study. And once they see it, they make you run in circles because that's what they are, global.
Yeah. She heard somewhere she keeps saying, "I want it peer reviewed. I want it peer reviewed." I know, like maybe we shouldn't have served her quite so. Really. I thought I was being too mean to her.
I think somebody sent her in for 10, but everybody was so nice to her last night.
Yeah, she really didn't like it when I said the American public education system had failed her because, from their perspective, I mean, that's what they experienced. I assume from her attitude that she had success at it. So there's nothing wrong like having success in it. It's like,
It's a
okay.
grade A baby. A grade A baby, and that's what America produces. I'm American, and I had to re-educate myself to understand that they still teaching us it's 52 states in America when it's not, and everybody think Washington D.C. is the capital when Columbia is. So they still teaching these kids the wrong stuff today.
Yep, and some people realize that, and other people will just keep going along in that same system as long as they're getting their kudos. They don't actually care about what reality is.
Most of the time, they don't really realize that believing and knowing is two different things.
Yeah, and I think it was Arthur. I don't know how to say your name right. Pythagoras. The guy who's got the Back to the Future photo. How do you say that? Anyway, you were saying, that there was a bunch of credentialism going on, which is, that's part of the reason why people are so used to, relying on authority, looking for that peer review and so on, that they've lost the ability to actually evaluate the information for its own value. And also, ironically, those same people are
Everybody need it. Don't nobody know how to just use they thinking to go from Avenue A to Avenue Z no more. It's backwards. Everybody need a GPS. So everybody's been thinking with less than 10% of their brain. In America, at least.
Are you talking about Pythagoras? AE? Or AG?
I'm sorry. I didn't know how to say it.
That's not Back to the Future. That's They Live.
Oh, okay. I don't know what They Live is. I guess thank you for correcting me.
That's all right. It kind of does look like
That's what I thought it was. Yeah.
McFly there. Yeah.
I thought it was McFly. Okay. Thank you for telling me.
No, that's all right. That's what's his name? Randy. I can't remember his name. He's the guy that says. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. He says, "I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum."
Actually, I think I've got that clip somewhere.
Wait, who's talking? I can barely hear you. Who is that?
I have come here to chew
Matrix.
bubble gum and kick ass. And I'm all
damn
out of
right.
I
Damn
actually
right.
kind of don't get that. What does he mean I'm out of bubblegum? Does that mean he's out of kicking ass, or he's only going to kick ass now?
He's here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and he's all out of bubblegum. So what's he left there to do?
That leaves,
Okay.
that leaves us with an option.
The default position would be kicking ass.
Yeah,
It's the only
What a
logical.
Well, you could think of it as like, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum. And I'm out of bubblegum, so it can't be both at the same time. So I'm not kicking any ass either.
Yeah, I guess.
It's kind of like modus ponens in a way. If P then Q, right?
Yeah.
Hope all's well with everybody.
Right back at you, AG.
So yeah, I recommend anybody like that hasn't seen They Live go and watch it. It's pretty cool. It sort of like expresses the the societies, like this the higher you know, echelons, you would say, like, imposing upon us a viewpoint which isn't necessarily true. And so the glasses he's wearing there is a special. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but you gotta see it, man. You gotta see it.
Okay, I will look for it. Yes, thank you for the recommendation. I will check it out.
It's old school.
So just like The Matrix.
So don't
Yeah.
be expecting too much acting wise.
Right.
So in the same way that Keanu Reeves said that The Matrix was like a documentary. Well, they talked to Roddy Piper about They Live, and he said, "Yeah, it's not a movie. It's just a documentary. So you should watch it."
Yeah, I totally will. I haven't watched a good movie from beginning to end for a long time. Can't remember the last time. Although I actually did watch Titanic with my son because he's really into the Titanic the other day. But I'd seen that before. Yeah. I forgot some of the points they made in there, but they had some like interesting points in there. So yeah, I actually enjoyed
What's her name?
watching
Rose? What a 304.
Bitch let him go, though.
Good. Wait, she let him go? Yeah, not good, not good, not good.
Well, no, that's why that's the part actually that was interesting to me. Like I remembered, like, you know, they always said like about the I'm never gonna let go, right? Or isn't that the quote? Yeah. But then I'm like, but then she does let him go, like into the deep. But then I remembered when I watched it again, it's because he says never let go of life and live your life to the fullest. Don't let go of life. And then she says, I'll never let go. And that means she's not gonna let go of been living her life to the fullest. Then you see her, she rode horses, she learned how to fly an airplane, all these different things. So yeah, that's actually the part that I found most interesting that I totally forgotten.
The most important thing she learned how to do was tell a story when she got old. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a movie, right? I'm kidding.
I guess I don't even know. I didn't think it'd be worth watching again because, you know, we all know how it ends, but he wanted to watch it, so I watched it with him. I got something out of it.
$3 hours for a 15-minute job. It's like watching an FED show.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
They Live, though, I wouldn't suggest watching it with smaller children. It's definitely PG, bordering on R at some points in the movie. So yeah.
Okay, that's good to know.
But watching it will probably make a lot of memes that you've probably already seen, right? Make more sense.
Yeah, like I had no idea about that one, so yeah, I better get informed. Oh yeah, that sounds like the story of my life. You think they're people just like you, you're wrong, dead wrong. Yeah, that's I've already lived that, so it'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's one of the movies. You ever felt like something just wasn't quite right about the world, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's just talking to all the people that I've talked to in Discord about flat Earth was one of the things that made me fully realize that. Like, it really seems like some people just aren't capable of thinking outside of the presented paradigm. Like, it's just, not possible. I don't know. That's my conclusion. I mean, but I could be wrong. I mean, maybe there's always going to be some route in there, but some people, I wonder. Is M Agent banned? Do you know who that is? M Agent? Crit said he's a French guy. Do you guys know?
Hey, oui, oui.
He's an angry little French guy.
Oh, that guy? The baguette guy?
Really?
Oh, is it freaking baguette boy?
The baguette guy?
Misinformation.
Boy.
Baguette boys, bro. Every time.
Is he still here? Where is he?
No, he's in my messages. I'm not going to answer him. I just would tell.
Of course. Of course he's in the game.
Just block him.
Okay.
He told me to F myself once, straight up in the VC. So
Okay, I'll just block him then.
I
That
banned
sounds
him permanently from this VC. He's not
Okay,
welcome
that's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he's a very ill person, I would say. A lot of hate.
What's his name?
M space agent. M agent.
It keeps changing.
For a while. What does he have a profile picture of like it looks like in Antarctica with a stick in the shadow?
He might have had that before. Now it's like a gray X's. I mean, I assume he's listening because he's saying, oh, just heard you speak. Yeah, he's listening to us.
He's addicted, bro. They're obsessed.
Regroup or something was his name before.
Hello,
I was going to invite. I was going to invite you, sir. Now he's deleting his messages. I'm sorry. I don't mean to embarrass you. Like I was just going to invite you in here. I just, But no, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Didn't mean to call you out there, sir.
Yeah, you did.
I was going to invite him. You guys.
Invite him to get roasted.
He never presents any argument. He just shouts ad homs. Very disturbing ad homs.
Oh yeah, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, that's all he does. He's been doing every time he comes in here.
I can't remember how to block people. I used to be really good at it.
Boomer detected.
It's not in the three dots.
Right click his name and you get options.
Okay.
You can block him that way.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know why. I'll figure it out. Oh, I found it. Found it.
Did you figure it out?
Yep, I got him blocked. I had to go to the profile and then the dots. Thank you.
So weird how they're like desperately playing on the hate. But the hate watching is insane. I call it a hate
Yeah,
boner.
they hate you so much they have to stalk you. Yeah.
Yeah, I call it a hate
And
boner.
harm
They
you
whip,
at the same
they
time.
whip it out and just start stroking. It's so strange.
That is really strange, man.
It's weird behavior. I don't do that. I don't do any hate watching. I don't even understand that. I hate these guys so much. I'm gonna watch every single stream. Like, okay, that's weird.
He messaged you today, that T-Dub? What the hell was that?
No,
Okay.
that was weeks ago.
Oh, weeks ago. Yeah. Yeah.
I am not the baguette boy.
Just block
Anyway,
him. Get him up and get him out.
exactly. But dude, oh man, you're starting to turn
Yeah.
into one of my favorite players. It's so funny, dude. You've been chiming in more too, as well. W, big W. I see you.
Yeah, definitely. These months, recent months, I would say I'm more active, chiming up.
I mean, you also might have the best mic in the whole community,
Yeah,
bro.
the best,
How are you?
actually. Yeah.
You're also always eating something. I think that's so funny. I like. There's been so many times like chomping away on some food, like flat smacking in front of this guy. What are you eating right now? Holy.
Well, you know,
Not that I don't have a problem with it. I think it's awesome. I love it, dude. I love it. Never change,
Yeah,
bro.
thanks, man.
Never change.
Thanks, man. Thanks. You too, man.
All
We
right.
love
Yeah.
your, we love the way you are, man. We love the way you are.
Awesome, man. Hey, we all have a role to play in this thing, and I'm here for it.
Yep.
So
That's for
I know
sure.
it's not everyone's cup of tea, but hey, what can you do? Yeah, you're in a like say you're like an auditorium full of like 1,000 people. You're gonna say things that some people like and some people don't like. What are you gonna do? It is what it is.
Welcome,
Sweet,
X.
sweet. Hello.
Hello.
Did you get tired of the other channel? Nothing to do there? Mr. X. It's tired. What do you think of the Rich Evans channel? Is it good?
Which one was it?
The Globe channel, 24/7.
Oh, they weren't actually talking about the globe at all in there.
No. Well, that's sad.
Of course not. Of course not.
Clickbait.
Yeah.
It's like,
They
hey,
want to be like us so bad.
I know the Earth's a globe. I'm going to go in there and have a chat. Who says that? Like, Globe Earth Channel? What's that all about? What the fuck, man?
It's funny, every time someone posts a screenshot, there's like one person in there, two people in there. So,
Yeah, it's just background noise, white noise. It's like, yeah, like you would go into a channel called white noise. It's like, that's just like crammed down your throat everywhere. It's like not interesting to people at all. Yeah.
Well, normies aren't going to get it. They're not, like, they're just going to go, huh? Like, duh.
right. All right, chat. Who's next?
Does Matthew have anything new? A new argument or anything new?
Yes. It's the same old observation.
I like that.
Satellite dishes at the equator.
Oh, I've heard that one for 6 months. Oh man, I think when was it? You brought up maybe 6 months ago. I think Matthew that about the satellite dishes. It's been a while. Maybe 4 or 6 months. I would say that wasn't. Yeah, nothing new. Yeah.
Anyway, hope you're well. Hope you're well, Matthew. Good to see you.
Yeah. You're a decent human being, Matthew, but your argument sucks for the globe. That's about it.
I made a new image that kind of attempts to explain how celestial navigation works on the globe. That's sort of new.
Oh my. Straight to the center of hell. How did you get that?
It's like a bubble Earth.
Bubble Earth too, yeah. Can we?
Yeah, it's like a transparent glass Earth.
More cartoons from the Globers.
No, the point of that image is that it just uses a proportional equation. Zenith distance times 60 nautical miles.
Do you think it would work just fine on a flat Earth, though? CellNav?
It would not.
But do you think that when they thought the Earth was flat, that they used CellNav and got around just fine?
I don't think they did.
No?
So he's using CellNav to prove a Baltard, but yet he's
no. It's not quite proving anything. It's just saying that on a globe, the equation makes sense. That's all it's saying.
This is specific to what? 3-point triangulation?
No, there's no triangles in this. It's just a proportional equation. You multiply the 40 degrees by 60 nautical miles, and that's how you get 24 nautical miles. That's the only point
I
of
was
this
asking
image.
how you got the 40 degrees off the center of it. In light of the fact
that
of how
40
far we've actually only dug.
Yeah, no, it's just using geometry to explain why the equation exists.
So that's all. That's your whole stick. It's just explanations. So when
Right,
Huey
that's-
comes in
that's
here
what
and
the
tells us
globe
about
Earth
his invisible three-toed gnomes, that's plenty good enough. Yeah, Q exactly. Center point from hell. Yeah.
The interesting thing about doing it this way is that if you double the angle, then the distance doubles, or if it's like 1/2, then the distance goes by 1/2. So it's perfectly proportional. But if you have right triangles, then it would be trigonometric and not proportional. But that equation is proportional. Zenith distance times 60 is perfectly proportional, or linear if you want to call it that.
So this will work on a ball, but we don't have a ball, right? We don't have an actual sphere. So how does that work?
The difference between a perfect sphere and an oblate spheroid that the Earth is small enough that you can correct for that.
So it's, you're pretty much saying it's going to be off a little bit?
Right. Yeah, it'll be off a little bit. I think the difference between the polar radius and the equatorial radius is 0.3% or something like that.
I thought the 3-point system was a little bit more, I don't know. I just like the argument better.
Tell me what you mean, the 3-point system.
No, you can learn it from them. Go learn it from Shoebill. They'll teach you all about it. It's basically finding 3 points.
Sorry, go.
No, it's just you find 3 stars, right? 3 fixed locations. And you triangulate your position from multiple spots, right? And then you draw your conclusion.
Trilateration.
Yeah, this is part of it. This is just using one of the distances or describing how you get one of the distances. But you're right. You do that to 3 different stars, get 3 different distances, then use trilateration to figure out your location.
Yeah, and then you do it in multiple spots, right? And then you project, yada yada.
So I can't see an image there. Does it happen to involve a tangent plane to the horizon, to the edge of the sphere from the observer's eye?
And I specifically left that out. There's no horizon, there's no triangle, there's no right angle, there's no tangents.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is the interesting bit, right? They need the 90 to actually come up with it, but then they reject the 90 because they pulled down from the zenith. Instead of going up from the horizon, they come down off the zenith. They just do it backwards. And then they claim they don't use a 90.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you did.
Nobody was doing that. Nobody was doing that out in the ocean at sea. No.
Yeah, because
it's like you reference yourself on a flat plane already.
That zenith distance is the key thing you want. I mean, you can find it lots of different ways, but that's the key thing that goes into the equation. That's why.
Well, it's just the opposite of the horizontal. That's it.
Right.
It's not key. It's just like perpendicular to the horizontal. It doesn't matter if you go like from the bottom or the horizontal to the vertical or the vertical to the horizontal. You're going to get the same exact thing, right?
Yeah.
But you just cut off half that triangle and claim you don't need it, but you need that 90 or you can't do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you already referenced the flat plane, and then you just say, "No, we pulled from the zenith. We didn't use that. I promise."
Yeah, getting the zenith angle right without using, just from your vertical. It doesn't prove that the Earth is a sphere through this methodology. And that doesn't invalidate the practical use of the nautical sextant, which debunks the globe.
I want to see all this work with spherical trig. That's what I want to see happen. I want to see you guys do your GP and all that stuff with spherical trigonometry, where you don't get 180 degrees. And tie all that math in together. That'd be interesting.
All right, show goes on, chat. We are still live. I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. This is my home. All right, let me chill. That's one of the best sound clips of all time. Honestly, I love that clip. You guys know what that's from?
No.
What? Wolf of Wall Street? When they try to get rid of him, he's like, I'm not fucking leaving. This is my home. They're gonna need a wrecking ball to take me out of here. Oh, it's so funny.
Well,
Matrix, you got that clip?
Better than Jerry Maguire's. I'm leaving. Who's coming with me? And nobody does.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on. It's honestly such a good show or clips. I stole it from Myron because he would play it all the time. He's like, all right, you know what? I'll stay on for another hour and hit the sound clip. I'm not fucking leaving. So funny.
Yeah, sounds like a bunch of begging the question fallacies.
Which one does?
Shit ton of circular reasoning. I mean, it's really a red herring to the point. You know. Anyway, we can move on.
Moving on slightly.
Hey, check it out. Sig Bok. How's it going? Welcome to the panel.
Oh,
What's the name?
CIG.
Sigbok, if you can, fill in the blanks.
Oh, I see what you did there. You're not slick. You are not slick.
let's try one.
Fingers in the ears.
Yo, Sigbok. You there, sir? What?
He just deafened himself.
Yeah, he's playing around.
You're right, man. Do you know how to operate Discord?
Lower detected.
We want to hear your sweet voice. Come on, man.
Oh my!
Speak up, boy. Oh my!
Oh my! Come on, big cock. Hurry up, dude.
Let's see if your voice matches your Sigbok.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Oh my! There it is.
Good one.
We hear you breathing, bro. Go ahead, try it.
Hello? Well, now
Oh.
it works.
It works.
Hello?
You're alive.
What's up?
Chilling, bro. Big chilling.
It's good.
Are you a flat earther?
Sorry?
Have you been here before?
Yeah, once.
No. Are you a flat earther?
Sorry?
Are you a flat earther?
Half.
Half. How's
Yeah.
Which half? Top half?
Cause-
Bottom half?
Which half?
Earther, but not flat.
No, it's both.
What, bro?
Because it exists at the same time, both sphere and flat. So, yeah.
All right, bro.
Mm-hmm. Like globe. What the fuck?
Like, you know how some states of matter exist
Globe.
as solid and liquid, but it's like this, but with a globe and a flat earth.
Where have you seen that? Other than a flat liquid surface, where have you seen that?
Sorry?
Where have you seen or a demonstration of other than a flat surface of the water?
Like, you know, like in science, where there's two different things at the same time.
Okay.
Like,
as for demonstration, what were you saying, science?
Sorry?
Can you provide a demonstration?
Yeah, Google it.
Google it.
What?
What am I looking for?
Search up like supercritical fluid or something.
Ah, you do that, mate. What kind of shit is that?
It's like something exists at the same time, liquid and gas. So yeah, that's how it works.
Okay.
No, because I believe
Is that
this. I
natural?
believe this.
Is that
No, 'cause
natural water we're talking about?
Yeah, because I genuinely believe it exists at the same time. So it exists
in nature.
No, so okay, let me try and link it back.
So
A spherical Earth and a flat Earth exist at the same time.
No.
Yes.
Hell no.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Well, it's just like you can't be a man and a woman at the same time, bro.
Yeah, it's called the law of non-contradiction.
yeah, you can,
have
though. It's called-
something be
it's called-
true
No,
and
you
false at
can't.
the same
It's called
time.
intersex. People intersex.
No, you can't.
Excluding
yeah,
middle.
that's a
Okay,
fact.
dude.
No.
If you've got a curved surface, it's not flat. If
No,
you've
but-
got a flat surface, it's not curved.
Yeah, but you're
I don't
only
wanna be
you're
rude,
only
but
thinking
you've
in
gotta
the
sort of
physical.
Draw the line down the middle and pick one.
Yeah, but you're only
What else is
thinking
there?
like you're only thinking in the physical. There's like
What else? What else is there?
the beyond, the beyond.
Well, that's sort of what we're discussing at the moment, the physical world.
Yeah, but you're forgetting the multiple
but,
relations.
No. That's what we're discussing at the moment is the physical world. So if something's not flat, it's curved. If something's not curved, it's flat. So like
Period,
I said,
fool.
pick one.
Yeah, but no, that's not true. Is this at the same time?
So can you put up in side chat an image for us all of something that's both curved, a surface that's both curved and flat at the same time?
That's like trying to demonstrate. That's like trying to demonstrate the fourth dimension. It's not possible.
Well, you're claiming it.
Yeah, well, it's part of the fourth dimension.
Bro.
So you can't demonstrate it, in other words. Okay, I'll take that.
It's impossible. Look, it's like this.
Yeah, it's impossible to support my claim.
Yeah, it is, but it's true.
But it's true.
But it's
What the
true.
hell?
Wow.
Wait, I can't send pictures, so yeah, I can't. If you guys give me perms, then I can send it.
What do you
Wait,
need to send?
Like a picture of the fourth dimension. So yeah, that's how it works.
Nah, you don't have that.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Nah, doesn't work.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Okay. Well, I'm still right.
No, you're not.
So
If you
you're
can't
right
demonstrate
because
your
you
claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to, but someone's not allowing me. So
If you can't demonstrate your claim, how do you know it's true?
because you have to think beyond the physical world. That's why.
Think. So you can just think things and they're true.
I mean,
So if I think
in
of
your mind,
pink
in your mind,
unicorn
it will be true.
elephants,
I mean, yeah, in your mind
pink
it's true.
so pink unicorn elephants is true.
Yeah, in your mind it's true.
Okay, bro.
All right, bro.
So here we generally believe in things, there's something called the law of non-contradiction. So for example, the sun either exists or it doesn't exist, and we don't say that you can have both of them be true. Would you say that both could be true?
It depends who you're speaking to.
No, I'm talking about anybody. Do you yourself, would you say that the sun exists or that it does not exist?
I don't think that it does. I would think.
Okay, what about objective reality? In objective reality, does the sun exist or does it not exist?
I mean, yeah, that's what I see, but I could be wrong.
I know, I'm asking you what your opinion is, what you think it actually is in objective reality, not opinion.
Yeah, the
not what you
objective
think.
reality, or what I think the objective reality is, I think it's true. Yeah, it's real.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We believe in objective reality around here.
Yep.
Well, there's no need to believe objective reality. It becomes knowledge at that point.
No, not all the time.
Yeah, I would say knowledge and belief overlap sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
No. No, I don't. I disagree with that. Disavow. As my boy Crow 777 would say, belief is the enemy of knowing.
Hmm.
If you know it, then what's there to believe in? You know it fast. And we are still live.
Oh, what did you want to post? I didn't get it.
Who?
You.
Oh, the fourth dimension. To show how
The fourth dimension.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's still related.
Bro, we don't live in the fourth dimension, do we?
Yeah, but we kind of do if you think about it.
How? In your imagination?
No, because it's all connected.
What is connected?
What's
Everything.
connected?
What?
Everything.
Everything.
What is everything?
Like
everything.
It's everything. Everything that's
Nah,
like.
bro. Is everything in the room with you right now?
It's the Force, Luke.
Everything
Force within
all
you.
connected. If you don't think that, you just got. I think you got to
disturbing.
think harder and reevaluate.
Harder.
Yeah.
Harder.
Yeah, you got to think harder. That's it. Just got to think beyond.
So I have to think really hard, then I will experience fourth dimension.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Like this.
Yeah. It's not.
Like you're trying to do a big shit.
It's not always about this world. It's not always about this
I'm
world.
charging it up, Chad. I'm charging
Big
it up.
dump, fuck's sake.
I need to go Goku right now.
I'm connecting my energy to you.
Oh my. Necros, this is a family show, dude.
Telepathic as well, yeah. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, you sound like Bill Clinton there for a second. I don't know if you guys remember that, but tell. Oh, bit.
Oh boy.
Oh. I did not have something to learn to hear that.
All right, Sigbok, you
Fourth
got
dimension.
permission to post in the side chat. Post your nonsense argument.
Oh, okay, I'm saying.
Your fourth dimension.
Right.
Matrix, where's the? We need We need that sound clip, some Illuminati sound or something.
The what sound?
Illuminati.
Do they sound like?
I'm taking a screenshot.
If on the soundboard, it's just hit 33 music. It'll come right up. But I know we're not in politics, so. The 33 music, yeah.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah.
Number 33.
Yep, the 33 music.
Everything's numbers with you.
Because there's that many sound effects, you just number them. Yeah.
But they're not all numbered. But like the 33 music, you know, the Illuminati music?
Spooky music, yeah.
Yeah, the spooky music, yeah. I actually got that from Owen Benjamin, I think. One of his clips. So you're saying it's the Grabblers?
Oh,
and the music starts playing in the back.
Isn't that pretty? Cartoon, 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 cartoon. Cartoons, cartoons.
What the
CGI cartoons. You've just handed us a page full of cartoons, my friend.
No, but
Why are
that's
they
what I'm
all
talking
AI?
about. But that's what I'm talking about. They know. They know.
So you got a picture.
No.
Yeah?
Who's
Look.
they?
Like the people posting, they know. They all know.
The people posting.
Yeah.
They've put up cartoons. It's just their imagination.
Yeah, but obviously you can't take a photo because it's like hidden reality. So obviously, yeah.
Hidden reality.
Because I think people are trying to hide this from people. So
Did you try to smoke the world's largest spliff or something? What's the deal, man?
no,
Because seriously, that's what it sounds like.
no, I'm just speaking what I think.
You're
Innit?
not speaking facts. You're not speaking facts, bro.
I know. I said I'm speaking what I think. This is just like a theory,
Here
innit?
we are talking about reality, and here's you showing us cartoons talking about the fourth dimension.
Yeah, we have. So it's like a theory.
I don't think he likes his the reality we live in. I think that's why he escapes to this type of theories instead.
Do you guys know how gravity is a theory? This is also a theory. My theory. I created.
No,
I mean,
gravity is not real. Okay, cool.
no, it's a theory. I mean, it's real.
Got him. He just cooked himself.
Is it real? I don't know.
He said it's kind of like gravity. Oh, so it's not a thing. Nice.
Oh, yeah, it's not real. Oh, is it not real? Damn, I never know. Oh, you guys are teaching me to. Nice.
Teach me, senpai.
Oh, yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, no one can disprove it. So.
You think?
Yeah.
No, I don't think you think, bro.
Yeah, it's real. Just look all of it. That's all the truth. All of it. Are you guys getting paid by someone to like disprove me or no?
You say it's real, and the same breath you say it's the theory.
Who said we're
It's
getting paid? What the fuck?
You guys getting paid or what? Or something?
Where'd you get that from?
But did you hear what yourself? You said that it is real, and in the same breath you say that it's not real, it's a theory. So is it real or a theory?
Well, it's a
Or
theory.
the theory is
but
real.
Every theory is like could be real or false, but I think it's real.
It's a real theory.
Every theory.
Yep.
You're crazy, man.
Jeez Louise.
I think you guys know George Soros. I think he's paying you all to like be here.
Wow, we're not this bored, dude.
Bro, you're a conspiracy theorist now, I see.
Yeah, I hope that someone pay me to be here.
Yeah, because you guys are going against me so hard. Like,
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
even-
I'm getting rich by sitting in this VC. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yes,
And another one.
I wish. I wish. Yeah, I wish.
you can't even ask questions without getting like oppressed. Like, come on.
What are you talking about? You talk about nonsense. We talk about reality.
Yeah, this is reality.
You know no, you don't have any evidence for that.
I just showed you guys. That's evidence.
That's
This is evidence.
cartoon. That's cartoon. How's that reality? Cartoon is reality now?
It's not evidence, mate.
Okay.
Not evidence.
That's not evidence.
Do you know when you open a science textbook and it shows a diagram? This is that.
Yeah, it's called cartoon.
Yeah, it's a demonstration.
So how do you prove it in reality?
Demonstration.
That's not a
cartoon.
demonstration.
It's a
That's
cartoon.
not a demonstration.
Demonstration. Even in the science book, when you see a cartoon, it's not a demonstration. The demonstration is something that they show you in reality. The demonstration. And they can talk about that demonstration that they did in reality in the book. But the images that you see in the book are not the demonstration.
But it is.
Images. Cartoon.
Yeah.
Cartoon.
Look at this. It proves it.
Oh wow.
So if I show you a diagram of pink unicorn elephants, does that make it true?
What is
a
that?
demonstration?
I mean, I've seen one before, but
Bro, you're trolling.
So that's awesome. You've just shown us 2D to 3D, but you were speaking 4D, so I want to see that picture now.
well, that's like the pre-dimensional. We're talking like right now 4D. This is just like a thinking exercise.
Yeah, show
So-
us a picture.
Of what?
4D. You've shown us 2D.
Yeah,
You've shown
look
us
up
3D, and show us 4D.
look up the worlds. The worlds. That's 4D.
No,
All
no,
4D.
you don't understand how this works. When you make claims in this room, you back them.
Yeah, I
That's
just
how it works. See, I make
it's
a
right
claim,
there.
I back it. You make a claim,
Alright.
you back it.
Well, it's
You've
right
been
there.
speaking of 4D, put it up.
But it's right there. Look at it. Look at the worlds.
That's
in the
2D
Google
and
images. No, up. This. Thumbs up.
So
Look at it.
somebody's imagination, cartoons, is your 4D.
Yeah, that's real. I mean, that's like an interpretation.
Oh, what 4D is God's eyes view? Do you even have that? You don't.
Sorry? God's eyes view.
Yeah, you don't have that.
Why do you need to have that?
That's what you're showing in your
To
cartoon.
lower egg prices, obviously.
Now I can show you a 3D object. And I can show you a diagram of a 3D or drawing of a 3D object. And I can show you a 2D line or shape in a paper. And I can draw you a diagram of that 2D thing. What you just showed us is a drawing, not even for a 4-dimensional thing. I don't see any 4-dimensional thing in those images that you sent. Do you see any 4-dimensional thing in the images that you sent?
Yes.
Which one?
Look on the first row, on the third column. That's 4D. Now, where's 4th dimensional?
So the first row.
Yep. I mean, all of them show it, but the top row is the best.
I don't see any 4-dimensional thing there.
I mean, it just is.
I don't see that. What's they call it? Hypercube? Something like that. I don't see those things that they call four-dimensional representations.
Look, what you will see in 4D. That's it.
What's in 4D? I don't see anything in 4D. In the images that you sent, I see just 2D images.
Nah, they're 4D.
No, they are 2D.
How do you know?
Because they are two-dimensional. They are flat on a screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You don't
because it's
see
a
that?
photo.
Yeah, so you don't have anything else on that.
Yeah, we have to look
Not a
at
photo.
what
It's not a
the
photo,
properties that they're trying to demonstrate. That's how you figure out.
What the properties that they are trying to demonstrate? Because I can see those properties in the image.
Okay, the Earth is both sphere and flat.
The Earth is both sphere and flat.
Yeah.
Where do you see that?
In all of them, but that's because I've done my research. I already know how all of these things work.
No. Show me something that is sphere and flat at the same time.
Photos.
Which one? I don't see it. You say that the
Okay. Try this.
They're not
All right.
photos. They're not photographs. Cartoons.
Okay, think about this, yeah? So you see a sphere, right? You just see it. From your perspective, it's 2D, but it's actually 3D. But in this case, what you see that's 3D is actually 4D. So that means it's all of them at the same time.
What about 5D?
5D, that's like another thing. That's like another beast that I haven't tackled that one
Another
yet.
beast. Okay.
So I know the 2D and I know the 3D. So 3D is like, for example, it says sphere. In 2D, it's just a circle, a flat circle, and they are not the same. So the flat circle is not a sphere at all. So the flat circle is just flat circle, and the sphere is a sphere. And we know the representation of those things, and we can draw them. But what is the 4D that you're talking about? That's the thing that I'm interested to know about.
Okay, so the 2D, 3D example was just an example. They were trying to demonstrate how things can be 4D without you actually knowing. So do you understand?
No.
Listen. Okay, basically.
Has anybody ever observed this in reality?
Look, yeah, technically, but no. Is it at the same time?
No is the answer.
Okay, look.
No.
Look, do you know how like light is a particle and a wave at the same time?
No.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Yeah, it is. It's true.
It's not true.
Yeah, it's true.
You're lucky one of our other members is not in here. He'd rip your asshole a clean new one for practice.
Scientific fact.
Not a scientific fact.
Scientific facts.
Okay, fine. Scientific theory. Fine.
Oh boy.
Okay, so that's okay. Let's just accept that for 1 second.
No.
So it's
We're not just
both
gonna
a particle
accept it to
and a
entertain
wave.
What's the hypothesis?
That's how
What are you saying?
Earth. That's how Earth is flat and spherical at the same time. Done.
No.
How do you test that?
That doesn't have anything to do with the 4Ds.
Okay. Look,
water. If you drop a rock or something on the surface of water, you will create both a wave on the surface of water and particles, which are those droplets of water that will just fly away from the surface of water. So those are particles of water, plus you have the wave created on the water. It's not 4D.
Okay, have you ever heard of quantum duality? It's like that.
Sorry, heard about what?
Quantum duality.
No, I don't know what it is. Can you?
So that's why I said the light and particle is light is both a particle and wave. So that's why Earth is flat and spherical.
Obviously, you don't want to listen.
No, but it's true. You guys are just like getting paid.
Yeah, but it's true.
Getting paid.
It's true because you said so, and you've got this idea that we're paid to be in here. None of which are tied together.
Okay, prove that you're not getting paid.
Dribbling shit, mate.
Prove that you're not getting paid.
What's up
Prove the
to
negative.
I'm not getting paid. I get paid by my place of employment when I go there. If I
Through
choose
George
not
Soros,
to,
George
I don't
Soros
get
and
paid.
George Soros and them lot. Yeah.
George
If you're
Soros
gonna make
pays us.
accusations, you gotta prove it. Not us. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay,
If
fine.
that's the case,
Okay,
I
fine,
get
fine.
my
I
money.
can't prove it. I can't prove it, but it's just a theory, speculation.
It's not a theory, man. What the fuck?
Okay, fine. It's speculation. Whatever. Well, yeah, you guys just need to open the mind a little bit. That's it.
For speculations?
No, bro.
Open the third eye.
Oh, well, it is. It is Sunday, isn't it?
Well, we're happy to open our minds.
Some
We
of
just
us.
don't want to open it too far that our brain falls out, which may have happened in some cases.
Yo, T-Dub, it's Sunday for you, brother? It's not Sunday.
It's Sunday here as
Yeah.
well.
Yep, Sunday.
Okay. You can speculate, brother. It's Sunday.
Aye, speculation Sunday. Is it? Hmm. Aye.
See, this was when you're going against the mainstream. It's just like, come on.
What mainstream? You don't
The
have any
mainstream.
evidence.
The mainstream.
So what?
Yeah, you have to go with good ideas, though. You
You,
can't just
you need
make
to
up
question the
whatever.
mainstream too. You can just follow it blindly.
Are you guys part of the mainstream? The mainstream.
Are you the mainstream?
I mean, clearly not.
Aye.
Are you guys? You guys part of
Then
the
you are
mainstream?
you're the minority then.
No, I'm like
Yeah.
I'm like Solomon. I prefer to go against stream.
I'm
So-
pretty mainstream, except in questions of origins. I think there was an intelligent designer, but other than that, I'm pretty mainstream.
Are you not Christian, Matthew?
I am. I think there is an intelligent designer.
Yeah. Do you believe in Jesus?
I do. I think
You
he
believe he's
was
God?
I think he's God. I think he was the creator. In fact,
Well, how about that? What about you, Sigbok?
Hmm?
Do you believe in something?
Yeah, my theory.
No, I mean like in a divine power of some sort.
Not sure. Gotta
Not sure?
find out. Gotta find out.
You gotta find out. Okay.
Look at that. Clear evidence. Look at that.
Look at that. What the hell is even that? That's an abomination.
That's what I'm talking about. The fourth dimension.
Evidence of is your
That's-
broken mind.
Is that how your mind works? You see the world like that?
That's how two different things can think at the same time, innit?
It must be on something
That
like
how you
LSD.
see the world.
Are you on LSD?
Yeah, it must be on something like
That's how something can be two things at the same time.
No, that's not what you were asked. Your question was, is that how you see the world?
Do I? Maybe.
Yeah, like how do you connect it to your reality? Like the reality we live in. Like what is that?
This picture. See, that's how deep different things
Picture,
can.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's how two.
Yeah, we heard that bit. Already.
That's how different things
now.
can exist at the same time.
Yeah, that's 4.
That proves
That
the.
doesn't prove anything. All that proves is someone's got some real artistic fucking skills going on there because they've managed to draw a hand connected to a bird. That's it. Doesn't prove the 4th dimension or any of your weird, you're stoned off your stupid head shit.
And you said that's how things can exist. No, that's how things can't exist. You must say.
But it exists right there. The thing, right there.
In your imagination, yeah. Only in your imagination. Because it's not real. They exist like that only in your imagination. It's not real.
But
so it can't exist in reality.
Nah, I disagree. Because you guys aren't seeing the link.
Really?
You're not exactly doing a great job of trying to explain it. You're putting up stupid pictures and going, there you go. So
there you go, matey.
Okay, what do you not understand? Ask me a question. Ask me a question.
Is the Earth flat or round?
Both.
You're a fuckwit. Go away.
Let me ask it a different way. If the direction of down is in Los Angeles and the direction of down in New York, are they parallel or not? That's sort of a yes or no question. It can't be both.
Okay, let me try to think, because this is kind of like testing. Okay, it's a good question. It's very hard.
Good question. Good question.
Actually, for someone who thinks in 4D, it should be quite simple for you.
Okay, you have to repeat the question so I can process it.
Sure. If you and I are in Los Angeles and New York and I hold a plumb bob and it goes down, and then you're in New York and you hold a plumb bob and it also goes down, are those two directions parallel? Is down in New York the same as down in Los Angeles? Or do they point to the center of a sphere, or are they parallel? That's the question.
All right, so both.
No, it's a yes or no question. They're either parallel or not parallel. This
No,
is a
because the
physical
only
question.
thing. Okay,
This
so
is a
thing
physical
is,
question. This is a yes or no. It can't be both.
okay, you're only thinking in the one reality. That's why we exist in
There's no
multiple
the
realities.
only reality. No, I'm talking about our reality that we exist in.
Yeah, but we exist in multiple realities at the same time.
No, we don't.
That's a bad
We
thing.
exist
That's
in one. I'm talking about the real reality, not these
but
imaginary.
there's none. There's like we exist multiple at the same time. That's the thing.
No, we exist in one reality. I'm talking about the real reality, not the imaginary ones.
Yeah, but come on, man. Listen, we exist in multiple realities at the same time.
That's not
How it
true.
works.
I exist in one reality. You exist in the same reality. Now we have different opinions and views of that reality. That's fine. But I'm saying the actual reality, the base reality of truth, is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So what do I have to say?
I mean, it's sort of, there's this idea of oneism versus twoism. Twoism is that there's a creator and a creation, but oneism is sort of paganism, in which reality doesn't matter as much as experience, and truth and argument and logic don't really exist. It's just what you experience. So it sounds like you might be kind of coming from that idea that there is no truth. It's just your truth and my truth, and what our experience is the only reality. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying that there's lots of realities exist at the same time.
So are you talking about actual realities or just our views of realities? Because obviously,
not views, not subjective. They're like real realities.
What if they contradict?
Like a parallel dimension. That's it.
Yeah, but we are talking about you, the one in this dimension, the one in this reality. We're not talking about you, the one in the other reality.
Okay, so that's how it works. All the parallel realities form one collective reality. So that's how I approach it. Yeah.
Yeah, but if they have contradicting statements, they cannot be in the same reality. So you can't have one. We're talking about the one actual reality that's really true, not any imaginary ones.
Yeah, but we're talking about the collective one, though. There's a collective reality where multiple parallel realities exist.
So in your dreams, only you don't have any validation that there is any other reality other than this one. We are talking about the reality that you know about, the only one. I'm not talking about the reality that you are imagining.
But I know about lots of realities.
Yeah, but there is just one. You can just showcase one. You can't showcase any other one.
So I think that we probably can't convince you by arguments and reason and logic, because your view kind of invalidates that if you say that there's all these realities that work at the same time. So I don't know if we'll be able to say anything more than that.
Wait, so are you guys
you're sort of pagan in the way that you experience reality?
Are you guys all flat earthers?
Yeah, well, hold on. Is this a speculation? Was he presenting this as a speculation or something that he knows?
No, it's speculation. They let him.
He said it's true.
He didn't. Okay.
No, I know it. I know it's
okay,
true.
Sure. Let's go through it. How do you know this?
Okay, let me send the photo. Oh no, the photo's already up. Scroll up. It's right there. Everything, the evidence, all the
through cartoons, Crit.
Yeah, it's like with a branch sticking through like a cube or.
Now where the thumbs up is. Yeah.
I think the difference is he's not able to articulate his point verbally, so which makes it a little bit more convoluted when he's trying to present it in a diagram. If he was able to well articulate it, then it would make more sense. If we're looking at something and we don't understand what we're looking at, that he would be able to point out what the reasoning behind that would be. But since he's not able to do that, I think it's more convoluted than he would want it to be, probably.
I mean, I've explained it, but I don't know. You guys aren't getting it, so it's fine, but
yeah, it's been put to you that you only exist in this reality. So if you are saying you're basically arguing for multiple realities, then you're going to have to provide evidence how that is the case. Not because you think it is, because that's just how it is. So how is it demonstrated that that's true?
Like, is there some sci-fi or a TV show that represents what you're thinking about? Like, has someone else came up with this?
Yeah, but hold on, Chris. Is there any way you can demonstrate this to be true, sir?
No, because all the evidence is getting really hidden. It's getting hidden.
Yeah. Oh no, right? That's the answer.
I can, but it will take it'll take lots of years. So maybe I have to come back in a couple of years.
Lots of years? What does that mean? Lots of years?
Because lots of research. So I have to take my time. Then I have to do it.
So you don't know right. So you don't know right now. Yes.
No, I know, but I have to prove it. So first.
Okay, so you can't prove it then right now.
Yeah, but I will.
You can't prove it though right now.
Yeah, but you're right. But I will.
Okay. Well, appeal to the future fallacy is not what we need right now.
Yeah. So today.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, today is a speculation. Today you're speculating, but at some point it won't be a speculation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's appeal to
no. To you guys, it's speculation, but to me, it's reality. But
okay, yeah.
But to everyone, it's reality, anyways. But you guys just haven't found it. But yeah.
Did you see the latest?
You believe it.
Did you see the latest Umbrella Academy? I can't remember what season it was. Like the last one, season 4 or something.
No.
Okay, so in that show, they through the past seasons, they kept manipulating the time by changing things, going back and forth. And eventually, when they got back to our time, like right now, there were people who that cause and effect of manipulating time, depending on how old they were or whatever, how deeply the time change affected their life, had different results. They saw things. There were sort of you almost like a Mandela effect, but a little bit different. Like there were some relics. Not everything got changed. Only like most things did. Like 99% of things got changed. So, but you have some sort of relic or item that would show like that has like a different quantum footprint or whatever. You could say this comes from an alternate dimension, the ultimate reality, and this is why. Because look at this scanner that you developed, or whatever, says it should be green, but it's clearly purple.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, something that's self-evident doesn't need belief.
Yeah, like someone would see that, and their only explanation would be like, "Wow, that came from an alternate dimension. That is an extra dimensional."
Yeah, but the thing is, Earth is the evidence. Earth is just the evidence.
Yeah, but Earth is tangible, right? Nothing in the quantum realm is tangible.
Okay, so
like if I ask you what the if I ask you what the macro scale is, you're going to say the universe, right? If I ask you what the micro scale is, you're either going to say us, as a species, right? Or you're going to say like the subatomic shit that's not tangible, right? You would definitely go for like subatomic atoms, molecules, yada, 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 all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Show me it.
Show you what?
Show me the subatomic particles, the atoms, the molecules. Show me it. They're not tangible, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't exist in the tangible world. It's just in your head. Right? So it's just an idea. It's not actually something that's physically present. We just think it's present. But it's not, because we can't prove it.
Yeah, but that's the multiple reality, so yeah, I guess it's proven.
Well, the whole multiple reality is in your head. You can't prove it exists. That's the problem, right?
I mean, yeah, it's true. But I know it's true.
No, you don't.
Well,
know
that's
it's
a
true.
belief.
That's a belief, yeah, exactly. If you haven't proven it to yourself, then you don't have that knowledge you're claiming to have.
Nah.
That's quite a rabbit hole to go down. Because how are you ever going to prove anything to yourself, right?
Exactly.
Gut feeling. Just know gut feeling. Gut
feeling, yeah. That's not knowledge, mate. That's not knowledge.
But it is.
Yeah, that isn't a refutation. Okay. You don't
it's just
have
chatter.
any way to demonstrate or express into the physical world what you're saying is true.
Yeah, it's like chatter in the skull. You just have all this shit bouncing around in your head. But then, you hear like a buzzer go off or something and you're like, oh, that's reality. You get like a little prick on your skin. Oh, that's real. But everything else just chatter in the brain.
I mean, I'd accept that you have a belief and a speculation, and a gut feeling, that's fine. But yeah, we could talk about that.
Well, so let me ask: are you guys all flat earthers? Is there any globers? Are there any globers here?
There's at least one like me.
All right. Wait, so how do all these people that argue the Earth is flat argue then? Because that just proves my point.
How?
Proves my point. Yeah. What do
So
you mean?
you got both globe people and flat Earth people in here who debate back and forth, and somehow that proves your point. But if they didn't do that, then what would happen?
Then I guess they wouldn't.
Okay, so all the other rooms are not multiverses, only this one.
No. So the general debate of the flat earthers globe proves my debate. I mean, it proves my point.
Are you claiming a necessary antecedent relationship? Consequent relationship? Yeah. So what you're saying is, for the Earth to physically measure flat, it must exist as a sphere in the fourth dimension.
sort of something like that, but like 50% right. So okay, let me explain. You guys are both right, but you guys are coming on it a bad way. You guys accepting like one dichotomy, but you have to accept that it's both. That's it.
Yeah, we've described multiple times that we do not buy your false rejection of the of that dichotomy. So things are true or false. The law of non-contradiction is true. We recognize that you don't believe it, but we do.
Wouldn't that be excluded middle?
Yeah, the excluded middle, law of non-contradiction.
What I'm saying is that both
either
are right.
something's true. No, either something is true or it's false. It cannot be both.
No. I'm not saying something is true or false. I'm saying you guys are both right.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You're saying it's both, I'm saying something is either true or it's false. It cannot be both. Cannot be true and false.
No, so flat and round is both true.
One
not in
thing can't be
isolation.
two conflicting things. So one can't be two, right? One is one.
I mean, some
Two is two.
people, I don't know, some people would say, yeah.
It's just like the absurdist argument.
I don't know. It almost sounds solipsist, like solipsism. You know, like it exists in my mind, therefore it's real.
Yeah, I think it's
would make more sense than what he's saying.
Yeah, it's certainly a mixture of either this guy's just talking out of his ass, high off his ass, and making no sense, or he's failing to articulate a highly complex point, and as a result of his inability to do so, he's just reducing it down to simple terminology that has no coherence at that simple level. I'm listening to the guy, he's talking about different dimensions and shit. I'm kind of thinking, maybe, Matthew would be a good person to speak to, because you can speak to, non-Euclidean space kind of mathematics and shit, mapping from one to the other.
You're going to say dipshits.
Maybe that's like the best attempt at trying to understand this guy, but from the sounds of it, I don't even know if he'd be able to.
There is nothing to understand, Mike. The guy is just violating the law of non-contradiction, telling you that the surface is flat and curved at the same time.
Well, that's what I mean, right? So when you hear something like that, it's kind of like, you can describe something in a different dimension that's like curved, but from another one, it's not curved, non-Euclidean shit. And that's why I was thinking Matthew, but that's his argument doesn't stand here because we operate in 3D. Right. So just to entertain the idea, perhaps, that could be a conversation, but it doesn't sound like the guy's capable of, even if Matthew wanted to.
So let me just say, go ahead.
No, you got it.
I was just going to say, he's not unique in this kind of thinking. I think it's becoming more and more popular. Just this idea that there is no objective reality, that everything's experience, and that people, your truth is different than my truth. Kind of eliminates all of logic or all of reason, and you can't argue with people like that. I don't know what to do. You can express and emote how feelings work, I guess. But he's not unique. This is the growing of what I would call neo-paganism, which is that your beliefs and your truth and your reality somehow makes reality, and each individual person has their own objective reality. So it's like all Eastern religions, it's kind of like irrational at its core. So I don't know if there's much to say beyond that.
The thing is, how can he even argue with his own worldview? Like, how can he even have an argument? Because he's not really arguing with anybody. He's talking to himself.
Yeah, how about Sig? Can you?
If we all exist in his head, right, and there's no external world, and we're just figments of imagination, he's just talking to himself. He's arguing with himself. If we just as an internal critique of his worldview.
I think I have the perfect thing for you to watch. It's the movie called Sliding Doors. It's a rom-com that touches on this multiverse thing.
It's Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yeah, like in one multiverse, she made the subway, got through the door, and another one she was like 1 second late, and it shows a story unfolding just based on that 1 second difference.
I think it's called Sliding Doors. Is that right?
Yeah, that's it.
And I think Everything Everywhere All at Once is kind of like that too, although I haven't seen either movie.
Oh yeah, that's another good one. And the Umbrella Academy, the latest season, whatever it is, like 4 or 5 or something. Yeah, there's all kinds of shows out there. So I think what would be helpful for you is to look this stuff up, watch some of this content, and then find ways to articulate your point of view. And then people will do like an internal critique rather than an external critique. Because right now, no one's really been able to understand what you're saying other than Matthew, which is basically giving the feedback that your worldview is so subjective that even you really can't use it or articulate it or explain it internally. It's like my take would be that this topic brain fucked you so hard that now it's like, if the Earth isn't a globe, well, then nothing's real. It's like, well, who knows? Are we a fly? Are we paint on the wall? Like, what are we inside the Q continuum? What's going on? So it's like, instead of doing that, find some way to articulate your point of view and then see where you're going to go from there.
Well, that whole idea is ironic because nobody has any sense data, unless you're one of the claimed astronauts. No one has any sense data that they're in the globe in the first place, right? Not directly. So I was just thinking this. Say the police are like, okay, we're going to have a court case, and we need witnesses to testify they know the Earth's a globe. We're going to bring them in court. Every single person that they would interview, see if they'd be a suitable witness, it would all be hearsay. They wouldn't be able to testify from their own experience. It would just all be hearsay. Did you hear that, Sig?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if we got you to court to testify that the Earth was a globe, could you testify?
It was a globe?
Yeah, the Earth is a globe. Yeah, could you testify?
Yeah, because I would use your guys' reality to argue that, yeah, it is.
No. So you can only testify to things that you've witnessed. That's why they call it a witness on the witness stand.
Oh yeah, I've seen it on Google. Yeah, I'll just say that.
Yeah. So no, but that's witnessing Google, right? That's hearsay.
Is it?
So somebody's saying something else, and you saying what they said they saw. That's hearsay.
Oh.
So if someone said to you, "Hey, I saw Joe murder that guy," you can't testify that that person said, "Hey, I saw Joe murder that guy." They have to testify that they saw that.
But,
you can't testify for them. Okay, so we're putting you on the stand. Have you witnessed the Earth as a globe?
I mean, technically, no.
Okay. Well, case closed. The prosecution rests. But if I put you on the stand and say, "Hey, have you witnessed the Earth is flat?" Can you testify to that?
No.
Have you ever left your basement?
Locked my basement?
Yeah, have you ever left your basement? Have you ever been outside?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wasn't it flat out there?
I mean, the scenario was, but that doesn't mean the Earth was flat.
No. Did you witness a flat Earth?
No, I did not.
Okay, then what did you see when you went outside?
Trees.
You're stupid, bro.
I mean, I saw trees. Are trees
You
not real?
realize how crazy you sound? How crazy you sound right now? That you can't even say yes to the obvious because you're so dug in to your cult belief.
What cult belief?
The cult belief that when I ask you, hey, what's the Earth look like to you? And you say, no, it isn't because I saw trees. Trees aren't the Earth, first of all.
What if you go to a desert where there's no trees? Then what happens? Like, that's something. How far have you ventured away from where you were hatched into this multiverse of yours?
Oh, okay. So I've seen pictures of the flat Earth. Yeah, I've seen pictures of the flat Earth.
Not pictures, dude. We said witnesses, brother. Remember, you have to witness it. Pay attention. Double up on the ADHD meds, dude. Focus. Witness. We're going to put you on the witness stand.
I mean, the only thing I've witnessed, if you want me to be honest, the only thing I've witnessed is a flat horizon. That's it.
Okay.
If that counts, if that counts as a flat Earth, if that counts as a flat Earth, then yeah. But I guess.
Well, don't count as a globe.
Sure.
I mean, wouldn't it be stupid to say, yeah, the horizon looks flat, therefore that's proof it's curved?
No, that's proof it's not curved. I mean, that's not proof of anything.
Oh, it's proof. No, you were right the first time. It's not proof of anything.
It's not proof of anything.
It is proof of it is proof of something. It's proof that it looks flat.
That just looks. It goes beyond looks.
So what? How do you know that?
It's just a theory. Because I think that it exists at the same time. Flat and...
Yeah, so you don't actually know that. You just imagined it in your head because someone put the idea in your head. I could give you a 10,000 year lifespan, right? Let's say you're born again, come out of your mother again. I could give you a 10,000 year lifespan. And if no one told you the Earth was a ball, you would never figure it out yourself.
If I go
you would never reach the conclusion.
If I go to space, I might see it.
But the thing is, you don't even know you can do that.
I don't know, Indio. I think the 10,000 years, an individual might come to that conclusion.
Maybe.
That they can't get to space, or they can?
No, that the Earth is a spherical.
Well, that's not enough time.
I think they come to the conclusion shit's boring after 5,000 years. I think that's a conclusion here.
There still wouldn't be enough time, because how long did it take for the first cavemen to the first Roman Catholic priest to switch? That's more than 10,000 years.
Like do you think human beings are 300? Do you think human beings have been around 350,000 years, Matt?
I don't know. I don't think it's. I doubt it's that long.
Well, how long is it? Say you're the very first person, Adam.
Well, that's the evolution. Well, that's the evolution
that's
story, right?
The thing
I'm just saying, I don't want to change the topic to that. I'm just saying, I'm not sure of what you think. So I don't know if you're younger, 10,000 years, 20,000. I don't know.
If this person who lives 10,000 years, it depends on when they're born and what tools they have access to about what conclusions they'd come to. If they had a telescope or if they didn't, that kind of stuff.
What will a telescope do for them?
Help them see
the back of his own ass.
Yeah, is that they look up at the sky and then what do they see?
Well, they'd see the moons of Jupiter orbiting Jupiter for one.
Jeez, Matt. Jeez.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They will see four little dots.
Dude, that's literally Alex Jones's argument, dude.
Yeah, that's the history, right?
Well, Alex Jones, like when Witsit was on his show, Harrison Smith or whatever the dude's name is, Alex Jones came in during their commercial break and said, and you know, he was half joking. He was like, He's like, well, I don't know if the Earth is flat or round, but I do know that when I was 14 years old, me and my dad shared a 12-pack of beer and looked through the telescope at the moons of Jupiter. They're literally in the category of Alex Jones, man. How would you logically reach a conclusion that the Earth is a globe by seeing moons of Jupiter?
Historically, that's how Galileo argued with the church that not everything revolves around the Earth. He said, "Look at those moons; they go around Jupiter; they don't go around Earth."
Well, obviously, he didn't see them go around Jupiter.
Exactly, he did not observe an orbit.
Anyway, I don't want to derail this conversation. We can continue.
Yeah. I know what fucking rabbit hole this topic has.
Derail what? Was there a decent conversation happening before that?
No, that's a good question right there.
Okay, who's got another speculation?
What's up, team? I'm just arriving and you're resting your case. I must have missed that.
Well, he didn't have any witnesses to put on the stand, so I needed globe witnesses, and he didn't have any.
The Buzz guy, you should have said Buzz. Buzz saw it. Or Neil.
Well, he's incompetent, dude. You don't want to put him on the stand.
He's all they've got.
I mean, would you put Buzz Aldrin on the stand? Seriously?
Oh, I wish they would.
Dude, that'd be so funny, right? Like this is like the opposing counsel, right? Please take a look at this video. When this guy asked you to swear to God that you went to the moon, you assaulted him. Can you explain that?
And here you've said it never happened, and it would have been scary if it did. What did you mean? But that guy figured out the horizon was flat, right? That's a breakthrough. To an extent. Who was that? Is he still in here?
Yeah, Sig, whatever that is. Bach. Sig Bach.
All right, the Egypt guy.
Egypt
still there,
is black.
Sig?
Yeah.
What's happening? You arguing for a globe? You think you live on a globe or no?
I think we live on both.
Oh no, one of those.
He was arguing for multi-dimensional, four-dimensional spheres, both flat and round.
Damn. Usually that's just a globe earther who refuses to confront the reality of the situation.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Is that what's going on, Sig? You refusing to confront the reality of that flat horizon that you spoke about?
No, I just think it's both exist at the same time.
So you're saying that flat horizon is also curved?
Yeah.
Okay, how'd you get to that?
Because we live in multiple realities at the same time, but we also live under one collective reality, which is the reality we're experiencing right now. But at the same time, in that collective reality, there exist two distinct Earths, one which is flat and one which is spherical. So that's how
Who told you all this? Who told you all this, Sig? You sound like an English guy. I know they ain't teaching this in English schools.
Where'd you
Yeah, I
get this
just
crazy idea? You just made it up, pulled out your ass.
no, not on my ass. On my I wrote it down, thought about it. Just
On
yeah,
toilet
like
paper.
no, I don't think so.
Did you consume hallucinogenic drugs when you did that?
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
You just made it up. You're just making it up. You're just going crazy, bro.
No,
Damn.
but I'm being serious.
No, you're not.
I am. I've been
No, you're
arguing this
not.
for like 3 hours. I argued it yesterday as well. I'm being serious.
Yeah, crazy people will argue for days. Doesn't mean you're serious.
Yeah, but no, I believe this.
Believe what?
What I just said.
The flat horizon is curved. You just said nothing. You just said a load of nothing. I said, how could that flat horizon also be curved? And you just waffled some garbage about, oh, we're living in two realities at the same time. It's just nonsense bullshit.
You just need to think. Just need to think. That's it.
Think about what? The flat horizon.
You just gotta think
as
harder.
much as you want. How do you think the flat horizon into a curve?
I just explained it.
No,
it didn't
you
mean
didn't.
anything. It was meaningless nonsense.
Why do we have to think, dude? Shouldn't you be able to make the argument? Why do we have to? We have to make the argument in our own heads for you. You make the argument.
Okay, so if there's a curve to that horizon, how can it be measured?
You just got like a ruler, like a big one.
Okay, so who did that?
Sorry, who did that?
Yeah.
Who measured it?
Yeah.
The horizon.
To be curved, yeah.
For sure.
So why are you saying it could be curved?
Why am I saying it could be curved? Because it is.
Yeah, it's never been measured.
No, because look, it's both at the same time. It's
no,
both
it's
at the
only
same
flat.
time.
It's only flat. That's why you can't
No,
measure it
it's
to be
both.
curved.
It's flat and curved.
So then how do you measure the curve?
You're not understanding what I'm saying, but it's okay.
I am. I'm just exposing that you're just a fool.
You said with a ruler.
So no one measured it to be curved, so it's just flat then, like you observe. There
No,
you go.
because it's both.
Simple, just flat. No, because you don't have any curve. Remember, no one measured it.
But we do have a curve.
We do. Okay, who measured it?
Me, actually.
You actually. Back to your bullshit, is it? Man,
Yeah.
Are you this bored? Come on. Can you just be serious for a
I'm
second?
serious.
Could you stop? Which game is it that's rotted your brain so much? Is it Call of Duty, Fortnite? Which was it?
No, I don't play games. I deleted all of them once I realized the truth. So, no.
That means it was Call of Duty, and I bet you're shit at it.
Yeah, maybe. That's why I deleted it. But, yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. So I can tell everything about you, Globeheads, just by listening for 10 minutes.
How am I Globehead?
Cyclone, he doesn't believe in the law of non-contradiction, so there's not much we can say.
He doesn't know what that is. He's just a talker. He's a guy who just has a microphone for some reason. I don't know who gave you a microphone or a connection to the internet, but that was a bad idea. What part of England you in?
South.
South England. Are all of them like you down there?
No, I'm like.
Do they
the
have
only
this
one.
crazy notion?
No one knows. No one knows. But they all know.
They think the flat horizon is curved?
Hey, Cyclone, he's the smartest one from over there.
The smartest one. Damn.
I think 99% of the world think the world is globe, actually.
Really?
And what does
Did you
that
ask
tell
them
us?
all?
No, because he said. I think he was.
And what does it tell us if 99% of the people in the world think the Earth's a globe?
No.
What does that tell us?
It tells us that majority of people don't think that the flat curve is.
You're just restating the thing you just stated, dude. Yeah, great.
Damn,
that
dude.
tells us
What's
the
a
same
flat
thing you
curve?
just said.
He is falling all over himself.
But there is a flat curve. There is a flat curve.
So how do you know what percentage of people believe that the Earth's a ball? How'd you figure that out? You just pulled that out your ass as well?
Okay, so how much do you think it is then?
Well, I didn't make a claim about it. You did.
Sig, are there tall, short people too?
So is it right or wrong? What do you think? I'm asking you now. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. How much do you think it is?
Are there tall, short people?
I think it would be a safe assumption to say that pretty much everything you've said so far is wrong. So let's just go with that.
Because you're not understanding it.
No,
Just because
I
you don't
understand
understand
it.
something doesn't mean it's wrong.
It's like when a doctor speaks to a mental patient. Is it a question of understanding what the mental patient is saying, or just recognizing that he's speaking to a mental patient? You
You
understand?
got to hear the mental patient out first. You got to hear him out.
See what the globe does to you? See what the globe does to you? A total inability for you to comprehend reality. You're probably asking yourself, well, why would they lie? Why would they lie to me and the other 99% of people that believe in the globe? Probably so that you are like this and have no understanding of actual reality.
No, but I believe multiple realities, so that's not really correct.
Yeah, because you're totally fucking bricked. Exactly. That's my point. Yeah, you don't even believe what you're saying. You don't even know what it is that you're trying to act like you believe. You don't understand any of this shit.
But
you're
it's
just
true.
like talking about vague concepts
earlier-
that you've heard on TV from sci-fi shows.
Earlier, Cyclone, he says that he can't prove it right now, but in the future he'll be able to. A few years from now.
Yeah. In the future, maybe you'll be able to tie your shoes too. We'll see.
That's doubtful.
For now, Velcro will do. Whatever your name is,
Are you guys
do you have
getting
any
paid?
smarter friends? Do you have any smarter friends that you could get in here?
Maybe, maybe not, but they
On
wouldn't
your
be
friends
interested.
list?
They wouldn't be interested.
No, they would. They would. They want to hear you fail to prove your globe religion. That's funny for everyone. So go and ping some of your mates and say, hey, there's these guys who don't believe my interdimensional flat curved horizon theories.
No,
Could
but they're
you show
normies. They're
us
normies.
some
They're normies.
globe-
They're normies. They
You're a
don't understand.
normie. You're a
You're a
normie.
normie. No,
You're the
you're a
normiest of
normie.
normie. If you
You're a
became a
normie.
normie, if you managed to become a normie one day, it would be a big step up.
Okay, so am I normie or not?
No, you don't even reach normie.
you're an
Okay, so I'm not
abnormie.
normie.
You're an
So I'm not
abnormal
normie.
normie.
So you guys,
You're
are
like,
you guys normies? Are you guys normies?
You're like in the sewer, dude.
Are you guys
No, you're an
normies?
NPC, dude. You're an NPC.
Are you guys normies?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're an
NPC is the right one.
So you guys normies or not?
Well,
I
if
don't know
normal
if that is.
people understand that it's a contradiction to say that straight lines are curved, then yeah, we're normal people. But if you think straight lines can be curved, that's abnormal. So if you think that, then you'd be abnormal if that's the statement that we're basing this on.
Yeah, but abnormal. Nah, abnormal doesn't mean wrong. So yeah.
You contradicted yourself. It would be normal to understand a straight line isn't curved.
Yeah, you're definitionally wrong.
Okay, look.
On top
So
of
it
everything else.
appears, the horizon appears flat, but it's both curved and flat.
No, because we asked you about that and you couldn't provide any evidence for any of its curvature.
Yeah, because
so
the
we can discuss
evidence is
that.
not ready yet. It's not ready.
Oh, the evidence is not ready. It's 2025 and the Globies don't have
I
their
told you,
curve
Cyclone.
evidence ready. How surprising. How surprising.
Yep.
Still don't have
Field
your
of
globe
the
evidence
future
ready. So go and get one of your mates who does have the globe evidence ready. Because remember, 99% of you believe this, but you don't have your evidence ready. That's tragic.
So it is 99%.
No, that's what you claimed. You said
Yeah, it's less
99% of us in the sewers here believe that the Earth is a globe. So go and
But I
get one of
think
your
it's
mates
both.
who can
But I
actually
think it's
knows it.
both. No, but they can't prove my theory because they don't think the same as me. Because I
Oh,
think
you're
it's
so
both at the same time.
boring, dude. You're so boring, dude. Do you think this is funny
First
or
of all,
entertaining or something? That's
The
so
word,
boring.
like you should say, something you should never, you particularly should never say is "I think." Okay, that doesn't go with you. You're not thinking.
Yeah, that'll
Solo
make you a
theory.
liar, Sig.
Solo
This is
theory.
just jibber jab.
Yeah, I told you it fits the narrative for the other guy that was in here before. Remember, the guy says, "Well, I think, therefore I am." I'm like, "No, you're not thinking, man. If you were,
You're
you
so
could
boring.
contemplate."
You guys don't even try anymore to prove your little globe religion. It's both.
No,
I think it's a cube.
You know what they try to do? You know what they try to do now? They try to disprove reality itself. Like they're
Yeah,
not
they
even
just
trying
say-
to prove it all. They're just trying to prove reality doesn't exist at all.
Yeah, that's their escape hatch is to be like, well, nothing is real. I don't even know if I'm on Discord. Hey, do you know if you're on Discord, Sig?
You told me. Maybe I'm not. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't even fucking know. See, this is you guys. Oh man, how can you even function in life? Like you pretend to like. It's amazing that you guys even try this shit. But this is what happens to the globe believer. You point out the horizon's flat, and all of a sudden they don't know if they're on Discord. Amazing.
No, but I've always thought that. So it's not because of you.
You've always thought you're not on Discord as you're on Discord. Amazing.
No, I've always thought that what I thought.
I've always thought that what I thought was not like what I thought. Like what I was thinking like was like there's two things like shut the fuck up, bro.
You're speaking like a civilized Englishman.
What do I think Jedi shaking his head right now?
Oh, that was fucking hilarious. That was hilarious. Well done, Cyclo.
That sounds like one of the rap songs those guys in that part of UK sing, right?
I thought I saw a putty tat. What?
You guys are all getting paid.
You think back in this guy's head is flat?
Should I wish? Did I be a millionaire right now if that was the
Oh
case?
yeah. This is a flathead for sure. Hey dude, have you
guys
got
are all getting paid.
you got like a set square or something that you can measure 90-degree angles with? Could you hold that up to the back of your head and just let us know that it fits like a glove?
You guys are all getting paid by George Soros. Look at this. It proves my theory.
Yeah, get a carpenter square, right?
So lazy.
And try to like fit your head in it. If it's a snug fit,
yeah. Well, if you put your head into the corner of the walls in your room, does it slot right in?
When you lean up against the wall, does your head wobble around, or does it fit snugly playing up against the wall?
Is it flush? That's what we're asking. Oh man, your parents must have found it easy to measure your height against the wall.
And they don't. I think like India, they don't function like this out in reality, man. There's no way they're seeing cars whiz by and they're just like, I wonder if that's a car coming towards me. They're not doing that. They know it's a car. They're not gonna be like, well, in multiple realities, that could be a cat. Like that's not happening, bro.
I mean, it could be. You don't know.
You're not. Yeah.
Don't know what's
How do you know that?
Derp.
How do you know you don't know, dude?
You're like a philosopher, bro.
I don't know.
When you see a car,
I don't know.
It could be a cat. How do you don't know? You don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So you could know.
You sure?
Maybe not. Maybe.
That means if you don't know, you don't know. That means you could know.
Maybe I could know. I'm not sure.
Well, that means there's a possibility, right?
Yeah, maybe.
There is an objective,
maybe.
Yeah, there's a possibility that there is an objective reality, and you're just a retard.
No. I'm just being honest. Just being honest.
Yeah, when you say you don't know that you don't know, right? That means you're leaving a possibility that you do know. And if you do know, that means there is an objective reality. And if there is an objective reality, you sitting here saying that you don't know means you're a fucking retard because you can't recognize objective reality.
Wait a second.
Nah, that's not true. That's not true.
Wait, hang on.
You can't even hold on a second. You can't even say what's true or not. You're not allowed, brother. You threw that shit overboard 30 minutes ago.
Because I'm just asking questions. You guys are all ganging up.
You can't make truth statements, brother, because you don't even know if you're here. You don't even know if you're here. You can't make truth statements.
Exactly, but I'm still doing it.
Hey, Seg,
that proves something.
Fire hot? Is fire hot?
Wait, Sig, do you know that you don't know that you don't know that you don't know?
Half, yeah.
And how do you know that you know that you don't know that you don't know that you don't know? See how ridiculous it gets?
Yeah, well, that's proving my point.
We're past that stage of having to establish the ridiculousness.
Yeah, but you're proving my point. You're proving my point. All you guys are proving my point right now. So you guys are all confirming.
You know that.
You don't believe in truth.
You guys are all confirming my reality. You guys are all confirming it.
How do you know that?
You
guys are all confirming it.
Hold on, Seg. You can't make statements about things being proven. You don't believe in proof and you don't believe in truth. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, when you say reality,
yeah, but that's me. That's me just saying stuff. That's me just saying stuff because I don't know. So I have no choice to do that.
Saying stuff. I know you're just saying stuff. When you say the word reality, what do you mean by that?
Just what I don't know of everything
Well,
that
I
other guy
don't know.
said. No,
So
no.
reality
Reality
is what I don't know.
is what I don't know to the what I don't know.
You're so boring, dude. Get one of your mates in. They must be more entertaining than you.
I'm not trying to be entertaining. Facts aren't entertaining. I think that's why.
You've not
You
given
don't
any
believe in
facts.
facts. You don't
Yeah,
believe
you
in
can't
facts.
call- Exactly. You can't
See,
call
you're
them
citing a worldview you're not allowed to use because you don't believe in it.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
It's a contradiction.
So? What's wrong with that? There's
Okay.
nothing wrong with it.
So everything you say, we're going to just take as the opposite. That means both things at the same time, and you're going to be right and wrong forever.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Why are you even talking to us? Because your words don't mean anything, right?
Because why not? It's just a choice. Why not? I'm just doing it.
Choice is no. It's not a choice.
What is it then?
You didn't know you were doing
So
it
why are
5
you
minutes
asking me
ago.
what it is, dude? You just said the law of non-contradiction doesn't mean anything, right? So when you say choice, I'm going to take it as not choice.
So it's not a choice.
No, it is a choice.
Okay, so it is.
No, it's not.
No,
You
it
don't
is.
even get it. You're so fucking slow, bro. You're so slow. Fucking don't even get it.
No, because you
Every
guys
word
don't
you
get.
say,
You guys
there's no
don't
such
get my
thing as-
hypothesis.
No, there's no such thing as the word of law of non-contradiction. Everything you say, we can take as meaning the opposite of what you say it is, because the law of non-contradiction don't mean anything. You can't even have you can't even communicate, dumb fuck.
Hey, Sid,
You guys
what's
are
your,
all getting
what's your
triggered just
specialist
'cause I'm
subject?
You have to use the
Just
law
because
of
I'm speaking.
non-contradiction.
Just because I'm
You have
speaking
to
the
use
truth.
the law of
Just because I'm speaking the truth.
Yeah, you're getting
This
triggered
is
now.
like
You
some
have
sort
This
of.
is what happens.
Yeah,
This
you're
is
like spiraling
like
now
some
because
sort
you
of
caught out,
dictatorship.
because you know how ridiculous
This is
he is.
like dictatorship North Korea right now. Dictatorship North Korea. This is censorship right now. Censorship.
Bergmore. No one's censoring you.
Sig, I know you
Sig,
think.
hold on, one more thing. You have to use the law of non-contradiction to argue
It's
against
because
it.
it's ideological
Yeah, did you
censorship.
repeat back what I
Ideological.
just said, or I'm muting you? You have to use the law of non-contradiction to argue against it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
That's way too high level for him. He's not gonna.
My point still stands.
Sig, I mean, I know you maybe think that you're being as absurd and off the wall as you can be, but this is literally what we get from all the Globers. This is what happens when people try to argue for the globe religion. They turn into what you are now becoming.
Yeah,
the guy who
what
doesn't
you're
know he's on
LARPing.
Discord.
Yeah, what you're LARPing to be, there's people that actually believe the shit that's coming out of your mouth. That's the scary part. And they're all over.
So how do I join the flat earth religion? If you guys are right.
What religion?
It's just outside, bro. You just
they-
go to the beach and
So they're not two religions.
Except
That to be
the
two
flat
religions.
horizon that you spoke about earlier. Remember how you saw the flat Earth earlier? The horizon, it's flat.
Yeah, but how does
there
that
you
change
go.
my life? How does that change my life if it's flat?
It's not
If it's
religion,
only
is
flat?
it? It's just outside.
Oh, so that's just how it is.
How do
Alright,
I
that's
how
how
do
it
I
doesn't change
how
your-
do I
hey,
accept reality?
Yeah, how
Just
do I?
accept it. Just
Can I-
accept it.
nothing.
Say, if it doesn't change your life, right now, get up. Everybody, how many people are in your house?
One, me.
Right now. You
That's
live
not a
alone.
surprise.
So you live alone.
Yeah.
It's for the best,
Okay.
Sig.
For now, yeah, for now.
It's for the best.
Knock on the door and have the orderly come and like let you out into the day room.
Yeah, tell your neighbor.
Yes, you can talk to the other patients. Go tell all the other patients in Spain asylum you're obviously in that the earth is flat and see how much it don't matter.
So, Sig, you don't understand how to accept reality? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe you guys just have a different compatible reality than me. It's fine.
A different compatible reality? No, we see the flat horizon too.
Yeah, you guys think you see it, but you actually don't. That's what I'm trying to say the whole time.
Whoa, this is high level stuff. So, see, the way you accept reality is by not going on Discord and trying to argue against it for no reason, like a retard.
How do you know it's for no reason?
Because you've given us nothing when we've asked.
That's because, as I said before,
You don't
it'll be
have
a couple
anything.
years. It'll be a couple years before it's
2
published.
years. It's 2025. Aren't they supposed to have proven it by now?
You have to wait 2030.
All right. Sounds about right with NASA. And then it'll be 2035, then 2040, then 2052. And you still won't know if you're on Discord or not.
Nah, because I'm not even trying to prove you guys wrong. That's the thing. That's the sad
Of course. You're just trying to embarrass yourself for some reason. I don't know why.
No, I'm not even trying to prove you guys wrong. I'm saying you guys
Of
are
course
right.
you're not. How could you prove us wrong even if you wanted to?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to, so I don't want to.
Yeah, because you couldn't. You couldn't possibly prove anything that we're saying wrong.
But I'm not trying to prove you guys. I'm trying to say that you guys are right, but someone else is also right too.
That horizontal lines can be curved. Yep.
Profound, dude.
Yeah.
How did you determine who's right and wrong, Sig? Or who's right and right? How did you determine the globe is right?
As I said before, gut feeling.
Gut feeling.
So gut feelings prove things.
Yeah.
You woke up on the right side of bed.
Feeling your head is up your ass to the shoulders.
Yeah, it's
That
potato
proves
brain.
your head is up your ass to the shoulders.
He had a good bowel movement this morning. It makes him positive about the globe.
Yeah.
That's funny. Man, this guy's really been on about it, huh?
He's trying.
Yeah, he won't drop the X.
He's
He don't believe
determined.
anything he's saying.
It's
Yeah,
good
he's
content,
determined
man.
to be a fool.
3 hours of like people shaking their head in the live chat, being like, "Dude, I can't believe I think the Earth's a globe." Like this guy, freaking hell. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're just an normie or NPC listening to this guy, don't be like this guy. And he's not an outlier. Don't get the idea that this type of thinking is like, oh, this is just a weirdo. No, this is like 20% or 25% of globers have this mush in their head.
You know the sad thing about this, Sig? The root of all this is cowardice. You're afraid of reality. That's why you can't bring yourself to discuss it and actually make a stand. No, you can't. You say, oh, it's everything and nothing. It's both and neither.
That's truth.
Yeah, that's you avoiding reality because you're a coward.
Yeah, that's what
was
people.
it
That's
that
what
made you a
people call
coward?
other things because they don't
What is
know.
it that makes you? What is it that makes you scared of the Earth?
Nothing.
So then why can't you discuss it properly, like an adult?
But I am.
You're not.
I'm discussing it right now.
No, you're
If I
trying to throw
wasn't-
us in your boat, Sig. You're trying to throw us in your boat.
If I wasn't ready, then I
you're
wouldn't
just
discuss
trying to
it.
troll
If I wasn't ready, then I
and be a
wouldn't
fool.
discuss it. That's it.
You're just a troll, and you're trying to be a fool as some kind of avoiding cope mechanism, so that you don't actually have to confront the reality with which you live in, which is that flat horizon, not being curved. Oh, it could be curved. I'll prove it in 2 years, dude. Grow up. You're not here to shit about with teenagers. How old are you? Are you an adult?
Doesn't matter.
It does.
Why?
Because if you're an adult, there's a serious concern going on. You need to call someone to get you some help.
You can call someone, it's fine. Many people have tried to call help, but I've always refused. So
Yeah, no doubt. You've always refused. Yeah, that makes sense.
I always be like, no, I'm fine. And then they start calling me, but I'm just like, I lock the door so they can't get in.
Is that how the police works over there, Jedi?
No, it's not police. Police haven't been called.
It'll be mental health services.
They'll find him eventually, right?
There'll be some graduate student who can't be arsed and is like, well, I did knock once. Didn't answer, so... Oh well, Sig, we hope you get the help you need one day. The Earth is not a globe, as you know. Stop crying about it. Stop
It's
hiding.
both. It's
Stop being a
both.
pussy.
But, okay,
Stop
why
being a
would
pussy.
I... Okay, answer me this. Why would I hide about it? Why would I hide?
Because you're a
wanna
pussy.
know.
I already know why. I don't need to ask you. Because you're a pussy. You're
But
scared.
why would I be a pussy about that?
Because you don't want to confront the fact that you've been lied to and you don't know where you actually are.
But I don't...
You're scared.
I wouldn't care if he was flat or not.
Yeah, you would. That's why you're trying so hard to avoid it.
If I actually
That's why you're doing all this. That's why you're doing all this. Listen,
If I actually believed
no
it
one
was-
humiliates
it was only flat.
voluntarily.
If
like
I
this
actually believed it was
without
only
getting
flat,
involved.
then that would be fine. If I believed it was only globe,
dude.
that would be fine.
No.
But I wouldn't be
No,
scared
dude.
of the truth. That doesn't
You
make
are
any
scared.
sense.
You're absolutely petrified.
Because how
That's why
does
you're doing
because
all
how
this.
does a globe Earth
You're
or only
terrified.
flat Earth affect my
If
life
it's
that
not a
much.
big deal, you wouldn't be here embarrassing yourself like this.
Yeah,
to
but I'm
avoid
saying that it's
having the
both. I'm
discussion.
saying that it's both.
Yeah, and that's your cope. That's your cope to
But
avoid
cope,
discussing
why the
it.
cope? Why would I need to cope?
Well,
Explain
because
that.
it can't be both, because you don't have any curvature, remember? Because I asked who measured that, and no one has.
Yeah, but I said
Remember?
it goes beyond curvature.
No, you have to
Yeah.
have curvature, which you don't have.
No, it goes beyond curvature.
No, you don't get beyond curvature until you have curvature, which you don't have, remember?
No, but it goes beyond it.
No, not until you have it. Until you have curvature, you don't have anywhere to go on a ball. You don't have a ball.
Yeah, but you're assuming that's like only part of reality. That's
It's
the
not
only
an
part of
assumption.
reality.
Remember, it's an observation. You saw the horizon. It's flat.
But it's both at the same time.
No, because we asked for
Yeah.
evidence of that, and you couldn't provide any. No one's measured any curve. Just
Yeah,
flat.
so I'm just proposing something, and we'll see in a
You're
few
just
years.
proposing something. Yeah, you're just talking shit because you're scared.
Scared of
It's
what?
okay.
Well, you can't answer that.
Okay.
You can't answer that. Scared of
Yeah,
what?
I
Scared of
already
what?
told you. I already told you. Your
Why-
realization that
but
the Earth
why
is
would I be
not
scared? Why would I be scared of realizing reality?
Because you're emotionally attached to the cartoon Ball Earth story that you were told
But
as a
why?
child.
But I'm not. But I don't care.
Why?
If it's,
Yeah, you
I don't
are,
care
because
if
you're a
it's only
child.
globally.
Because you have a
I don't
child's
care if it's only
mind.
that. I don't
You
care
have
if
a
it's
child's
only that.
mind. I dare say it was a difficult situation for you when you found out
Okay,
Santa
answer me
Claus
this.
wasn't
Answer me
real.
this. Would you
No,
be
we're not
scared?
going to answer you anything.
Would you
I'm
be
just-
scared if you
I'm just
thought you only
pointing out
found
the
out it was
psychology that's
around?
going on with you. No, I'm just talking about the psychology. Well, you're the patient. You're like at one of those universities where there's like a lobotomy going on, and the whole class is watching. We're just going to
Okay.
talk about the psychological phenomena of the cowardly glober.
Okay, so let's talk
And you're
about
going
you
to
for a
be our
second.
subject.
Would you be scared if you found out the
Cowardly
Earth
Sig.
was only global? Do you
Well, why
think
are you
about
so
that?
scared? Why are you so scared?
Can you answer that yes or no? If you can't, then I guess you are
Why
scared.
are you so scared?
Listen, Sig, we all used to be globe earthers. Shut up, dude.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying I
we
know.
used to be part of your religion. You're scared to leave it. You're like the Scientologist who can't let go. Xenu must exist. It's boring, Sig. I mean, either have an actual conversation or we'll just further psychoanalyze your cowardice.
No, you guys are not answering my question. No, not you guys.
Okay.
What's this guy?
Put yourself on mute then.
Cyclone's not answering my question. Would you be scared if you
Yeah,
found
why
out the
would I
Earth was only
answer
global?
a
Exactly.
mental patient's question? What possible end could that serve?
Sometimes they're
You
right.
don't even know if you're asking me a question. Are you asking me a question?
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, see? You don't even know you're asking a question. Put yourself on mute, dude.
Well, I can't even
You're
ask you
done.
questions because you're
That was
just
it.
evading the more. You're evading the.
Perfect end to it. That's the perfect end to it. He won't even answer my question. Are you asking me a question? I don't know. Done.
Yeah, where can you go after that?
Yeah, sadly, I think that there are a lot of people in that mode of what I call neo-paganism that just experiences truth. Like what you experience is the only reality, and there is no objective truth. I think he's in that mode.
Are they teaching this in university, man?
0102, you guys.
Say that again,
It's been a
Cindy?
while since I was back.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's a 102. Bye.
Yeah. Isn't that a Saudi man?
Saudi man, yeah.
Yep.
Saudi man.
Okay, hold on. Saudi man made a claim yesterday that he always gets muted as soon as he joins these channels. Is that true, Saudi man, or do you get to talk when you join these channels? Which one?
He's on mute, so.
Oh, okay. He's already.
Of course he gets mute. Saudi man, you understand why we mute you.
I got muted, man. I got muted again.
Yeah, you understand why you get
Why do I
muted, don't
get
you?
muted by my fellow flat earthers?
Because you're another cowardly
God,
glober,
it's
like the
evil,
other
man.
guy.
It's so sad.
Okay, let's
Every
see
time
if you're
the
above
flat
the other
earthers
guy.
You're
There you go.
talking over people. That's why you get muted.
Saudi man, for you to be on mute on Discord, you must be on Discord. Are you on Discord?
I'm on the flat earth.
But are you on Discord right now?
Oh my god.
Are you
Oh
using
my
Discord,
God, man.
Saudi man?
Cyclone, just mute.
Yep, another one. Can't do it.
Yeah. You've never been muted in your life on Discord. Discord don't exist, bro.
Yeah, you're not on Discord. How could you be muted on Discord?
No,
Damn.
what I asked you was, are they teaching this this neo-paganism, as you call it? Are they teaching that in university?
That is a great question, Indio. Where does this come from, Matt? You're an educator. Where is this brain disease coming from?
The East, basically. It's basically Hinduism repackaged, starting with the New Age movement, but even more popular now, especially with people who say, "Oh, I'm spiritual but not religious." But
these guys are Hindus, right? They're not.
Huh?
This guy was from
No, no.
England.
No.
Like something in the education system. I mean, when I say where's it coming from, I mean, and who's imparting that into these guys' heads? Because it's not some Hindu in the East.
I don't know the exact path from Eastern mysticism through New Age movement to the current day today. It kind of has lots of different paths, I suppose.
There must be something going on in the education system or
Yeah,
the media.
The quantum realm is what breeds this. 100%.
It could be part of it. But in general, it's the idea. This is what some people in the chat were asking about Gnosticism. I think the difference between paganism and Gnosticism is that paganism is the idea that there is no distinctions, that everything is divine, all matter is divine. And all you
I think you're giving these guys way too much credit by using phrases like Gnosticism and Hinduism. I mean, these guys are just like brain dead.
Somebody in the chat mentioned that
it's a refusal.
Yeah, so Gnosticism still says that there's the matter and the divine. They're separate, and the matter is like bad, and the true reality is in the divine. So they're slightly different, but very similar.
I don't think these guys have the divine on their mind. I don't think they've got anything on their mind. It's like someone's taken a Dyson Hoover, stuck it in their ear, and sucked their brains out.
No, but it's a path towards it's going to be true.
But even Hinduism and Buddhism believe in a unified. There is a unified objective reality. Your experience of it's subjective.
Yeah,
but there is
that's true.
There is a monad, right? So.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing the Eastern philosophy in this. That's all this anti-philosophy.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. This must be something different. I think it's related, and it probably comes from similar roots. But I see the difference you're talking about.
I think what I would say is that it's a branch of nihilism. Right, it's got to come from that path because it's just a total rejection of
it comes from
everything.
Postmodern philosophers like what's his name, Terry Thibodeau, and fucking. It's like I don't know. It's hard to describe.
Well,
said like none of this crap is real. It's all subjective, and we just giving it word that everything is like we're describing reality with words, but those words don't really capture reality, or it's some weird thing like that. And it's just all experience. There's nothing here. And that trying for something to exist. There's nothing exists in that having an ego to try to have something exist is what creates its existence, or something like that.
A denial of existence, or at least meaningful existence. A desire for meaninglessness. Is that what's happened? They've presented a model of meaninglessness, and now there's a desire for it. There's a hunger for absolute meaninglessness. What a strange disease.
Well, it is ironic. A couple days ago, I don't know why this came up in like my YouTube feed. There was some ancient philosopher, and he said that the only thing we can control, right, are like our opinions, our desires, things like that. But everything in nature, we can't control. And if you think about like the only thing we can control is like our subjective experience of the world, like our internal world, and we can't control the external world. If you look at it from that viewpoint, that's why they don't want an objective reality, because they can't control it. It's outside of, their power. Because you can't tell a tree, you're not a tree. You're the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right? But I can in my head, I can imagine a tree transforming into the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That's not a problem. And I think it's like, it's cowardice. That's all it is. They just don't want to deal with reality. So they retreat into their mind and say, oh, this is the only thing that's real. It's like, we used to lock people up, like the people that go catatonic, right? They go in the corner and start rocking back and forth because they can't deal with reality. That's what these guys are doing, but they're doing it on Discord for some reason. Maybe they're doing it on Discord. They don't know they're on Discord. They could be in the corner rocking back and forth.
Yeah. A convenient way to not plant any flag and not have to take any position on reality. Which is just a tell, because if they actually could make a good argument for the globe, that's just what they'd be doing.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is like a dissociative disorder, right? They're trying to disassociate from reality.
Yeah.
Right, completely. But where the contradiction lies is because when they're running around trying to convince everybody they're disassociated from reality, they're using reality that they're denying in the first place. Like,
yeah, they need that reference to disassociate from.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Insane. I don't know if anyone was wanting to continue that, but it felt like, where are you going to go after all of that?
You know, sometimes you just have to finish with the GTs. There's just no further avenue.
Yeah, well, we ended it with him saying, we're not answering his questions, and then said, are you asking a question? And I don't know. Doesn't know.
Now, imagine if they put this worldview, if they actually believed it, and they put it into practice, right? And tried to interact with like their friends, family, coworkers, just the world with this worldview. They'd get locked up. They'd be like, you're insane. We're locking you up. How do I know you're really my mom? You could just be a figment of my imagination. Here, honey, wait right here. I need to make a phone call.
Yeah, the NPCs are really interesting because they really just can't seem to process reality. I liked what Matthew said earlier about how it's been codified into the repackaged Hinduism that we call New Age, etc., etc. I'm paraphrasing, of course, what the learned Matthew said there, but it is really interesting because if I think of a NPC, they would not be able to explain reality or to comprehend reality, so therefore they would be attracted to a religious or pseudo-religious or philosophical framework that would then have just as fuzzy explanations. And somebody like that, interesting enough, I think, ought to go hang out with Bev for a little while, because Bev has been very nice to me when I've been around. I've had no issues with him, but I notice like they seem to like to play around with the words of things, so maybe that would be a good place to refer those people to. Tell them, go
send
eat your
the
heart out.
Send the psychos to Bev. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I mean, you know, you can have an hour-long conversation with Bev and still not know what he's trying to say.
Exactly. So they'll have.
They would feel right at home there.
Yeah, there you go. What in common?
And after talking to Bev, I don't know. I've not had any negative interactions with them, so my my history with him may be different than others, but he doesn't necessarily
Well, you
come
just
off
said
as,
it. You can speak for hours saying nothing.
Oh yeah.
So, what more do you need to know?
Well, no, that was my point. Is that I don't know that he's insincere or not, but he would. I'm sure he would enjoy that traffic, and I'm sure that they could just eat their heart out. And at the end of the day, our sanity would be left intact. The two of them would be busy, leaving us the hell alone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Bev's not on that level, at least.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't know. I would argue he's probably worse.
It's maybe a case to be made.
I don't know. All I can say is he was nice to me. I've only been around him 2, maybe 3 times, and so I've not really gotten into an in-depth conversation. But I do know that the second conversation I had with him after 45 minutes of him trying to tell me that we've never seen a flat Earth, and that you've never seen curvature either. So then, okay, so then what have you seen? And then he can't seem to explain what he has seen. So I don't know if he's just trolling or what. But regardless, people like this cat would be good to go over there.
Who would want to talk to someone like that?
Say again?
Why would you talk to someone like him?
No, that's what I said. Send him over to Bev.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah. Send him over there. He'll leave us the hell alone.
Nowadays, I just ask people to use the thing that they consider to be their own standard of evidence to argument the globe. They don't have any. So, when you say that, they won't be able to use photographs and videos, testimonies, or anything else. So they will have to consider the thing that they can use as standard of evidence. So if imagery and videos, meaning that if anyone want to argue with them about some fantasy thing like Bigfoot or something, they have just to put a video or photo. So if it is your standard of evidence, you will have to consider that thing to be real. If it's not, I can't use it against you as an argument because it's not a standard of evidence. Not mine, not yours. So it's not an evidence at all.
Yeah, the only problem with these GTs is that they seem like they're knotheads, that like you can sit around and you can go over with them and you can meet their standard of proof, and then of course they instantly move the goalpost. And so I don't even know if they themselves have any conception of what their own standard of proof would be.
No, they don't think about that. That's why. That's the problem.
Well, of course they can't, because they don't even know if they're having the discussion with you to begin with. And then they'll complain about that you're not engaging with them when you end up just muting them because they can't have a conversation. And then they'll say, hey, why aren't you engaging with me? When at the same time they're saying they don't know if they are engaging with you when they're engaging with you. Expect us to waste our time.
Yeah, I used to, back on our home server, I used to just get laughing in stitches when we'd play the clips of all of the 99.999 percenters. That, of all the crazy shit they'd say when it come time to, okay, are you 100% sure that you're on Discord, or are you 99.99999% sure? You know, how sure are you?
the answer on itself won't be a sure answer. He's not sure.
That's for certain, my friend. They're not sure. They had one tell me, he's like, well, yeah, he's like, I would say that I know for sure that I'm here, but I guess we gotta leave that that 1% chance that maybe I'm tied down to a bed in a psychiatric facility and they're injecting me full of Thorazine, and this is what I think it is, but it's not really. I was like, well, I guess that's at least an honest answer, that you know where you belong.
We've had Top Cat join the chat. What's up, Top Cat?
Howdy.
What do you think, Top Cat? Are you on Discord right now?
Yeah.
Wow. That's good. You're a Glow believer, right?
Yeah, currently.
A Glow believer that knows he's on Discord. Wow.
Is that a voice changer?
Me? No, my voice is messed up right now.
Oh, no, it's the echo. Never mind. Okay, no. You're sorry. Sorry, wasn't trying to make fun of you there. Just now, once you said more than a few words, then I heard it was an echo in the background. But I do like
That's an echoey room, Top Cat. You had your sofa repossessed or something?
It's like a bathroom.
That's all right. What's making you think that the Earth is a globe, Top Cat?
One sec. Let me fix my mic.
All right. Well, we can hear you, but yeah, feel free. Want to hear a clean globe proof? Do. What do you think the odds are on us getting that globe evidence?
Slim to none.
Does that sound better?
Yes, that's better. Nice.
I'm going to get a drink, see if I can fix my voice.
All right. Word. Really getting ready for this globe proof.
Getting prepared.
Wait, what did I claim?
No, you said you think you live on a ball at the moment, and I said, what makes you think that? Anything?
Yeah, right.
She's still there?
Yeah, maybe Top Cat isn't the top cat.
Where'd you go, Top Cat? Are we going to have to change your name to Top Flat? Oh well. Guess not. Oh well, I guess we'll just wait for the next Globe Believer. Someone do some roll calls or shout outs or something.
Okay, I'm back. I just clicked the join button. What are we doing here now? You want to know why the Earth is...
Yeah, I asked what makes you think the Earth's a ball?
One thing I guess I can think of, if you don't trust any of the pictures or so, whatever, is if you ever make the drive from Kansas City to Denver, like Kansas really doesn't have hills on it, so you could see really far.
Yeah, it's pretty flat out here.
Yeah, as you get going across Kansas, the mountains right behind Denver are 3 miles high. And you would think that, as you get close to them, you ought to see them from pretty far away. But it makes me think that they might be behind a curve of the Earth when you're really far away, if they're 3 miles high.
Have you mapped that out on the globe? Like how far away are you seeing them from?
You basically have to get right outside of Denver to see them.
Okay. So you see mountains and you think they're being obstructed by a geometric horizon?
If the Earth's curved, yeah, they would be hiding them, yeah.
Okay. So do you think the horizon is geometric?
What do you mean by geometric?
Like a physical curve of a ball?
It would have to be if it's a curved ball, right?
Yeah. Have you seen the black swan observations? Any of the long distance observations?
I've looked at some videos, different videos of different things, but I really haven't gotten too far into it. I just heard about it not too long ago. I just haven't put much effort into it.
Okay. I thought you'd been in this conversation for a while. Maybe I'm thinking of another person.
Oh, I've popped in here a few times, but I'm usually busy running back and forth doing stuff.
Does anyone want to go through the geometric horizon with this guy? I'll have to go on mute in a little bit.
Yeah, I'd like to just say, you shouldn't expect to see the Colorado Rockies from Kansas.
Oh, not just from Kansas. I mean, when you're in Colorado, just almost to Denver.
What do you mean by almost? How far?
If you just get on Google Maps, and you could probably pretty much visualize the same thing. Click on the highway outside of Denver to the east, and then spin around, look west, and look for.
Well, first of all, Denver itself Okay, Kansas is 2,000 feet above sea level. Denver is 5,280 feet, so it's not 2 miles, bro.
Well, the
It's not
mountain
3
is
miles.
like 15,000 feet. Mount Elbert's the tallest mountain in the lower 48.
Mount
Highest
Elbert
point in
is
the U.S.
2,440 feet. I'm looking at it right now.
Right. It's the highest spot in the U.S.
Yeah.
And if you're
Yeah,
right next to it, right outside of Denver, it just makes me wonder. I'm not.
Is there anything in the way? So, objects that might be smaller in absolute terms, if they're closer, they appear larger, right? And they're going to block things behind it. Right. So if I had a 1 meter, let's say it's a 1 meter wave and it's 1 kilometer out in the ocean. Well, that 1 meter wave, because of linear perspective, would block a 10-meter wave 10 miles out, and a 100-meter wave 100 miles out, and a 1,000-meter wave 1,000 miles out. It would appear the same size visually, even though they have a different absolute size. So things like, hey, I can't see that mountain, I should see it. You have to consider whether there's things in the way. And you also have to consider things like the opacity of the air in the first place, right? So I don't know what it is in Kansas. I live near the ocean, but you can look up in the weather report your local visibility, and typically it won't go over like 20 miles. Usually it hovers around 10, but it's usually about 20, or what? It's on the outside it'll be 20. So there's other factors. Just thinking you should see, and I bet you, I'm gonna fire up Google Maps right now and do an elevation thing. Colorado. See, you guys I should say you guys. A lot of the things that people think are evidence for the globe, it's only evidence because they don't understand how vision works in the first place. It's a thing we encounter all the time. It's pretty
I've heard other arguments too I can bring up, but we're worried about this, I guess.
Well, I mean, things like not seeing the bottom of things, we can demonstrate that happening on flat surfaces in the first place, right? You can actually do this test, right? National Geographic, in fact, did it. So they took a flag on the Salton Sea. It's the video is called Flat Earth versus Cold Earth versus Flat Earth. So they took a flag, had stripes on it, and they sailed it out into the Salton Sea while they were filming it. And as it got further away, the bottom stripe disappeared. Well, and then they're like, "Hey, this is proof the Earth is curved." Well, they weren't paying attention because the horizon, the thing that's supposed to be blocking the bottom of the flag, was behind the flag, like another 2 miles away. It'll work out. Let's see here. Are you in the chat? I do bounce.
The cat. He's still here.
Okay. So Top Cat, if you look in the chat, so this is Google Maps. This is the elevation profile. Now, obviously, if you're all the way on the left in Kansas and you're looking toward the tallest mountain in the continental United States, you're not going to see it. There's other mountains in the way that are closer. You don't have a line of sight.
But you don't see the other mountains.
Okay. From where? You're not being like very specific. Like we can't even like fact check you. You're not specific.
Hang on, let me see if I can pull it up too.
And as I mentioned, we can demonstrate the same thing on a flat surface. So your expectation that you should see this is just incorrect. You said, hey, I can't see the bottom of the mountains or the mountain at all. That should only work on a curved surface. But we've demonstrated it working on a flat surface. Not talked about it. Not said, hey, here's some theory on why it happens. We can go out into the world and demonstrate it. So what about you guys don't understand is that when you say, hey, I should see this, or this should happen, or that should happen, you're making a prediction. You're literally making a prediction about the physical world. Hey, I should see the entire mountain on a flat Earth. I don't see the entire mountains. Therefore, the Earth is a globe, right? I should see it on a flat Earth is a prediction. Okay, what's your prediction based on? Is it based upon experiments? Is it based upon testing? Or is it based upon an idea that you have in your head about side view orthographic Euclidean geometry where, oh, I can draw a straight line on this piece of paper to this other place on this piece of graph paper, and there's nothing in the way, so I should see that thing. Those are leaps of logic.
All right, here we go. Now I was saying to see that you have to come all the way up to here. I'll show you where we got to go. Here you can finally see the mountains are here.